No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect in fact irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect in fact irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it or not?
Oh, but political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay.
When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So this riot situation when it comes across, because many times you notice that
if Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small road, big road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect in fact irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect in fact irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. with all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but political you're a political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to country, because many times you notice that
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, that road, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baker will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
You think, Bravin?
Has a company constructed? Question.
The health facility?
Medical health construct. The government will cause the company to construct it. In 10 years, has the company constructed? Not renovated, not rent. Has they constructed a medical facility in a production area for its employees and the community? Question.
Well, what I do know is that they have health facilities in the concession area.
Let me ask my question again. Has the company constructed? Answer what they have. The plain language here, they should construct. Have they done so? Question.
No. I cannot say yes or no.
Yeah,
but I know that they have offering medical facilities to their workers.
I know when you have something, I know what the law, the plain language of the document, the agreement. It said they may construct. It said they shall. If they don't do it, there will be cost to do it. Have you caused them to do it since they didn't do it? I say, what are they renting one place? They should construct. Have they constructed? Period. I mean, question.
You want to answer for me?
No, not for you.
God, no.
You're not representing them.
No medical there.
No. You're talking about a new facility like a Military 14 hospital. They do offer. I mean, the medical doctor who accompanied me when I went to Turkey. Thanks to him, he's performing a lot of medical services.
Yeah. Please. The question is as simple. It talks about compliance and performance. In 10 years, has B. Martin constructed a medical facility in keeping with the current agreement?
We'll revert. We'll revert on our question.
We value what they have. So what I was saying.
Let's revert with what they have.
Yeah.
Come again?
Let us revert to what they have there currently.
And they got 3 years on the old.
And then.
Exactly the point, Mr. NRC Chair. If they got 3 years on the old one, it means stay at it. We can wait.
No, but the point I was trying
and we can wait on the extent on the
these amendments amend that agreement before you. That agreement is still valid. It's still enforceable.
I got it, Chief.
So,
Mr. Chairman.
yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I want to get something clear here. We understand this document. This document says the people should construct a medical facility. If they don't construct it, there should be cost to construct it. If they did not do it on their own, what did you, the sector institution, do to cause them to do it in 10 years? That's the question I'm asking. So what guarantee do I have that they will do it if I give them 25 years?
Question. I just confirm that they constructed a structure there for the health facilities.
Constructed?
Yeah.
They constructed. So from their performance report, please let us have the tangible information. Because if you know you the sector institution, for you to even say that here for more than 20 minutes and you don't even know what are they constructed, there's a problem.
No, Senator, is unfair. We're telling you, we're aware. I just told you, I'm aware of medical. I've seen pictures of service and work done by B Mountain doctors. One of the doctors helped me in Turkey. So what the minister was telling you, I have not been to that facility.
Mr. Minister,
yeah.
That's not your role to go to the facility.
No, yeah.
You know who should go there? The National Bureau of Concessions.
Yeah.
That is why we gave them more than $2 million in the budget to do follow up on implementation. Why are they not here? Only God one knows. Why they did not do it in the metrics? Only God one knows. So you can tell me what are they brought in? Doctors from Cuba is not the construction of a medical facility. Just one last question. On the subsequent hearing, we'll talk about education and other stuff. I got one elementary question. Maybe the answer will help me. Under section 15.1, Community Development Fund. 15.1.
A very wonderful equivalent to our very resilient listeners, those that actually follow the closing argument and those that are also listening to us via Radio Land. This is the closing argument. We're coming to you live on the nation capital Monrovia and that of the USA. Today we're going to have a very major guest that's going to be part of the show tonight. But again, as we move very close to the Christmas, today is Christmas Eve. We look forward to a very merry Christmas to every Liberians and our compatriots back home and here in the U.S. Liberians here, Liberians across the globe. And we also extending the Merry Christmas to all of our great American friends and partners and all the Liberia international friends, and if you will, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a very happy and prosperous New Year. We also extend our a Merry Christmas and a very prosperous New Year to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Liberia. On behalf of the closing argument, we extend to the President and he has the Honorable Vice President of the Republic and the entire Cabinet and Director Generals and of SOEs and all those government institutions. A Merry Christmas and a very happy and prosperous 2026. As we all move towards 2026, it's our hope and prayer, our fervent hope and prayer from the closing argument that the President and his cabinet, his lieutenants, would now direct their attention to doing the job the Liberian people elected them to do. So, Mr. President, I know that you currently in Lofa, doing your thing in Lofa, enjoying that terrain, the ambience, and the traditional activities all are currently unfolding in Lofa. And just want to say to you, enjoy your stay in Lofa, and please remember that you are the president of our country. We wish you a very, very good health, and we hope that the 2026 will bring about some good things for the country. We know we like come 3 to 4 years away from the next elections. Yes, we now getting some information that some folks from Lofa County are now telling you to contest for the second term, which is 2029. But they will have to hold on a little bit. I think they will have to hold on. We'll come to discuss some of that. They will have to hold on a little bit so they can allow you focus on the job we elected you to do, and by which time we will begin the evaluation process, hopefully around this time next year, to know if you should even contemplate contesting for a second term, something that it is your constitutional right. That is the thing, the Magna Carta of our republic, giving you, the president, or every Liberian citizen, the opportunity to contest for two term to be president of our republic. Two consistent term, if you will, or two term, if not consistent. So we just, part of this evening, we just want to take this time to say to you and Eric, and I also want to extend a very Merry Christmas to the Liberian Senate, the Honorable Pro Tempore of the Liberian Senate, Madam Yombri Kanga Lawrence, and the 29th other senators of the Republic, because the senators are there for the Republic, and then the representative are the deputy of the people. So we just want to say, Madam Pro Tem, please extend to the rest of the 29 colleagues our fervent hope and prayers. We wish God abundant blessings upon all of you. We hope and pray that you now move to do the job of Liberian people even better than what you did this year. We want to say to you Merry Christmas and a very prosperous New Year. And also to the Honorable Speaker. I'm told the Speaker didn't go to his county, but rather he had to follow the President in Lofa. But he didn't even spend time with his people in District 11, but he's with the President. Mr. Speaker, wherever you are, I just want to say to you a Merry Christmas to you, and please extend on behalf of the closing argument to the rest of your colleague at the lower house. We refer to them as the People Deputy. Mr. Speaker, please extend to the rest of the 72 member of that August Valley a very Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. We hope I saw you during the Gisi dance in Lofa and drinking some palm wine in Lofa, and that's the that's the Lofa hospitality. We Lofans are very hospitable. We are people that love and cherish our friends. We love our friends to be around. We are traditionally oriented set of people, but we also very diverse, politically diverse people, but very sensitive in understanding the nature of traditions and welcoming our comrades and our friends, if you will. So I have no doubt, absolutely no doubt in my mind that Lofa County will really treat you good. You're going to, trust me, you're going to recall the memory in Lofa is going to go a long way in trying to shift your thought process about Lofians and all those things. And I will hope that you enjoy this festive time with your darling wife or your darling spouse, Madam Mandela Kopo, while both of you guys are currently in Lofa. And so they extend to your darling wife also a very Merry Christmas from the closing argument. And that we also want to say this Merry Christmas to the Honorable Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia, Honorable Francis Kopo. Your Honor, the Chief Justice, we extend to you our warmest felicitation during this very festive time, and we also ask that you extend on behalf of the closing argument our warm season greetings and Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to the Associate Justices, 4 of the other Associate Justices, CNN, no, it's not CNN Clinton Johnson, Justice James Etop, Howard Wodekoli, Justice Yusuf Kaba, and Justice, I hope to get the last justice name, but we will intend to extend this very Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. And finally, we also extend on behalf of the closing argument to the PUL, that the 4th estate, a very Merry Christmas to all Liberian journalists. We want to openly say to journalists in the country, they're doing a very extraordinary job in keeping the country, protecting the space of the country. So this is going to all of media executives, practicing journalists, freelance journalists, and all those things, and everybody that's under the umbrella of the PUL of the Republic of Liberia. Very wonderful and Merry Christmas and a happy and prosperous New Year. This also going to the prelay, the religious community, both from the chief imam of the Republic, Imam Krai, and the president of the head of the Council of Churches of the Republic of Liberia. We also extend to you a very Merry Christmas and a happy and prosperous New Year. And every Liberian citizen, every Liberian from all walks of life, political, religious, those from the Zoos and Bodios community, the traditional elders and the rest of that, we wish you a very Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. And I want to take this time to also extend Christmas to all of our friends and other platforms across the world. So that's just it for today. And I will also say to extend Merry Christmas to my own family, my kids, and all of along with my darling wife and my mother and all of our family of the closing argument, everything. We say to you a wonderful and Merry Christmas. Myean, today we are expecting the Honorable Senator. We're listening to some of the soundbites. We heard him at the time grilling the then finance minister, and I think folks are very concerned to say they're going to be that this is one of the senators, to be very frank, even up to current, he's been very proactive, robust, and in some cases, sometimes can be tough on some ruling party executive, if you will. So today we're going to have Senator Abraham Darius Delon, is the senator of one of the senators of sorry, I almost said Lofakare. My bad. The senator of Moserado County, Senator Abraham Darius Delon. I think I saw something yesterday. He went to his rehabilitation center where he got most of our less privileged youth that we refer to sometimes, some cases, or refer to them as Zogo. He went to that center yesterday, and I saw he was trying to make the festive time merry for most of them. They were calling him the way they normally do and other things. They were happy. They were all in a very euphoric mood yesterday, in a very celebratory mood. And it was a very great thing to see folks being rehabilitated. And the good thing I saw when I saw those bottles, I was about to say, oh, what? No, then something reminded me quick. They said, no, the senator would never carry a style of beer, but rather these were, they were all sodas, Coca-Cola, Fanta, Ginger A, water, other food, other rice, and other things. I think it was a very great thing. And we want to commend him. I saw that. I thought it was very great to remember these people while they're going through some tough time. Drugs addiction. It's not only a Liberian problem, it's a global problem. We have a lot of folks in this country that are currently going through these things. You recall recent time, the young guy that just killed his parents, Rob Rennie, and his wife, the son. It's alleged that he'd been struggling with drugs addictions and all those things. And I mean, it's a global problem. It's not an isolated thing to say only in Liberia. So if to see a senator personally trying to earmark some of these things I think it's not only commendable, but it's something that we will now even push the senator to begin the process about pushing legislation into the system that we can have a national rehabilitation program in the country that the government moving forward will begin to support. Even after the law is passed, his current rehabilitation center will benefit from that program that we want to be national, even if the senator is not around as senator. Or even tomorrow, after 50 years, 100 years, it is gone to the ancestor home. His grandchildren, great-grandchildren will hear the news that your father did this, but he also pushed for national legislation to establish this kind of a rehabilitation program that will be a national, to consider as a national priority to the country in rehabilitating our less privileged folks, or those that would deviate in the middle of their careers of sojourn and get addicted to things. How can we bring them back to make them viable and useful to the society? It's part of what he's doing currently there. Yesterday he went to visit them. They were all very cheerful. They interacted, and that's the kind of a spirit. Those are things that we see make some of those folks that fell down, that felt there was no pathway for them to move forward. They would now begin to have a second thought that we can do this, we can do that, right? So it is part of all these things that we have to consider and commend and our folks to do. So we're going to be having the senator later on the show very soon, I believe. And I think it is about time that we collectively as people try to unite in reconciling the country, leaving politics aside sometimes and trying to bring ideas together that can move into trying to shift the direction of our people, those that are being misdirected or those that are taking a different track towards getting into things that are inimical, inimical again, I repeat, to the forward march of their own life, if you will. So that's the kind of a process that we all will have to do, and we can do as people to collectively take some of these things and move on. So, Myean, if you hear, I would just take if you come on, please, and just want to hear you for at least 2 to 3 minutes, if you will, to tell us what is it in the news today. We got some information about the president being asked to contest for 2029. I believe these are agents of the presidency that are trying to do that. It's still too damn soon for those things, for anyone to start thinking about asking the president to contest, to petition the president in the middle of just at the end of the year, the anniversary of the year 2 of the presidency, to start talking about that. I would think maybe the end of 2027 will be the appropriate time to start hearing those things. But it's obvious that political stooges are all over the place. They are deployed to do these things and the rest of that. And I don't think it is Lofa County that should be petitioning the president to go for 2029. I don't think so. I don't think so, because it's obvious that the president will always win Lofa, even if he were to perform dismally in this term. Even if he were to perform so terribly, people of Lofa County will still vote for him. You saw how cheerful the people were yesterday. They are not very happy in terms of the bread bottle situation. Did not happen. But you saw how they were cheerful yesterday when he arrived in Zozo. Don't even talk about what unfolded in Foya, if you will, in any other part of that. But Zozo, because Zozo district is also on record getting the highest vote in Lofat 2023 elections. Zozo district voted him almost 92%. He got the vote in Zozo district. It was overwhelming, to be absolutely frank with you. As compared to other districts, like even his own Foya district didn't vote the way Zozo voted. So we ought to be very, very much critical in terms of thinking about some of these things and doing it the way we ought to do it, so that we don't go. So, Myean, if you're around, if you
Yeah.
can take it for the next 3 minutes and tell us what basically is coming out of the country, across the country, in terms of news today.
So, Mr. Pewee, it's a pleasure to be on today, where we're having the Senator of Moswara County, Honorable April Darius Gideon, Senator of Moswara County, will be on today as our guest. So, basically, today we saw in Lofa County where the official unveiling of the headquarters of the National Independent Movement for Bwaka. So, this movement, according to those who are members of it, said that because of the kind of work the president is doing within the country, that's why they have decided to come together. They are from Lofa, to be specific. They are from Lofa. Come together to unveil this national headquarters to see our best friends of Bwaka, whatever means they can be able to come together to see how best they can support the president for the 2029 bid. So usually we always hear from the president that he's not focusing on 2029, but rather he's focusing what is before him, the presidency. That's why he's focusing on. So when he gets to 2029, he's going to make a decision. But rather, whatever means that they are trying to do, he welcomes them, he appreciates them, but with the mindset of appreciating him because of 2029, that's he cannot promise them, but he's going to do a possible best to see when 2029 comes, to see how best they can make some changes in the Liberian people life. So today I also went in the market, in the rural market, talked to marketeers, talked to business people, wherein some of them expressed their views on what exactly happening within the country, what exactly happening within the county. So one of the places that, to be specific, that interviewed people was in Nima County, to be specific, Lower Nima County in Tabata, where today is one of the biggest market there within Lower Nima County, where people leave from various districts, community area to come to the market to buy their Christmas things. So the market wasn't that crowded up. Like the folks from the market said that over the past 2 to 3 years, the market used to be crowded up. Like when we see the season coming, or we see Christmas Day, we see a lot of people living from various areas to come, and the market will be crowded up. But today, we didn't see that number that we expected, but rather we saw so many people from different areas. They came and then they had some time there in the market. And one of the main issues that the customers, or one of the main issues that the sellers were raising, is that the issue of the sellers are more than the buyers, because none of the asked what's the reason that the sellers are more than the buyers. Some of them said that because there's no job, people are not working, so everyone wants to do business, but rather whatever they have, like 10,000, 20,000, they just go into the market, start to sell business, and then that's how the number start to increase. So for you to find people coming to buy is very difficult, because if you from a family and then you share it, whatever, that family people will not be able to come out to come buy from another person, but rather from that same family member. So at times it becomes very, very difficult for people to just buy from them like the way it used to do. But they appreciate this government, because the government have been doing a lot of things where some of them said that the Myean administration, there were money within the country, everyone was okay. But with this issue about money floating in the country, that one of the things they stressed on, that during the Myean administration, money was floating within the country. Money had no control, where any government official can just look at 2-3 person gave you $500 US, where you did not work for it. But with this government, some of them said that this government, people are working for what they earn. So there are a lot of things the marketers allow. So they also praise this government, President Bwaka government, for constructing a market building within their general market, where they call on the government to do more for the people of the county, for the people of the district. But they also criticize the lawmaker that he's not doing anything for them. So you usually visit the district whenever people die or any family member die. That's the only time he visits the district. But when it comes to visiting the people on a private note, he doesn't visit the people. He's a two-term representative of the district. And they are also criticizing him on what they see as he's not doing any development within district number 6 in Nima County. So whenever they see him, they are no longer going to embrace him like the way they used to do, or rather just to boo at him. Like what I saw today was somehow disgraceful. The lawmaker was walking in the street.
I didn't get that point, Myean. Which other lawmaker is that?
District number 6 representative of Nima County.
Okay.
Yeah, so today it was somehow disgraceful for him where he came in the district because one of his worker father died, so that's why he came in the district. So when he came in the district, when the people saw him, because today is a market day, general market day, so when the people saw him, everyone was like pulling at him. So what some of the workers could do was just to go around him and then put him into the car and was how he left from the area. So it's somehow disgraceful for the lawmaker. And I hear me. Okay. Yeah, so it was somehow disgraceful for the lawmaker. See a two-term representative being booed today. It's somehow disgraceful for him. I think what he usually says to the people is that they will have to re-elect him because some of the work he's doing. But people are crying out that there have been no changes in their life, so they no longer go after him on what they call like giving him money or whatever, but rather they just sit and look at him to do whatever he thinks he can do. Because he already promised the people that he's not going to run for representative job, but rather the two terms that he have served the people is okay for him. So that's the reason he abandoned the district. But with the scorecard, we have already done the scorecard for the various category, like the Minister of the Year, the Senator of the Year, the Representative of the Year. We have done the Superintendent of the Year, the Director of the Year, and the rest goes on. So any moment, if TCA management approve of the release, we are going to release the scorecard. But the scorecard is a card that has been done independently from some of our folks, our panelists. They have verified it thoroughly, and then it's being done independently. So this scorecard will see how best they can be able to improve other lawmakers, other government officials, even as far as the House of Senate, so that some of them can be able to step on that game. Because if you say you are a lawmaker for a district and then you just abandon the people, to even have a property within that district is very difficult. You abandon your district, to even visit the district office somehow frustrating that the people, they don't even see you. So these are things that the people are yearning for. They want to see the lawmaker. They want to see some of the tangible things that he's doing in the capital building, also in the district. So at times when they give them some constituency break, they don't come to the district. Some of them don't come to the districts. They just leave in Morovia, travel, go to other countries, and then when session open, they come back to session. That's how some of them are going on. But Mr. Pewee, I'd just like to stop there until we are waiting to see the senator of most other countries. So that's just a brief development from my end.
Thank you, Myean. Thank you. And absolutely, you're correct. And some of what you said actually is what been harming most of our lawmakers, and that's one of the reasons why the return rate of lawmakers in Liberia is very terrible, very poor. The last time, imagine in the Liberian Senate, I think out of 15 senators, I think 2 came back, 2 or 3. Then the lawmakers, for that is terrible of thing. So, and you know, the reason behind this is the way basically we operate. You know, the way we operate. But Maya, what's the name? What's the name of this? What's the name of the lawmaker?
I hear me. Ono don't do care.
Okay, okay. So, but what are some of the reasons why people did that?
The people said that the only time, like if you check on the page, you will see some of them said that the only time the lawmaker visit the district, maybe I said some of the family members die, that's the only time you come to sympathize, or maybe if someone within the district, like a permanent citizen die, that's the only time you come to visit the people. But on a normal basis, to just visit the district in the last 2 years, they haven't done it before. So even the district office is no longer functioning. So the people are no longer having access to the representative. He no longer have for the people in his district, like some of the workers, to be a direct contact for him within the district. So these are some of the things that the people are learned. Since he was elected, for them to see him is very difficult. And the only time they see him, except maybe someone die, that's the only time he comes to sympathize.
So that means he can only move into the district when there's issue about death or other thing, but he don't regularly go there for legislative briefing, giving report to them, nothing whatsoever.
Exactly. So he has, are you hearing me?
Yeah, Maya, go ahead. I'm getting you.
Yeah, I said these are things that the people were saying today, that he's not doing anything tangible for them. They don't longer see him or whatever reason. It's just because of some like bereavement. That's the only time he comes within the district. So even I interviewed some of the local residents of this area. Some of them are even planning to gather themselves at his house tomorrow, because some of them are hearing that the lawmaker will be sharing feedback on the other folks. So because of that, some of them are planning to go there tomorrow morning to disturb whatever the thing is not right, to give the people rest. And then because he came for a few hours, and one of the reasons why he came this great is because of one of the worker died, the worker father died. So that's the reason he came for this Christmas within the county. One of the strong assisting within the office father died. So that's why he came within the district. So these are things.
Yeah, I think Maya had go. Okay, Maya. But that is fair enough, because I think that is quite unfortunate, as what many lawmakers will face with the people, because if you cannot, and the thing is simple, in this country, our lawmakers sometimes they go through thousands of correspondence, thousands coming from their constituents, and some of the lawmakers will even respond to each of those communications, if you will. They keep their people updated with information. They keep them posted. They don't abandon them or keep them incommunicado. Then when time for elections or this, then they move in. No, and and I think that's one of the reasons why I'm one of those that are pushing for us changing our mindset as to how we engage our lawmakers and the way we treat them. Probably is part of the reason why most of them were abandoned the districts and I repeat, focus more or less on other things, because people expect all of the time, folks expect money, goodwill from their lawmakers. And some of these things scare the lawmakers from going down, because they believe that when they would do, they would know it's not their responsibility to give money to individuals. It's not their responsibility. We ought to begin to have this kind of a discussion that we cannot hold our lawmakers because they don't give up money to get married. They didn't give up money because my wife gave birth to a baby boy or baby girl or twins. You know, because they didn't give money because someone lost their parents and they needed to bury that person, or someone their relative. No, it's not their responsibility. So it's part of the reason why I do understand still that we have a lot of lawmakers that are very incompetent. They are not getting the job done. They're very incompetent. But this should not be the reason why a lawmaker, and I think some of them will give this justification as to why they are not going to their constituents to give report to their people and tell them what they've been doing in terms of the legislative responsibility. There's a serious problem. And how can we move past this problem is a way that we ought to change things, or in that we're going to be in this for a protracted period of time. lawmakers, it is not their responsibility for them to come and say they're doing this, they're in breaches and all those things. No. The lawmaker is, the cardinal responsibility is lawmaking, oversight. They should have oversight on whatsoever. For instance, the budget that they just debated, they passed the budget. There should be major oversight as to how the application of those budgets that is passed now as an instrument of law. There should be oversight on the lawmaker saying, if we put money in the budget for this place, if there's road, why can't the lawmaker put money in his budget for his district? If he's doing those things, I don't think the people will have, but I want to believe probably that lawmaker is not going home because he's afraid that he will have a lot of personal problems on him than to do the job he was elected to do. And that job is to make laws and have some oversight. That's the kind of a thing he should do. But if we're trying to nail them and people, they don't pay attention on the major thing, the lawmakers are the one that take the heavy punches, if you will. When you have ministers, deputy ministers, managing directors, and other people that are functioning via the authority of the president themselves are causing a lot of damage to the country. But the lawmakers themselves push these things because most of them will go to the people. I will pay breaches. I will do this. They will carry a bundle of zinc. They will carry this. They will carry that. If those things cannot continue, if others see you doing it for Sylvester, they believe that if Myean cannot receive it, then there's a problem. I don't think that they're holding the lawmaker on the basis of he not performing in terms of his legislative responsibilities. I believe sincerely that most of these things are being held against him because of personal issues. And I think it is about time that we be loud about this in the country. We amplify our voices to tell folks that, hey, your lawmaker that you are electing, he is not responsible to give food money in your house. He is not responsible to pay rent. He is not responsible to pay school fees. But they themselves started the whole thing, bringing about, if you have something they call scholarship for lawmakers, amount to give scholarship in his constituents, that would not be a bad thing to do. It will put that money in the budget and you can apply it. The application of that have to be straightforward. There should be no other string attached. It should be done within the confine of the budgetary allotment. But yeah, I understand people sometimes, it's the kind of a society we're from. We can help in some cases. But are we doing it in a way that we hold lawmakers accountable if they didn't do something for us personally? No. But wherein the lawmaker is trying to help, and something I believe that's going to be a normal routine. But we ought as people to change the narrative, and we ask people to begin to say, hey, this is how we should do it. How are we holding? We don't hold those ministers and the president, vice president accountable too much than the way we hold the lawmakers accountable. And some of the way we wanted to account is not that they're not accounting for things that we give money. Also, no, we hold them for non-performance, not because they are not performing. We hold them for non-performance because we believe they have not been giving us personally. And I think that is terrible. That is unacceptable. And that got to stop. Lawmakers should be allowed to perform, to carry out her responsibility as lawmaker. We should not be the one moving to them and say, hey, if this, I mean, come on, man. There's a lot of things we ought to do. But I will hold them responsible if they didn't responsibly apply what I will call the oversight that the Constitution of our country gave them. That legislative power, that power is within the means of the lawmakers, and they should exercise it, and they should exercise it with no iota of fear whatsoever. They have to be fearless about the application of that power given to them by the Constitution of our country. You know, so it's part of the reason why we have to move as people. How can we do this? How can we do that? How can we do the assessment? All the kind of assessments. It is via the way we operate. And everybody in the country, and that's why Article 1 of the Constitution of the country is clear. Article 1 says the power is inherent in the people. And if power is inherent in the people, it is their will that government is constituted. Yeah, the will of the people. And that's why we move every 6 years to elect new administration, new a bunch of new lawmakers. Like 2029 is coming. 2029. We are going to not only elect a brand new president, but we are going to also elect both brand new president and the brand new vice president, and the entire 73 members of the Honorable House of Representatives. The entire 73. All of them, including the Speaker. And then we move to elect 15 brand new senators, 2029. So the power that is inherent in us, the people, it is a time that we can exercise self-power. And it is clear, the Constitution is structured in a way that it gave the people the time to speak out. And that's why we believe in constitutional democracy. And if we want to uphold the laws of the country, it's the time. And that's why the people will say this, that. You can remember during the 2023 elections, most of the folks were there saying, "You harmonize my pay, I will harmonize your vote." That was a slogan news. Did I support that slogan by most of the people at the time? I didn't support that, because I believe the harmonization of salary was done in keeping with international partners. They pushed the idea that our national pay envelope was large, $33+ million a month. We cannot sustain that. It was not sustainable. So the Ministry of Finance and the Myean administration, in keeping with consultation, the advice from the international partner, particularly the IMF, say, hey, you guys need to reduce the wage bill. The wage bill cannot be so, it was so ballooned to the extent that we had to control it. And how could we control the balloon that was just blowing so large? Was to deflate it a little bit. And by deflating it, it's meant that we needed to do some adjustment into the salary structure. And that adjustment into the salary structure was meant to say, hey, you need to do this in terms of harmonization or the things. But the folks came out in terms of what, again, I will go back to say Article 1. They say, okay, we'll use our power the Constitution gave us to do this. So they felt that this little harmonized vote, yes, the voters Mr. We are unfortunately. And then they brought the people in the name of them carrying their salary back, and no. And nobody is going to carry nobody's salary again up. This government is incapable of carrying you back to the same amount you got. No. An attempt to do that, they would have increased the wage bill, something the IMF and international partner advised against, and that's what led to the implementation of said instrument at the time. The government did not intentionally or blatantly move to harmonize anybody's salary. No. But the rescue government came and said, we will. They won't. I can assure you on that. No one's going to do it. The current finance minister is even struggling to even pay people that he said he would only make less than $150 a day. Folks are still making $80, $85 in the current government. The current minister of finance is struggling to even find the way forward on things. So nobody's going to get anything back to pre-harmonization time. That's not possible. And so you see, so a lot of things going to come out, and I see 2029. Yes, we are about to hit 2026, but this is how, and we will be looking forward to interacting with for programming notes for with Senator Abraham Darius, one of the very tough talking. He's not only tough talking, but I believe he's one of those a reasonable senator in the House that is now been is showing that. I mean, and a lot of folks who are saying, "Oh, so now they don't doing that," because we like, no, I don't think so. In recent time, I've been seeing his performance in the House, and I want to match it to juxtapose that with his past performance before this time. I think he been man enough to knock his chest and say something I did yesterday, I'm still doing it today, and I respect him because of that. And that's the consistency we want to see. Folks that are consistent, not only that they're consistent, but they believe in that tenacity to do things the way we taught. He governs to push on and hold on and be fearless. Is what that matters. So you see, folks will come out and say this and say that and say this and say that. We ought to be very frank as people. When we move to doing things, we have to do it in a way that reflects our actions. Yeah, we did this, did that, and did think that double standard games. No, we ought not to do those things, but we ought to do these things that can help us and portray our character, right? And we have to be realistic about this. I'm told again, a lot of things been unfolding. I was just in the country. We all been observing what been unfolding in the country. Today, the president is back home in his own county, and he, of course, in his home district, celebrating the Christmas. We have a lot of our folks going back home. I saw my own friend and a brother, Emmanuel Zango, now drinking palm wine. Look, he's going there. Zango have never been. Sometimes we ought to be. Zango have never been. All the time we all came from Lofa. We talk going Lofa. I can remember Zango. Oh, what am I going to do in our bush today? He's there drinking palm wine, posting on social media now that he can move into Lofa. You see, that's the circumstances sometimes we ought not to be talking about all of the time. But you see, it's a good thing. Now he's out there drinking palm wine in Lofa and saying that, yeah, we get Merry Christmas, Lofa. Yes, the same Lofa we reminded you, brother, yesterday. Hey, let's try going home. Let's go home. Today, at least thank God he's going back home, because thank God for Joseph Boakai. The father Boakai can go back home, and he's privileged to be in government position. Now he can move back home in Lofa County. No, somebody who didn't do that. We've always been with our people. We're going to drink palm wine with them. We started, and that's why I initiated my brother. We started finding lands to start to build something very comfortable back there in the village. So when we will go there, we'll do things there with the people. We always, while we're away, we always allow them to feel our presence. We can move in, do things with them, interact with them. And that's the kind of a life we want to see. You don't have to do things for opportunistic reasons. No, and those kind of attitude we say embarrass. We will embarrass those kind of attitude. It's wrong. It's unacceptable. You ought to deal with your people, and that's one of the reasons why today I miss Senator Somokupi. Somokupi, one of those individuals that allow us to start sending more time of our people back in Lofa. Even before that time, before we got into politics, we were moving there. So if you took me to Lofa, if you give me the colors now, you move in the bush, I will know how to navigate my way forward. I can climb a palm tree. I can climb a passava tree to tap palm wine, or passava wine, if you will. I know how to navigate my way to get what we call the bamboo worm. I know how to call it the right way, but we can do those things. I want to see those areas be a strange terrain. No, because we ought to be with our people and deal with them. If I were to move in the traditional setting, I would be very traditional. So I mean, it's important, but it's a good thing that the president And when he was vice president, I'm told, I know for a fact that whenever we on our way to Lopasana, he would pass, he always went to his people. And Uncle Joe being a very humble man, very humble man, and when he with his people, you see him, he will exhibit that humble traditional upbringing. He's a humble old man. He's a humble. I may disagree with him in certain areas that I believe that the bread and butter issue have not been sufficiently taken care of. But I believe that traditionally, in terms of his upbringing, he's a humble and very respected man. So these are the kind of things we love to see. Not people that will want to pretend, I see my brother Zango drinking palm when I'm in Lufa because the president is going to Lufa, or then following the president in that kind of sycophantic and opportunistic way. That's wrong. And we ought to condemn some of these things as we move on. Yeah, and that's a warning to some of them that it's important that we checkmate people, but it's also important that if they did some good job, we'll come out and say they have done good job. It's very important. So, St. Timothy, Josh, welcome to the closing argument. Man, I was told that Santa visited you, and you look, you are prepared for all these things that are turning up. I thought I saw you doing this yesterday, and someone told me you went the Basel way to the Senator Rehab Center in the party. But celebrating with those guys. But that was a good thing for the Senator and Kamara. I wanted to gauge your view on that video that I saw of the Senator dancing with these guys. Now, I was very moved yesterday when I saw this testimony on a serious note. I saw the video again today this morning. I was moved and saw them in a celebratory mood, right? These are folks that are being rehabilitated for something that they didn't intentionally want to get into, but somehow they got into it. But this senator and his center tried to rehabilitate them and redirect them and give them a second chance of society. What do you have to say about that quickly? And welcome to the show.
Yes, before the senator comes in, say what you want to say about the senator. I listened to my monitors on stations today, and the senator, overwhelmingly, he has been selected or voted by Liberians as the Senator of the Year. Honestly, there's no argument with that. He's the Lobbying of the Year. He's our voice of reasoning. He's been very effective in his position. I witnessed several Senate hearings when I was in Liberia, and I left from there. I saw how he built the people that was going to testify, and so forth. Even nominees of this government that he supports, he doesn't take it easy with them. He's very tough when it comes to that, and one of the toughest interview I've seen in the Senate when it comes to confirmation. But the senator is here. He don't have much time today, so we'll not waste his time. So let me just bring in the senator. There's the senator Abraham Darius Dillon, the senator of Montserrat County, and arguably the lawmaker of the year, the senator of the year when it comes to the Senate. From the House side, I give it to my man Musa. Musa has been the most vocal representative in the House from the House side. But Senator Dillon, it's a privilege to welcome him to the closing argument again. And welcome, Senator Abraham Darius Dillon. How are you, Senator Dillon? You muted.
Well, glory to God, we're back here. Let me say thank you for the invitation. God is good. Let me say a pleasant good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good day, wherever you are on the social media following or the closing argument. I almost said the class.
Yeah, don't say that. Yeah.
No, but that's the thing now.
Yeah. Maybe this is the beginning of the merger of the closing argument. The class, you know.
My man, don't come. Maybe we'll come to you. But I'm happy to be here. Let me say good evening to the listeners of the closing argument in Liberia, and good day wherever the viewership is viewing from around the world. Tomalin,
Sylvester, to all of you, Jerome, Robert, Sarah, Dopoh, Dr. Peabody, and all of you guys behind this closing argument. I want to say Merry Christmas and a prosperous, happy New Year in advance.
So with Pewee, you get a ball rolling. The senator is very specific on time. So I know I was told that somebody told me they said the houses they get it, the place is packed already. So I don't know at this time of the night. Can you imagine? But anyway, that's his sign for that. The people will always come around if you have that.
No, actually nobody again. I'm expecting my people tomorrow morning.
People have the video camera there. But let's get it started.
Yeah. Before we get started, I was just talking about that just now. Myean and I was talking about one of the representatives of district number 6. They said he went here district, he was haircut and booed by most of his constituents and the rest of that. I said the way we look at our lawmakers sometimes, we don't grade them on the basis of their legislative performance, but we sometimes vent our anger on those people on the basis of them not giving personal largesse to us, and that is quite unfortunate. And we ought to change that moving forward. And you expect that, trust me. Tomorrow the 1603, the other side of 1603, actually in the morning, and that's a regular, usual thing you expect. I hope it will change over the time, over the period, and moving on, that lawmakers will not be pushed to giving personal help and all the things again. Maybe they invited this, but it's a problem for the country. But Senator, let me say to you quick, welcome again, and I want to say to you a Merry Christmas and a very prosperous 2026 to you and the I said first to the pro tem and the rest of the 29 senators. We wish you, all of you guys, abundant God blessing as we move into the new year. But before we can start with you, we just want you to begin the show tonight by telling us how was your day yesterday with those I don't want to call them Zogo, but less privileged of those that are currently on drugs and trying to get rehabilitated to be given second chance. How was you? How was your day with them? Because I saw you dancing. I didn't know. I doubted your skill to dance. Sometimes I see you other areas to sometimes we just shake up around the parliament.
No,
but yesterday I saw you.
Parliament.
Yeah.
Tomalin saw you at parliament.
Yeah. But how was it yesterday? And before you come in, let me say thank you for at least sharing with them yesterday, making them feel that there are people that also consider them. So, but how was it yesterday? Let's start with that.
Well, it has always been a mixture of emotion and joy. As flawed as we are as human beings, and imperfect as I am, I made it a conscious and passionate duty that part of a little legacy that I may leave serving people as senator will be to impact lives, especially when it comes to rehabilitating our people from drug addiction and substance abuse. The center has been operating since 2021. The group you saw there yesterday represents the 6th batch. We have been doing this from time to time since 2021. The first 4 batches were all male. The 5th batch, all female, and the group you saw yesterday represents the 6th batch. They began in essence early August. They are recovering, as you could see them. We're looking forward, hopefully, to putting it out sometime in January or February. And so yesterday was a happy moment. We went to share the joy of Christmas with them, something that has eluded them for years in the ghetto and on the street with our homes.
Some of them from very good family, well-to-do, but different situation. Put them in the drug thing, and they lost the place with their families, their communities, and the loved ones. And so we decided to put a smile on their faces. They're no longer sleeping in the graveyard. They're no longer sleeping just anywhere. They got some comfort where they are. And it's always a happy time when we're with them. For me, that center is not politics. No. Whether you like the way I voted, whether you love my political lineage, whether you love what I do as a politician, that rehab center caters to everybody. Christian, Muslim, people who don't know whether they know God or that. That rehab center does not cater only to residents of Montserrat County. Right now, we have 4 female in there from Bon County, 2 from Magebe, and the rest from Montserrat and Grand-Bassa County. We have rehabilitated young men from Bon County, from Magebe, from Kipma, from Grand-Bassa, Montserrat largely. So, yeah, I felt good. They felt good too. I'm like a father figure to them. But our rehab center is not operating because Darius Dillon wants it to operate. It's operating because there are people of Google who have a board chaired by Joshua Port. They're in Minnesota. Pauline Myean, Vera Dixon, Aaron Port, Myean King Kamara, Initials Satya here in Liberia, and the administrative director. We got 18 staff at the center. While we are rehabilitating people, that center is also a source for employment. We have 18 staff: security, kitchen staff, administrative staff, clinician, psychiatrist, and you name them. I always feel that I'm fulfilled with the gospel music that says, if I can help somebody as I pass this way, then my living shall not be in vain. That's how I want to respond to you, Sylvester. You muted.
Sorry. Before I can bring too many in, I just wanted to use it quickly so you just and quickly also respond to it, then we'll bring the rest of the folks in. Senator, is there any plan, and I was saying this when I just concluded monologue before you came in, is there any plan to extend this nationally so that there can be some legislation to help the country wherein this, they even set the center you even have now that will also benefit from it can also be included tomorrow. Is there any national plan to enact any law that will move that every year moving forward, even generation after your children will come a year that our father or 3 days in the legislature, there was an act push to help less privileged of jobs addicted to youth. It doesn't plan to legislate anything for our country?
Look, we have plenty of laws. The implementation is the problem, has always been, largely. Let me welcome Seleke Kromah, even though he should have welcomed me, you have been man. Don't be the age here to
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Seleke.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, so thank you. The 2022 drug law that we passed made a very strong room and provision for rehabilitation across the country. Under the Ministry of Justice, we have the Corrections Bureau. We have passed a law to make an autonomy out of the Corrections Bureau, because I think from the founding of Liberia, I may be wrong, but for a long time, maybe our country, one of the countries left on earth where if you went to jail as a rogue, the only thing that you rehabilitated when you come out of there is somebody preach to you to convert to Jesus Christ or Islam. No skills training in our correction centers. Nothing. So you got repeat offenders. People go to jail for bad behavior. They come out of there almost the same. In other countries, people are sentenced to jail. Even while in jail, they complete school. They go to they go to school. They have academic school or lessons in their prison compound. In Liberia, rehabilitation is completely lost, but the laws are on the book. So under the rescue government, we are making deliberate, intentional effort to do, and the corrections act passed by the legislature under this government was proposed by the government of President Weah. In fact, it was interesting that when President Weah proposed the Corrections Bureau, the independence of the Corrections Bureau, that act, I sponsored it on the floor, even though I was an opposition senator. But rehabilitation is thing I am very passionate about, and I didn't see politics where President Weah did that. So I sponsored it on the floor and we fought, and thankfully we passed it this year under President Bouaka, and we're looking forward to the House concurring so that President Bouaka can approve that law so that the Corrections Bureau can be autonomous. And with the Corrections Bureau blending with the drug law on rehabilitation, we can have a national plan, national agenda that can be funded by the budget on the national front. Regarding funding from government to our rehab center, I've always been uneasy about that. I continue to advise against that because it will present conflict of interest.
Okay. Okay. Quickly, Myean, before somebody can come in, Myean, we wanted to really do this for most of our listeners across can see. Myean, can you just play the video of the senator and most of our friends from the rehab center, please? Good. Senator, again, you know, and before somebody can come in, these are things, and one of my cousins from here called me. She said she was very moved to see that, right? She said to see people that people believe that they have no hope, and government official is trying to move to do things for them in that way. She said she already moved, and she actually extend her best wishes to you and pray that you're going to do the good thing you can do for the Liberia. But too many, George, please come in.
Two nights ago, I was on the class Reloaded, where we were doing some giveaway to our people for Christmas per caller. And a mother called from New Jersey, America, emotionally. She called to say thank you to the rehab center, that her grandson was rehabilitated through that center over a year ago, and he's in New Jersey, America, and doing well. We have photo of another young man who graduated from that rehab center. His parents took him to Nigeria, and he's training with the football of the Nigeria Under 20 national team. Look, the testimonies from that place restoring people to dignity, to sanity, to become productive citizens, to become access to the family and the country. They're plentiful. We have cleaned up and recovered over 200 persons since 2021, and only 3 have gone back into relapse. And we're trying to recover them. We have contact tracers. We are in weekly contact with all of our people who have left our center. We have testimonies of a young man who came for the last graduation. After he graduated over a year ago, he came back. He lives in Kakata, Nagbe County. And he said when he was coming for the graduation to give his testimony, he left his employees at his shop because he is an electronics technician. He left his employees at his shop. There's another young man who was top of his class, graduated with graduate money from Cottontown. He was at a managerial level at a local bank, head of the tellers. Unfortunately, got into drug, and we took him in the center, cleaning up, recovered. Today he's a consultant at the Ministry of Education. I can go on naming and listing, but we don't do all these things because as a politician, if you give me these testimonies, people think it's about politics. Oh, let's say he did it here. No. That center is for all of us. Liberians are beginning to believe and is supporting organizations, social organizations, humanitarian organizations have been making donations, food, kind, and what have you. So God is just good. Senator Nyambikanga Lawrence, the president pro tem, has offered us a facility in Grand Bassa County that we are renovating, a huge facility, so that we can have more people. The Bowie Foundation contributed $10,000 to the center for the upkeep of the girls. What the board did, what we did, we constructed an additional annex to host more people. And we named the annex the Lema and Nyongli Recovery Lodge. And Lema Bowie was there 2 weeks ago to dedicate the annex. We got gifted with 12 laptop computers to open computer skill training. We secured 2 donations and the contribution from the center, from the board. We got 5 sewing machines to add to the skills training while they are there. And by the time they leave from there, they can leave from there with computer skills and sewing, and they're doing baking, they're doing chloride making, and what have you. So, yeah.
Tomalin,
Yes, Senator Dillon, I want to say in this manner, thanks for that effort, for that initiative. I met 2 persons in Liberia. I met a guy who we call Parliament, where politicians in Liberia go to have fun and interact on all sides. I met this guy, and the guy told me that it was a product of the rehabilitation center.
Yeah, that bishop.
Yeah. Somebody told me to say this guy used to be all around, but you see the guy, you won't believe that guy, what he said about him in the past.
He been on drug for more than 20 years.
Yes, I met that.
He from a very good background, very good parent. He got good education. His parents there in Minnesota, and they almost like gave up.
Yeah.
The last time I was in Minnesota, they came to appreciate what we've done. Today, Bishop is working. He sits on the table with us. We're drinking beer.
Yeah. And Bishop always used to wash my car all the time. Today I saw Bishop start drinking beer and together. You know, that's on a serious. I was really happy for him. On a serious note.
That's a testimony, that I was really impressed. And then when I went to when I visited my GD, I met another guy too, who also was a product of that center. But when they say, you see the guy? They man employ people. I said, you say what? See, they man do payroll. I said, but so look, it's just a testimony, and I promise to bring these guys on the show in the coming years so they can get more testimony. Maybe through that they inspire people. But I want to say thank you again. But let's get to business. Senator Dillon, at the end of the session of the legislature, for the holiday season, there were 3 major concession that was ratified. I mean, how do you call it? Whatever it was ratified by the Senate and by legislature. And Liberians, I mean, mixed reaction from Liberians across the globe and abroad. But the question, I think I saw some other senators, other lot of lawmakers went to on their personal page to write their disagreement with this concession that was ratified. But I want you to please take your time and explain to the Liberian people your position, I mean, how you voted and why you voted the way you voted, and the benefits that will come to Liberia or the benefits that we deny Liberians.
So you got to be specific about the
Oranto, the Total, and the HPX. Okay,
so I voted for all three.
Okay.
First thing, HPX, which is now even is not coming to Liberia for iron ore. HPX is like a conveyor or company that wants to transport the ore of a mining company in Guinea, where the ore is, iron ore, to ship it to Liberia from Nema to the port of Pecan. And they will do the road from where the ore is in Guinea to connect to Nema up to where the train track begins in Nema. They will build a train track or railroad from Guinea, where the iron ore is, to connect it to Liberia to Nema County, and then thereon to ship the ore to Pecan Grand Master County. So they are not coming for our mineral, they are not taking our mineral, but the construction of that railroad, which will be a national infrastructure, additional means of transport, will be a good thing for our country. The iron ore in Guinea is the property of the people of Guinea. The reason Ivanhoe, which was HPX before, is using the route to Liberia is because where the iron ore is deposited in Guinea, to take it from there to Conakry, where they have the seaport to ship out of Guinea, is going to take them millions of dollars, billions of dollars. So the shorter route is through Liberia, which is a blessing for us. We gain employment. Liberia will benefit resources, taxes, and other royalty, and what have you. And Liberia will also gain additional means, additional infrastructure in terms of another form of transportation by rail, train. And based upon that, I voted yes for Ivanhoe, which was HPX before. When it comes to Oranto issue became more like a sentimental issue, but with some real concerns. Oranto was here before. 2024, 2004, 2006, Oranto was here. Oranto leased all blocks from Liberia and flipped it to Chevron or other big companies and made millions of dollars. If the government at the time did not put into place the safety, they bought touching the screw, that if you come here to explore for oil, and if you flip
unknown caller,
if you flip this agreement to another company, if you're making $1, Liberia should make $40 or $50 out of Africa. If the former government did not do so, and the country was cheated, does that mean that we cannot correct it now? So we ensure all of these things were part of this agreement. All the safety nets were tighten the screws, and so I'm convinced that Liberia will not be at a loss. The same with Total Energy, practically the same. All of these safety nets were put into place. All of these conditions were incited in the agreement. All of these commitments were made. And I think it's good for our country. The blocks are sitting there. And until a company, an oil company, a drilling company discovers oil in commercial quantity, the blocks are sitting. We are not generating revenue and we're just sitting. We don't know whether we have commercial oil in commercial quantity. So the exploration by Oriental and Total Energy is a good deal for our country and will attract other big oil companies to Liberia so that if exploration can find the drilling of oil in commercial quantity, the country will start to even benefit more. So I voted yes for those two oil contracts.
Okay.
If they don't find oil,
yeah, go ahead.
If they don't find oil in commercial quantity, they will fold up and leave. But Liberia is not going to refund what they have paid in signature fees and other royalties they will pay and other taxes they will pay while they're doing the exploration. While they're doing the exploration, it will also create the opportunity for jobs, employment. It will help expand our economy. After the exploration, when they find oil in commercial quantity, they will go back to the drawing board to enter into a new agreement on how the oil would be from the crude oil now, how it would be done. But for now, it's exploration. They're going to dig to find. If they don't find, they pack up and leave. Liberia loses nothing. If they find, Liberia gains more by a new agreement. And so I voted yes.
Okay, yeah, just follow up because I witnessed the hearing and I left the hearing when Oranto when they talked discussing the Oranto deal.
Right.
And I came from that hearing. I went straight on my page and even went on the show. I said that you and McGill was the MVP for that hearing, because
I followed that show.
Yeah, you guys raised a lot of concern. So
yeah.
My question is, did it satisfy you what the issue you're raising was for you to have voted? Did it satisfy your concerns you had?
The legal documents were displayed. Those were concerns that I had. If a company is supposed to be Liberia Limited, they should have a legal status in Liberia. And they should pay taxes. And the LRA certified that they were good to go. And based upon that, I voted yes.
Okay, and my second question before I go to Seleke. Okay, it's two into one. Because we're running on time, we got to make sure we put everything there, get everything going. The issue about the white permit has been one of your strongest advocates this year.
Right.
And I want to know, the Liberian point, maybe you can tell us the status of it. And also in that same question, I was informed that at B Mountain, I was told that somebody told me, they said, send your guys there early in the morning. You have hundreds of people from Turkey, the Turks there, they are doing jobs that Liberian can do. And I don't know whether the government of Liberia is aware or the Senate is aware, but send your folks there to verify these things, because they have people there who, in the morning you get there, you see them. Hundreds of them are there, and they are doing jobs that Liberians could do. So, I mean, are you aware of that? If so,
yes.
Okay.
Yes. And actions are being taken. 2-3 weeks ago, the Minister of Labor was in my office along with the chairman of the Senate Committee on Labor. I'm humbled to be a member of the Labor Committee of the Senate as well. My focus to put Liberians to job, to make it appear that no job in this economy at all is not true. The unemployment rate is very high. Everybody cannot work in the public sector. We cannot pass concession, and these concessions promise to bring 3,000-4,000 jobs, and then we give 2,000 work permit out of the 3,000 jobs. In my view, in effect, we have not created 3,000 jobs. We have created 1,000 jobs. Because if we give work permit for non-Liberians to take the jobs that Liberians are qualified, suitable, and available to do,
But we're giving work permit to non-Liberians to come do those jobs, like carpentry, plumbing, electrical works, welding, and you name them. Then we have actually not created jobs. We're only giving concession agreements and taking royalty and taxes, but we are not creating jobs. Result of which the economy is not booming, because the more people you put to job, the more taxes they pay, the circular flow of the money in the economy, and you see that more people have their dignity and what have you. They're able to feed their family, they're able to fend for themselves. We as policy makers, that should be our focus. What if I'm from opposition? What if it is a different government? What if it is my own rescue mission government? Our focus should be finding jobs for people, creating the avenue for jobs for people. And the legislature does that. The only place we drop the ball most of the time is this thing we call oversight. Oversight is effective when you have majority standing together on an oversight issue. So if the Minister of Labor is giving a work permit for jobs that Liberians can do, then Liberians won't have the jobs. So my fight and advocacy was, and still is, the job for Liberians. Liberians are qualified, they are available, they are suitable, they must be given those jobs. At B Martin and other places, Western Cluster, that's true. But since we raised this issue, increasing the work permit fee, which was not my fight, according to the minister, and will be demanding statistics from him monthly, it has reduced the number of applicants for work permit by non-Liberians. But the question is, the minister said he has not renewed more than 1,000 plus work permit that expire. Good. Have they advertised the vacancy? Are Liberians getting those jobs? Not renewing the work permit is one thing, but are Liberians being put to job by the non-renewal of the work permit? So so we know about those things that are happening in the labor sector, and trust me, 2026 is really going to be interesting. It's going to be even more robust, because we'll not only be talking about and placing emphasis on work permit and job for Liberians, but how are workers in the labor sector being treated? We'll also be looking at the minimum wage, because under the Decent Work Act, the Minister of Labor is the chairman of the minimum wage board that's supposed to review minimum wage across the country in our labor sector every 5 years, depending on inflation, the current economic environment, the work environment, and what have you. So minimum wage, work permit issue, job for Liberians, fair labor practices in the labor market will be one of our primary advocacy for implementation for our people.
Seleke, you have 2 questions for the senator. You can move on.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
Again, greetings, Senator Dillon, and Merry Christmas to you and your family. Good to see you on the closing argument this evening.
Same to you, my brother.
So again, I want to join everybody on the show to thank you for your effort you're doing at the rehab center in around the rehab area there. That's a great initiative. But glad to hear that you guys have tracking format where you can be able to track people that go back again to the addiction after they leave the rehabilitation center. Because I'm currently in Rwanda going to school, and I'm a leader in the community here for the Liberian community. By the way, I'm the vice chairman here. So on so many occasions, we've noticed a lot of Liberian students, they come here and the parents just take them straight from rehab center, they send them there to school, and they go right back because they don't even get control over it. They live on their own, so they go right back to the same addiction. Some of them have been deported back, and some of them, they are involved with back and forth with police, going to jail, and all of that. So glad to hear that your institution have a tracking system to track the amount of people that go back to that nation. But let's go straight to this deal. That would have been my first question. But this Oriental deal, you as a senator, of Maserado, and many of the senators in the House, all of you, I'm very sure, are fully aware of what Oriental did, in the previous year, in terms of, how the young Liberians took money, went back, and now they came in the country, And so, if, for example, Senator Dillon, if you leave your door open and somebody come to your house and steal from you, and they come back to you, kind of apologize and all of that, you didn't set any precedent. They were not punished at all, and they come back to give them another opportunity to maybe be a gatekeeper of your house, and you go again and give that same person an opportunity, like what we're seeing now with this whole Oriental deal. And I'm told that the reason this deal passed in the House, most of the senators passed the deal, is because the CEO of Oriental has a personal relationship with President Buhari. Can you clarify this on the show tonight? That it was not because of the relationship he shared with the executive, but it was in the interest of the Liberian people, because these people have a bad record in the past, for mistreating Liberians workers, for stealing millions of dollars.
So, Seleke,
you give them a deal.
Seleke, I will slightly depart from your scenario about leaving my door open and somebody coming to steal from me. Oriental, like any other business, came to do business here, and they took advantage of the law. You come, it's in the oil business, everywhere in the world. Flipping, what they call flipping. Somebody can come, secure a license to explore, and they can trade to another company. It is you, the country, that must put into place the safeguards. Oriental did not come here, or Oriental, like any other company, is not coming to Liberia or is not here for humanitarian business. They came to do business to make profit. And if your law is weak, they take advantage of your laws. In the past, Oriental came here, they legally secured or leased a block or several blocks, and in keeping with the practice in the oil market, on the global market, they flipped it. They flipped it for how much you wanted to flip it. How much the Liberian government put into place in the agreement that should you flip this, this what will come to the country. If the government then did not do it, does that mean that Oriental is a bad company? Oriental can here to do business. And I'm not defending Oriental. I'm only saying what the reality is. We, as a country and government, failed to do what we should have done. Now, this government, learning from the past, have decided to put into place all these stringent measures to make sure that you come here to explore in your exploration period of 7 years to 10 years. If you will flip, this is a percentage of how much you will flip will come to the country. We make sure that all of those things are in the new agreement. If they were not in the old agreement before, in 2004 and 2006, we blame ourselves as a country and government then. Now we're learning from our experience from the past, and we're taking the appropriate measures. So that is why I was saying, if the door open and somebody stealing from you, does not fit in, in the other one.
Okay, Senator. But sadly, I will move to another question. But again, you trying to tell us tonight that the first, deal Oriental was given, where they had a very bad record in our country. You're trying to shift the blame on the weakness of our laws, even though the House, you guys have the right to straighten the law if the law is actually weakened.
That's why we're strengthening it now. Because in 2004, most of us now were not in our legislature. In fact, our interim government honored Judy Bryant. Then Ellen Kim, I think Ellen Johnson Seleke inherited that. I'm not, but the Judy Bryant and Ellen Johnson Seleke government and their administration are not the same as the Bwaga Rescue Mission administration. We're taking those schools.
Okay, I'll move on. I'll move on. Even though there should have been a precedent set, there should be questions for them to be able to account for what they did in previous year. Even if our law, whether the government was weak, or whatever it is. But my next question will focus on this, issues that have been circulating on the internet about your proposal to reduce, the salary in the House, especially for lawmakers. Many of your critics, and personally for me, I'll doubt it, and I want you to convince me tonight that this effort you've embarked on to reduce lawmakers' salary, because many people are saying that, look, Senator Dillon, when elected previously, he told us he was not going to ride XYZ car, and the moment you gave him a 9-year mandate, he started driving 45K car, and then the 5K he promised that he was going to take and give the balance to Monserrato. That is not happening. But now again, he's advocating for lawmakers to bring the salaries down. But a lot of people are questioning your honesty. They're saying that you are deceptive, you're not honest about this, this effort and all of that. What can you say to people like us? Because I don't believe that too.
Okay.
Past experiences and what we've heard from you personally on so many in the country. What can you say to us that this is an honest effort you've embarked on that will benefit all the 15 counties and all the electoral districts in the country?
Okay, good. So,
but all Liberia Team.
But he made it long over for the question.
Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
She did. I took the car in 2019. I got inducted August 15, 2019. I took the car that was already procured for the late Senator Jerry Doe Sheriff. I took the car in 2019. I used that car in 2020, and you voted for me. My vote double. You don't laugh. So I didn't take the car after I got elected for 9 years. I took that car in September of 2019. So when it's not about the politics, we can have reasonable conversation. It can be conversational, it can be informative, it can be educating, and I too can learn. People who supported me but did not agree with my support to Joseph Bwaga use these things as something to say they don't flip on his word. I never flipped on my word. Because I took the car and explained why I took the car. When I made the commitment that if you gave me money, like they used to do with lawmakers before I became lawmaker, if you gave me the money with the kind of economy, I will buy a used car. A year or so before I came, in fact, that post I put up, it was in 2015, 2016, thereabout. That you gave me money, I will use used car. I will buy a used car. If you gave me $45,000, I will buy a used car, and the rest of money will go back to the country. But the policy changed before I became lawmaker. A car was already procured. I took the car in September. I got in a car and came back to you, and you re-elected me for 9 years. So you can say
this is not about me. Don't make it.
No, I'm talking generally, not talking generally.
Okay.
Can you understand? So people would. So I can understand when when opposition, the CDC people talk about car and want to spin my voice. But when all of us who were in CPP, and because of the confusion in CPP, people say, oh, they don't change the war using car and this and that. It's not true, because in 2019, you, the people elected me with over 100,000 votes. And our inner car, campaigning in our car, when you, the people elected me with over 200,000 votes. So the car will not be an issue. People only using it for politics. Today, the government changed that policy that they had before 2015, 2016, where they were giving lawmakers cash transportation reimbursement allowance for them to decide to buy for the transportation allowance. And when you use car, there are some very doable used cars available. But government policy flipped since 2015, 2016 that they're not buying no used car for public officials. They will buy new cars for public officials. And I was not expected to walk, trek, or stroll to work and go about meeting with people in my function. So I took the car. My decision was informed by that. I took the car, explained to you, to people, and you re-elected me with over 200,000 votes. Now, the car aside, in 2020, I put a bill on the floor. In 2020, CDC rejected the bill. People say, oh, they don't go to re-election, he's making more, you want other reduce, they want reduce the salary. So in 2024, I reintroduced a bill. In 2024, under this government, last October. But let's break it down even further. Let's assume, take it I'm not sincere, I'm deceptive, I'm fake. If 100 lawmakers, including myself, will agree to make law for us to make $5,000, everything put together, $5,000 at the end of the month, it will be $500,000 every month will save the country. And if you times 5,000 times 12, 500,000 times 12 months in a year, it will give $6 million. You join me in my fakery, in my deception. You call all the other lawmakers, or in majority, let's pass a law, let me 5,000. Let's see if it's $6 million every year that the country will save and to put into other sectors. Let's see if it will be fake. Let's see if it will be deceptive. That's my challenge. That's my challenge. Or since I'm supposed to be fake and deceptive, let's find somebody who is genuine, one lawmaker who is genuine to draft that course. I will support it today. Let's find one lawmaker who said no, even 5,000 is still plenty. Let it 3,000. Let one lawmaker who is genuine, the mean, lead the cause, and I will vote for it. Let's see then if the money that will save the country by reducing that monthly thing from the legislature. Let's see if it will be fake or deceptive. It will put it in health, it will put it in education, it will put it in agriculture. Now you see, if we have the courage in majority to pass our salary at 5,000 monthly, everything, we have the courage to reduce the president, the vice president, and cabinet ministers and directors and commissioners of public entities. We have the courage by law, because of what the law requires. We have the courage by law to set the salary of the chief justice, the associate justices, and judges and people in the judiciary. That's the authority we have by the constitutional provision. But we must start with ourselves. So since I'm fake, since I'm doing it for re-election, since I'm doing it for the other way, you'll find somebody who's genuine. Or if I'm fake, but all the genuine people in one top of it, then you leave lawmakers salary payment. Since the only fake person is the one who's talking about it, and all the genuine people ain't get time for it, then you leave lawmakers salary. That's my own challenge too.
Thank you, Senator. Before we move on, we respect the view of all of our panelists. They have the right to post the caution, and I think, but beyond this caution, I've tried to go a little bit further, Senator, on the take it to another level, if you will. The President of the Republic just recently had a first, I don't want to call that major press briefing with the people, where he sat in LBS and 3 Liberian journalists engaging to talk about national issues, if you will. And I guess you follow it at the time because you're very political. The President, there are a lot of things, and you stated something about this Lofa County project and all those things, and now you talk to the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs. He said he had no clue whatsoever. And now you listen to the President of the Republic as a sitting Liberian senator. The President said he himself, as President of the Republic, he had no clue whatsoever about the project until now that he got informed about it. As a senator, and he also stated in that interview that there's no message from him as the rescue captain to take to the people across the country because he don't know how to go tell the people. What is your own feedback about the President of the Republic of Liberia sounding so disoriented, in my belief, about major national issues? As a senator, what do you really have to say about that? Because building something that was not budgeted, and the President himself said he didn't know nothing whatsoever. I just want to personally engage your thought process of it as a national senator of our republic. Though you represent Moserado, but you are a senator of the republic. What's your thought process on
that? Look, when the current Minister of State came for confirmation,
John Lasmus today,
I asked him about that project. And he said he wasn't clear with the information. I should give him some time to ask some questions. And he committed that he would get back to us. But interestingly and thankfully, the President himself has spoken. What I can tell you as a senator and as a senator of the rescue mission, I am discussing with the President on his matter before I make a public opinion on it.
Were you disappointed in his response?
No. I don't want to be disappointed that if he explains to me or I get a proper understanding, then I can become appointed again. Normally, I like to save my opinion on things and be properly informed so my opinion, my position can be informed. That's why I'm thorough in asking questions for education and for information so that they can inform my statements.
So what's your feedback on the President telling us, the Liberian people, that he got nothing to tell us to go in the county and talk to the people? Nothing, there's no message for the people. As per
I don't remember him saying that. Unless you have a clip, unless you have a clip so that I can understand the context. But the President spoke to almost everything when he was on ERBC. The President spoke to the stability of electricity. The President spoke to the dropping prices of basic commodities, gasoline, food, rice, other stuff. The President spoke to road expansion across the country. The President spoke to re-imaging Liberia with the international partners. The President spoke to the respect Liberia is earning in the international diplomatic circle. I heard the President speak to all of those things. But I didn't get that part. So if you have that clip of him saying that, you want to play it so I can understand the context in which he said it.
Okay, I will hold on for now and allow other. I don't know. Is it Gongloe?
Go over that clip.
Yeah, no, I will get it clear. Gongloe, is Gongloe, you welcome. I thought it's been a very long time. How for you? Good to see you this evening. But before we get to you, Gongloe, I think we will just make a 1 minute intro, and then a few seconds, then we move on to Tomalin. Then we'll get back to you after Sidiki. But welcome to the show.
I would say move to Tomalin. I don't want to make an introduction. I think I spoke to the senator about 2 weeks ago.
So I don't introduction, but I have question or follow-up question based on the FOIA gate to ask the senator. So
okay. Since you just came in, the fact that you just came in, I will let you make your follow-up question to the FOIA gate, and then we move on. Go ahead.
No, but the, somebody's one of our panelists, is at work, but she on her break, so she want to have this question before she break. And so, can you please?
I'll let our panelists go. I'll let the person go.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, Senator, I want to say thank you so much for the great work you are doing with your rehab.
Can you please introduce yourself, please? We don't know who's talking to us.
Sorry. Senator.
I'm Sarah speaking. Sylvester, you don't know Sarah.
I cannot be here and Sarah ain't come on. Even if she would take 1 minute break from her work to come give me a time.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Sarah Dopoh. I really wanted to be on the show, but unfortunately I had to come to work. But I'm on break now, so being religiously following the discussion, and I decided to call on my break to ask my question. And I want to say thank you so much for the rehab center. I heard the testimonies and stuff, and this is exactly what we need for our people. So I just want to commend you for that. And I say kudos to you and great work. Continue the great work. But
come to the hard question now.
My question here is, what did you guys, with regards to the Toronto deal, did you guys get any signature fee in the tune of $200 million for those deals? It doesn't matter whether it was the alcohol, any one of those deals. Did you guys get any money for each house for that deal? Sir.
You mean as in consideration for the legislature to do its work?
Yes. Any signature fee or whatsoever, did you guys?
There's signature fee, but for the government through the government consolidated account.
So the signature fee goes to the government consolidated account?
Yes, for the budget, for the national budget.
Okay, all right. Thank you. And
every contract at that level, most of the time, always have signature fee.
Oh, okay.
But it goes to the government account.
Okay. All right. So my next question would be, I heard you talking about the work permit issue, and then so are you talking about to say you made a comment that to say that this government is not producing jobs or whatever is not true. But what is your reliance? Because we don't have any job report. We don't have any data to tell the Liberian people, okay, this is the amount of people that are, all of the things we do is information and there's no real statistics. Can you hold the labor minister accountable so that he can work on this to make sure that they are giving the Liberian people data on what's the percentage of people that are unemployed and what's the percentage of people that have, gotten employment through the government or through private agency. Can you guys do that for the Liberian people?
Yeah, it's part of the conclusions we had from the Senate Committee on Labor that was approved by plenary, that the minister will start to give quarterly job statistical report. How many jobs were added, how many jobs were lost, and why. We want to know how many jobs we have in the labor market, why we're losing jobs, what kind of new job is attracting, what kind of new create or job opportunity that is attracting more people to that. Say for instance, if you have 10 companies coming with for transportation, coming to do transportation business, that means you need more people who would know how to learn to drive, professional drivers. So you want to know that kind of thing. The statistical report should tell us how many jobs we have in the labor market, how many were added every quarter, how many were lost every quarter, and why, and what the new attraction that people can now go there, learn trade in so that they can also get job in those areas. So yes, we're doing that.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Kehleboe, you move on. Just move and ask the question, then we'll move on to Tomalin. No, Tomalin will come to you. You just wanted to ask a follow-up question. We just ask him. We'll come to you. Go ahead, Kehleboe, quickly.
Okay, so follow-up question, but Senator, how you doing?
Nobody just follow-up question. Just ask a follow-up question, please.
Let's speak to me, man. I'm a Gongloe friend. Why are you doing so? I'm a father.
I'm just being polite. That's all. So,
Merry Christmas, greetings, Kehleboe.
Yeah, thank you. I'll send to you. I have a follow-up question, but then just one of my own, because I was going to ask this question that Pewee asked. He went ahead of me and kind of took that away from me. You know, I listened to President Bouakai interview religiously, and personally, before I asked the question, I was quite embarrassed when the president of the nation said he had no knowledge of that project. And to quote him, said, they knew, in quotation, they knew. If they had informed me, I would have rejected it. That means it's a bad idea. Even to this point in his mind, it was a bad idea. Okay? And for me, I don't know what is your opinion. It represents a security risk that the entire nation, this commander-in-chief of the country, had no idea that a foreign organization was not taking a project on the within the territorial limit of the country. Our security forces were not aware. That means the president was not aware. If they kept that away from the president, it means there is a potential tomorrow they could even keep something far more serious and dangerous away from him. So my question to you on this is, Senator Telom, do you think that there should be an independent commission of inquiry on this FOIA gate, led by you at the legislature? You should lead that process.
That is why I said earlier, I was speaking here not only as a senator, I'm chairman on Foreign Affairs of the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs. And I'm also a ranking member of the Senate Committee on Defense, Security, and Intelligence. In order for us to make an informed public position on this matter, we need, especially so as members of this government, even though from different branches, we need to be properly informed. So I am in touch with the president, except that he has been gearing up to go to Dopoh. He's in Dopoh, so I'm waiting for the festive season to end so that we can have a proper, clear understanding. The genesis of this, how was the idea derived? Who are they? Are they the ministers? Are they the security people? Who are the president was talking about, as you were quoting? Those things will be informed when we properly sit to have a discussion over this matter. And I can commit to the public that I always do. Look, I'm the only senator, and I'm not trying to act like I'm Mr. Something, but I'm the only senator who asked about the Dopoh project in the Senate during the confirmation hearing of the now Minister of State, who replaced Minister Grisby, who peace be to him, has just passed. And the answer was, I don't have a clear understanding. I will have to go to ask questions. That was the response from the nominee at the time. Now I'm not asking the nominee, who is now the Minister of State, any longer, because the president, who is his boss, has finally spoken to this matter as chairman on Foreign Affairs, because it has international, regional implication, according to the president. It also has security implication, and as member of the Security Committee of the Senate, I need to be properly informed from the main source, the direct source, in order for us to know what position or decision to take on this matter.
All right, so just my last question on this. I'm taking you back to 2017 elections.
We're holding you there for the follow-up question, and we'll come back to you. So we'll go back, we'll come back to you. So,
try not to finish it, then Tomalin go.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to take you back to 2017 election.
Yes, sir.
You were the vice chair for political affairs for the Liberia Team.
Before you continue, quickly, let me do the clarify. I forget. This project is not linked to any international group. It's not the MRU. The MRU vehemently rejected that they put that project there. The project, the presidency did it, so it's a government project. I just wanted to do the clarity before you move on. So go ahead.
The president said it is a Liberian project in the name of in the spirit of the Monroe Union. Now I don't want to opine on this matter. I don't want to make a judgment on this matter. As a ranking member of this government, I have a responsibility to ask questions from within before I speak from us. And before I speak,
fair enough, Senator. I just wanted to ask clarity. Go ahead, Bible. Go ahead.
I'll go ahead and ask my question, but we can't debate. All of us listen to the president. The president said all of the Monroe Union country will be contributing. He was very clear on that contribution.
Will be contributing. The meaning maybe they contribute.
Will be. They have to give it. Go ahead, please. Go ahead with your question.
Let us not debate that. All of us listen. So in
will be contributing. They didn't get a dime yet. So go ahead.
Why you think? Oh, you the moderator, sir.
Okay. So
yeah, I wanted to go ahead.
Okay. In 2017, Senator, you are the vice chair for political affairs for the Liberty Party.
Yes,
and
sir.
Also a member of the campaign team for Liberty Party, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. In that campaign, the late Senator Bronsky, may his soul rest in peace, accused the current president, then Vice President Boakai, of being a tribalist and gave a Latin reasons. Now you close to President Boakai, you're working with it. I want to ask you the simple question. Do you believe he's a tribalist?
No, from his action, no.
But in 2017, did you believe on the accusation that he was a tribalist?
I did not say that.
It was your campaign message. It was Liberty Party campaign message, and you're part of that campaign.
So, Boakai has demonstrated that he's not a tribalist. I'm a dealer.
Oh, okay.
I'm a dealer.
I want to play this. Yeah.
I'm a dealer in close ranks with Joseph Boakai. Yeah, Baza Congo.
Oh, really?
Yeah, of course. Chuchu Horton. He's a Congo. I can go on naming the number of people and from different tribes and different parts of the country that are in Boakai's government.
I actually respect that you're a Congo man. I actually respect that. I'm advocate for that. Yeah.
My father, Reverend Dylan, we have no identity crisis. My father is from the Congo, heavy money from the Congo background. My mother, Kubasa from Roses.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Say Tomalin George. I will give you. So what we do now, the fact that we coming up. Raul, welcome to the show. We have tonight Senator Ibrahim Dara Delon from Mosurara County as our guest. Welcome. Tomalin, we will move to just one question each, and then we'll go around again because we need to keep the senator on time so that we can't keep him waiting for a very long time. So go ahead with the next question, Tomalin, please.
Okay, Senator Delon, I'll stay on this low-fast issue, right? Bermin, please correct me. The mere fact that our constitution provides that before I think you guys have the power to the legislature to erect what that structures in FOIA, it must meet legislative approval, I think, before such is undertaken. But the mere fact that the government they have done this project without legislative approval is already is a violation. So the legislature, I think, we're expecting to act to take the necessary. I mean, you can't break the structure down. We want it, but there must be consequence for what happened. It's violation of the Constitution. So I think you say you take a look at you as a president, but just from the get-go now, will you guys get your legislative sites appropriately on why you guys are left in the court?
Look, Tomalin, you guys know me. Whether I'm supposed to be from opposition or the ruling party or the current government, we have courage to ask questions. We have courage to stand up for what we believe is right and correct what should be wrong. But I made it very clear here that as a ranking member of this government, I'm not going to make uninformed opinion and take a position. I have to sit with the president to get a profound understanding of the origin, the genesis of this project, so that we can know the kind of appropriate action we should take, should we have to take a decision, especially from the Senate level.
Pewee, say one question, someone, one question all. Pewee, you muted.
So okay, Raul is not here. Mr. Sita, welcome. We have tonight with us Senator Abraham Dara DeLong, one of Liberia's outspoken senators. So welcome to the show, and we'll give you the time to ask your question, and then we move on, please.
Thank you very much, Senator Dillon. Welcome again, and happy to see you. Merry Christmas. I know you provided a little bit of answer to Chief Tomalin George's question, but I'm kind of a little bit baffled over the mere fact that you were here several weeks ago. The issue of the LOFA project was raised. You indicated to the Liberian people on this platform that the Senate was going to investigate, and you indicated that the now confirmed Minister of State, Steve Stickwell, was coming for confirmation hearing, and you all will have asked him about this LOFA project. Steve appeared, and he told you that he had no knowledge of the project and that he was going to investigate. The president has finally come out to say the project is a Mano River Union project. He has no knowledge, and nobody told him from the get-go when it was being constructed, because if they had told him, he would have stopped it. The question to you, in the wake of this revelation by the president, and now you are saying that you have to go back to asking, is this government being fair to the Liberian people when it comes to transparency with respect to that project?
So I will not answer that question until I get a fair, clear understanding. I will sit with the president so the president can let us know how this project originated, who are they that started the project, and the source of the funding. When I was here the last time, I said to you that the Minister of State designate is appearing for confirmation hearing, and I would ask him because he should be the proper authority to respond to that. And I did ask that question. If I was the only senator who asked that question. And he said he was not aware, but upon his confirmation, he will ask questions. The nominee said he was not the Minister of State. He was not at a place where he would probably know. So upon his confirmation, he will ask questions and get back to the Senate. Now, I'm not going to get back to the Minister of State because the president himself has spoken. And I need clarity. But the president has spoken just around the festive season, and everybody running for Christmas is going to LOFA. I just said that upon his return after the Christmas and the New Year holidays, I will sit with the president, I will get a clear understanding, and then we will pick up that matter from there to determine whether it is a matter for Senate action or for even more clarity.
A follow-up question. Will you let the Liberian people know when you ask the president your question and you get the information that you are wanting? If you get it from the president, will you let the Liberian people know?
Why not? Why not? It's a public thing. It's just I don't want to pass judgment and form opinion already uninformed, especially for where I sit as a policy maker and a ranking member of the government.
That's my question. Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you. I think it's my turn, right?
Yes, Seleke, go ahead. So go ahead with the next question. Then we come back to Tomalin. I will come back to Tomalin. Go ahead, Seleke.
So how long you got us now? Please let us know so we'll be conscious of the time.
Let's go. I will get you hands up. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, good. Look, Senator Dillon, I know you mean well, but again, this is the same embarrassment everybody was trying to avoid during the election. And we told you guys that Joseph Boakai, or 82 years old president, cannot be the man we can give a struggling country like Liberia to. But all of you, like you right now, you say you will inform the president. All the questions you are being asked, Senator Dillon, you don't need to talk to the president. Let me remind you about something quick.
But Seleke, I answer all the questions beside the one you want me to answer your way.
Okay, Senator, let me say a bit question.
Go ahead.
A few weeks ago, Henry Costa, your best friend, I'm sure you still share a very good relationship with Costa.
Of course, sure.
Costa came on Spoon TV and accused people in Yombly that President Boakai didn't want a current justice minister. But you in Yombly resisted.
That's what Costa said?
Yeah, of course.
No, that's not what Costa said.
No,
Seleke. No, Seleke. No, but your premise is already wrong. Let me tell you what Costa said. Let me tell you what Costa said.
Okay.
Costa said it was Nyenwolo and Dillon who recommended the Minister of Justice. Costa never said that the president won't move the Justice Minister and Dillon and Nyenwolo resisted.
I didn't say remove. I didn't say remove. I said before you can do the recommendation, and now you are validating what Costa said.
No, Costa but you are not quoting Costa right.
The choice for the Minister of Justice post.
Yes, we did. Yeah, that's true. So what were we resisting?
Yeah, you resisted the president choice and appointed your own guy.
That's not what Costa said, and that's not what happened.
Okay, let's move on.
Everybody listen. No, we can't just move on because you're not a whole accountable. First thing, you cannot say what Costa did not say.
I will share the video with you, Senator Dillon.
I have the video. Costa said he's calling on Dillon and Nyenwolo to pressure the Minister of Justice to push for prosecution because it is their recommendation. There was no time Costa talk about us resisting anything with the president. Seleke, let's be fair, man.
So here is Senator Dillon.
You want to admit that one? Okay, I was going to admit you want to admit that one.
No, I can't admit because I listen to what I hear.
Okay. Maybe you are what you wanted to hear, but I'm what Costa said, so I'm correcting you on the record.
Again, Senator Dillon.
Yes, sir.
This issue about the Lofa County project, basically everybody here, you don't need to go and sit with the president. This has to do with who is in charge of this government. The president told us publicly, you listened to that interview, that if they're going to inform him about the Lofa project, he was going to resist.
Who did?
I don't know, but he said if
exactly. So don't you think I should ask the president who did?
So the thing here is everybody is asking now. Does the president now know those that are constructing that project? How many people, since you're going to resist previously, how many people have been fired from the government for initiating a project that you, the president of the country, don't do anything about? And this is the main you're to us that you're even brought a scenario and say the presidency is not a job somebody can be throwing black on our head. And so we should give the country to an 82 years old man. And you're even planning to elect him again come 2029.
So I think your question is even more political. That's the thing we can have issue with. Because when you want to do the politics, then your question is all related with politics. I mean, you already talked to your mind with politics. I've answered the Lofa issue. I've answered the Lofa issue responsibly. I've answered the Lofa issue responsibly, but you want your answer. And when you start going to 2029, then you are even more political. So, Flo, go ahead.
No, so again, I will close.
So, Seleke, tell us about to complete the question so we move on, please.
Yeah, let me conclude.
Yeah, please. Yeah, 30 seconds, please.
Seems like the senator don't want to answer my question, so I will conclude.
No, I answer your question.
But I will conclude by saying the president is not in charge. Senator Dillon cannot continue to make excuse for the president and say, trust me, Mr. Jackson, Senator Dillon will not come back to the public and tell us, oh, Joseph Boakai told me this about the LOFA project. That's the end of it.
Okay.
You know, so you don't need to speak to the president before answering this question. It's just about moral, who is in charge of this government.
Okay. Who's the president of Liberia? Seleke, who's the president of Liberia?
He is the president, but he's not in charge, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Who been sacking people? Who been suspending people?
No. How many people have been sacked?
More than 22.
Yeah, can you?
More than 22, but you're not following because you don't want to follow, because you already determined that you don't have to be president. Only Ellis comments. I told you to stop blocking your mouth with politics and opium. But you talk about 2029 or what a Boakai will run 2029. Why you
We'll move on. Thank you, Seleke. We'll move on. We'll move on to Robert. Robert, please go ahead. We call you first, but you went off, unfortunately. Please go ahead, Robert, with your question to the center. As a matter of issue, we have Senator Abraham Darius Dodon, so Robert, continue, please.
Thank you, Sylvester. Great show so far, and I've been patiently waiting. Senator, welcome to the closing argument again. You are not a stranger here with us, and in as much as we grade you, all of the time you are grilled on this show. You continue to make yourself available, and I've got to give you credit for that. I had a question outside of this whole project thing, but since we're talking about it, let me. I know you've already answered this question, right? But since you are chair on the foreign affairs committee, let me put it in this perspective. I listened to the president, and I also read the press release by the deputy minister of information, Daniel Sandu, where he talked about the MRU, and he talked about the contributors to this project. He talked about national, regional, and global entities. And then he talked about private individuals and businesses. And I don't have the kind of experience you have as a legislator and the role that you play on the Foreign Affairs Committee. But as a Liberian with some common sense, this is troubling. It's troubling that you have such a project, and they've applied this significant amount of security reference on this project. This project is nearing completion. It's estimated to cost, according to the Deputy Minister of Information, $6.1 million. And even now, there are some serious minded Liberians in the lower and upper house that were not aware of this project, including the president of Liberia. Isn't it troubling to you to hear that a project is going to cost $6.1 million, is 85 to 90% near completion? There will be private businesses and private entities that will contribute to a national project that has not gone through budgetary allotment and legislative approval. Isn't this troubling to you? Listen, I believe you. I believe that you're going to talk to the president, because in as much as we hit you hard, I think you've been one of those outstanding senators. You've come out, you've spoken out. You may not have spoken out as strong as you spoke out against the city government, but you have spoken out, right? So I believe when you said you're going to come back, but forget coming back. Just looking at this from face value, isn't this troubling? And if George Weah would have done this, do you think that the kind of caution that we are taking now will be taken under George Weah administration if this were to happen under his administration, or any other administration for that matter?
Look, for a project of that magnitude to be constructed in Liberia, and we have to be taking time, all this time, to be giving narratives, of course it is troubling. Of course. But I have insisted here that now that the president has spoken, I'm not also going to be speaking just because I want to speak, especially so that I have proximity to the president. I have a mature responsibility and duty to ask him questions. And then, as a senator, then I can take it up from that level. But until then, I think it would be irresponsible on my part, in the name of politics, to prove that I can speak, to just come make a position statement, or it's wrong, or it's right. And then when I get the proper information, the president said, had they informed him, he would have rejected. But maybe the information they gave the president, and the president is already on, well, it started with him. So I want to sit with the president so I can know who the day and how was this project, how was it breathed, and the source of funding. And I owe it to the public as a senator and a member of the government to say I had a discussion with the president. My understanding of this project, the origin, the source of funding, makes sense. We can go along, or I'm not still clear. We need a panel investigation. But to come here now, because some people want me to come to outright condemn the project, then I'm a tough guy. No, I will be immature when I do that, especially having proximity with the president to ask him questions for clarity first before making a position.
Okay, I will give you the benefit of the doubt, and I will do that because listen, you don't hide, right? You've always made yourself available. There are a lot of folks in your position that have not made themselves available. They're media shy, and they are specifically closing argument shy because they don't want to be grilled and asked a tough question. So I'll give you that. But before I ask the last question, I will do what you can do right now, because you are the more responsible guy given the position you hold. I'm not. I'm a regular citizen. But the president has failed on this issue, and I think the president has exhibited his lack of leadership on this issue, because even if you assert that I was unaware of this issue, I was unaware of this matter, and had I known, I would have rejected it. The question then becomes, well, you are aware now. What have you done? Has anyone been fired?
Exactly
Has anyone
right.
been fired?
Exactly right. Maybe now that he knows, maybe the explanation makes sense to him. So let me explain to me so the explanation can make sense to me or not to their Kamara.
Yeah, and I wait for you guys to have that
But
conversation.
apparently,
The second question, please. Time we got other people got to come in. The second question, please.
Bravo, ask the second question. We're having conversation.
No,
Bravo, ask this question. No, he want to ask more questions on the Dofa issue. Rob.
No, he asked the second question. That's a follow-up he has done now. But anyway,
yeah.
Okay.
You're there, Rob. Ask the question.
Go ahead. Mr. Seaton is not the moderator. I don't pay him no mind. Sylvester is the moderator.
Yeah. So Rob.
Yes, sir.
That's precisely the point. Look, it's easy to condemn. I was there before. It's easy to condemn. And sometimes the condemnation can be because of lack of the proper information given to you. The failure to give the information. Let's take, for instance, under the Myean government. In fact, it was a taboo for me to even see the president. I was declared security threat. In fact, I was the most sought after. How would I have gotten information? I just said on the show, even with my critical opposition role I play in the joint Myean government as a senator, when President Myean submitted the bill to give the Corrections Bureau autonomy, I sponsored it on the floor. Because for any bill to get on the floor, whether coming from the executive, directly from the president, or any other source, it must be sponsored on the floor by a lawmaker. In the Senate, I, on the record, sponsored it. Because that's something about corrections and rehabilitation, which is my passion. At that time, I did not see politics. I did not see George Weah as a president who and I probably would not get along. I saw something from a nationalistic position, and that's something that I was informed about. That's something I have vested interest with information about. And I did that. So it was not about politics. It was not rejected because George Weah brought it. It was accepted even though George Weah brought it. As president, that bill, I sponsored it on the floor. I'm trying to tell you that my positions can be because I'm opposition or in position. My position on issues must be informed. Those things I'm not informed about, and I talk it out. And the thing about this country, don't have small conscience to say, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I came on radio to say, this private jet issue, I think we're wrong, President. We didn't have the detailed information about the complexities, about traveling in the region, the security complications, all those things. When I said, look, I don't owe President Weah an apology for bashing me about the private jet, especially in the region and all that stuff. People say, oh, tell an apology, messy. I got conscience to know that my statement was uninformed. I was saying to them, but in this country, don't do it. Even if you did something wrong, you said something wrong, and Jesus Christ, who will believe in our Christians, brought the evidence and say you are wrong, just say Jesus doctored that video. You get people supporting you. We don't have conscience. We don't have courage to admit when we're wrong. So one who has conscience and courage to do that is alien in our country. In fact, they use it as a negative on you. So I'm saying to you, Rob, I'm not going to sit there and condemn. I will be properly informed before I make opposition.
Thank you. Let's move on. My last question. Tomorrow is Christmas Day. Please stop calling me. I got to ask this last question. Tomorrow is Christmas Day, and there are multiple reports about salary deficits. There are credible reports that ministries and several ministries and agencies have not been paid for the holiday, including legislative staffers and teachers. I'm not sure if you are aware of this, but we're getting reports that there's some legislative staffers that I've spoken to. They are afraid to come out and speak out publicly. They're afraid of losing their jobs. But the president is in Lofa, celebrating with 24 cows at a budget of allegedly $340,000. And I'm hearing that the traffic is not much of a traffic, and because folks don't have the money to go out and do what they need to do. Are you aware of folks that have not gotten paid even before the holiday season? Some folks have not gotten paid for 3-4 months. I've heard. What's going on with that? Should the president be in Lofa celebrating with his folks in the county while others in Monrovia and other parts of the country starve?
I have been taking pay for December as a senator. So it's not only legislative staff.
Interesting.
This evening, the Minister of Finance issued a statement to the effect that they had issues with the banks, some of the banks, but they have paid this evening up to 95% of government employees. Some government employees have been taking pay. Our legislative staffers have not taken pay. Lawmakers, including myself, we have been taking pay. But we can ask questions about ourselves because it will appear that we get there for ourselves. We have a challenge, and we're looking forward to the Ministry of Finance setting that challenge. It's unfortunate. It should not happen. We know Christmas was coming since January. We should have paid our people. We should have paid our people. It is not a good uptake, whether it is Christmas time or not. When people work, they must take their pay. Work for pay. Pay for work.
Thank you. Sylvester, back to you.
Thank you, Robert. I've said that, so from now, I will guess so because the center, we don't want to keep it long, so I will hold myself here and I will go back to Tomalin is here. Tomalin, I will go back to
Sorry,
you.
It's 19 minutes or 12, so I'm here till 12.
Okay. So
Dan, Senator,
Okay. Good.
Give up 30 more minutes, man.
But then let's Senator keep your answer short.
Can I hold on 1 minute? Hold on, please.
Your premises can be law with condemnation with opinions, therefore you ask questions and answer for be short.
Yeah. Can I have 1 minute, please? Yeah, moving forward, this round we're going to face now is going to be straightforward, 60 seconds to ask a question. So if you ask a question beyond 60 seconds, then I will move to cut you and ask the senator to respond, and we move to the next person. I will go on. I'm not going to say anything. Basically, the intent is to see the ambience here, and we all be decorous as we started the show. So, Tomalin, I will move to you to ask your next question to the senator.
Yeah,
this is the last phase of questions, so we ought to be very, very much respectful of the time. Go ahead.
On the panelists want to ask a question. Go ahead. Then after that, I'll ask mine. Go ahead.
No. If that question, if you're going to the panelist, the panelist will move on. But who's the panelist?
Sarah, this is working. So you want to ask a question?
Oh, no, but Sarah ask a question. We'll move further. Go ahead, somebody. We can't. The time says Sarah call her, so you go ahead, somebody, please.
You can't do that. You know, she's the only female more. She working now.
Somebody, okay, go ahead. That's all, bro. Go ahead. She asked 2 questions. Go ahead.
Ask a question.
Go ahead. I said she go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I will call the phone.
But
I said she go ahead.
So Pewee, let me give prior notice. I won't answer Sarah's question. She's a panelist, and then she in the comment section insulting her guest. Oh. So she already has a mindset against the guest because of politics. So no need to ask a question or answer because I won't answer. She already have her answer.
Okay, then with that we'll move to you. Go ahead, please. And I thought we said it before the show that we panelists
be very respectful.
Yeah, we can't be in a
we said it before our show, and time to time we said this. We ought to be very regular and respectful to our panelists, I mean to our guests.
Yeah,
it go a long way in saying things that we don't expect panelists to be using effective or be disrespectful to our guests. That is unacceptable. Tomalin, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for But here's the thing.
The senator reading the comment too.
Of course, but
of course.
But you're right. You can insult. You can.
You can.
Comment.
We cannot do that.
But if you panelist, then you can do that.
We cannot do that. We cannot go below the belt as panelists. No, we cannot do that. That's unacceptable. Go ahead, please.
My question is, I know recently, during the Unity Party homecoming, I think you wrote a post. You were critical of what happened, and especially mentioning about the violation of the code of ethics, the code of conduct. What the case?
Which post was that?
I think I saw a post from your in Liberia. I saw that post.
No, don't think. You want to ask question. Which post was that?
You are critical of you mentioned the code of conduct being violated, right?
When did even though I know that we should not violate the code. Yeah. But if you say I put out a post, I want you to put reference that post because I did not do any post on Unity Party program.
Oh, but so you wasn't critical of the homecoming? You didn't write anything concerning?
No, the homecoming, that's a homecoming. That's Unity Party homecoming. Whether it is Unity Party homecoming or not, none of us will violate the code of conduct. We remove the previous government because of violation of these laws. The law cannot be violated when we are in opposition, and then it suits us, then it's okay. I do not countenance that. I do not tolerate that. I do not buy into that, and I will continue to remain firm. The code of conduct must always be respected.
Okay, and my question is now. So recently, I saw a meeting being held with the Liberia Party and the president. Again, you care to at least give us some understanding about what happened, what you guys discussed? Or I mean, I need detail about what we talking about and so forth. Just because you always say that 2029, we don't talk about 2029. So, but when we see the two alliance meetings,
why you let 2029 be? We had a dinner meeting with the president along with the Unity Party leadership. We are in we're basically in an alliance. It's not a merger. we collaborated under a rescue government. And from time to time, there will all be some rough edges. And as leader of the rescue government, the president decided that he will play leadership role. Teen and Ton fall apart, of course, but they live in the same mouth. After the peeing, they get along. So the meeting was get along. And since the meeting and the discussions were not live, it means we are privy to it.
When you make up today, there was there have been this poll. The poll, I know you choose your answer on that, but there's a poll that was.
Robert, you are the moderator. We said one question, no follow-up, nothing. Tomalin has gone twice.
Quickly, Senator, we have Dr. Heron Peabody, the Reverend Dr. Heron Peabody. Yeah, I want to ask a question, please. If you would take his question. Thank you, Senator.
Sure.
Go ahead, Reverend Dr. Peabody.
Thank you, Sylvester, and greeting to everybody in the Senate as well. Mine not a question though, it's just to let the senator know that thank him for all he has been doing. He's been the light. I know there were times that I disagree with him on some stuff, but I think the senator have really demonstrated what the light is and what the light needs to shine in darkness, especially on his engagement with a lot of the nominees that have gone to the Senate. He has been very bold in asking those questions. And Senator, I just want to thank you for what you do. And I had no regrets supporting you on the initial stage. And I wish you and your family a Merry Christmas and a blessed New Year. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Many happy returns to you and your family. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, that was a compliment from the Reverend Dr. Heron Peabody to the Senator. We'll move to quickly move to Kehleboe, move 60 seconds, please. Go ahead.
Senator DeLong. In 1980, there was a coup, and the song in that coup was Congo woman born rule, native woman born soldier. The message was corruption. Today, corruption in 2025, from 1980 to now, corruption has been called public enemy number one, vampire, and all sorts of names. Corruption has quadrupled. Do you believe the coup in 1980 was a wrong coup?
The people who staged a coup will be best to respond to that.
You are a Liberian. You are a public figure. I want your opinion.
So you ask me a question, I'll make answer. Unless you get the answer already. The people who staged a coup, I don't know how old are you, but I think I was 11, 12 years when the coup came. The people who staged the coup will best answer that. Corruption is loud in our country today because we are free to talk about it, but actions have been taken. Unlike in the past, where corruption name was just changed. Public enemy number one, vampire, other all related, we can't do nothing about it because other all related. Bwaka doesn't see corruption only as public enemy number one. Bwaka doesn't see corruption only as vampire or a cancer. Bwaka has never and will never utter that corruption had to fight because we all related. Bwaka is fighting corruption to bring public trust back to national governance. Since 2006, and even if we went back, no government in such a short span of time have taken action, administrative and prosecutorial action on past and current public officials in less than 2 years, as Bwaka has done. It is a challenge that I'm ready to meet with anybody, including you. From Charles Taylor, from Sawyer, okay, let me say you were interior president, from Taylor to Ellen to Weir and now Bwaka in 2 years. I don't know whether Ellen demonstrated any such courage to fire, suspend, send people for prosecution. The number of presidents in 12 years as Bwaka has done in less than 2 years. or 2 years now. The number of persons on administrative, administrative action in the name of financial impropriety or administrative indiscretion forwarded for prosecution or investigation or already dismissed from job. The number of persons from the current government. I want you to reflect on the history you love from 2006, or let's go back to Charles Taylor, including George Weah period of 6 years. Tell me how many persons they fired and forwarded for prosecution as compared to the number of persons that Garguah has done so far in 2 years. That is a demonstration of courage to fight corruption. Corruption will almost never be eradicated from Earth. But when it is spotted somewhere, action must be taken, and we are doing that.
Seleke, you want to give me your time?
Seleke, go ahead, please.
Kehleboe, I can't, because I have a very important question too, that I want to pass on to the Senator. But Senator,
yes,
I want to. Oh, somebody. Okay, good. So, Senator Dillon, here is my 60-second question. During the first round of the election, I think you had a campaign for the Unity Party or the Alliance.
Yeah, both rounds.
And yes, exactly.
Yep.
So after the first round,
after we get 1% to move on our way. So
that's all it is. So let's give us a second. I hope you check.
No, but
it's not allowing me to ask my question. I told you forget about police and ANC. We're talking about governance.
Yeah,
so
ahead.
After the first round, Senator Dillon, we saw you, the other Unity Party people had a press conference with a plastic bag, threatening the government back then about how you get evidence about result and all of that. And the men who came during the second round and built up a system to secure a victory for the Unity Party, Kamara, and the men who raised a lot of funds with the committed supporters, from all around the world, Nyenwolo. Today we no longer see them around. Probably they were, according to them, because Kamara did a whole 100-day report, they were opposing strongly about vetting people in order for them to be appointed, speaking up publicly about things that they opposed yesterday. But today, Senator Dillon, you are afraid to talk about things publicly. You want to go and sit with the president, meet with him, talk, have a conversation before you come and speak your mind. Are you afraid of losing proximity with the president?
No. When President Garguah sent his $41 million budget in February of 2024 to start off his government, there was a $5 million projection for domestic debt payment. And because Minister Kamara could not make that domestic debt payment list available, I voted no against Garguah's budget. Public on the record. When President Garguah nominated folks from LTA, removing 10 officials, I raised the motion that will never confirm anybody from any tenure position where there's trouble. We will not aid and abet those actions. They were public actions that I took. Afraid? No, I'm not. But you see, when you have key, wisdom should tell you, when you have key, don't knock door. Use the key. When you have key, they give you key to the door and then put any cash behind it. Then change the cylinder. Don't knock door. Use the key. That's wisdom. I want you to learn that as well. I want you to learn that as well.
Are you saying I'm not using wisdom? Because
no, you were saying that. I'm saying to you, I've been in the public. My own government are beating us for work permit for job for our people. Kamara is critiquing the budget. We're critiquing the budget. I'm asking for us to reduce our salary. We are public as lawmakers. But when you have access to something or somebody, and there's certain thing about them that you have not properly been informed, it is wisdom and maturity for you to go as a president rather than coming in the public and beginning us without being properly informed first. When you have key, don't knock door. Learn that wisdom from me.
Thank you, Senator Dillon. Somebody else can come in. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Sito, please go ahead, please.
Thank you very much.
Running
Senator,
out of time.
yeah, Senator, as you and every one of us know, the year is coming to an end. And normally this time of the year, media institutions, great public institutions and officials in Liberia. So my question to you is, how will you grade the Liberian Senate and why?
Okay.
The people today, I'm humbled by that. The people who put us in office, they graded legislators today.
I'm talking about the Liberian Senate.
Chief, I'm sorry. The people graded legislators today. I'm humbled that the people graded me as the best lawmaker, not just senator, the best lawmaker for 2025. I'm humbled by that. Maybe in one radio station, maybe if you tune to another radio station, another group of people will vote for another lawmakers. But for now, I'm humbled that the people have graded. You, the people, should grade us. I responded.
The next question was why?
I said you should grade us, then you will tell us why you grading us, you grade. But when the people themselves decide, the people decided today that Senator Dillon is the best lawmaker for 2025. I'm humbled about that.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Senator, quickly, before I can bring the next person, we have to let you go. We have one of our panelists, Mr. Victor Nagbe. I want to ask you one question in 60 seconds, please. Mr. Nagbe, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Pewee. And Senator, let me thank you again and welcome once again. I'd like to begin by thanking you for what you do for one of less privileged youth as when you came onto this. So I want to thank you very much for that. Now, I have one or two concerns. I know you're running out of time. I know you spoke at length about the rental deal, but there are concerns about this company. There is concern about its apparent lack of experience in this area and its lack of financial capacity to do what is promising. I think the evidence of this lack of financial capacity is the very fact that they're not even upfronting, they're not paying upfront the sign-up bonus. You know that in this split over several number of years. So basically they're crediting us when we're in dire need of financial resources. I want you to speak to that too. The budget that you pass, there are also
Mr. Nagbe, we think we got time constraint. Other guys are still there, so I think the one question will be okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll take my hands off the air.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. You can go ahead, please.
Yeah, number, thank you, my brother, and I want to wish you many happy returns on the season. Greetings to you and your family. Oranto is not cheating Liberia. It did before. They did it because Liberia wanted to be cheated. I explained all of that. This government would not allow it. If Oranto doesn't find oil, they pack up and go. Liberia doesn't lose anything. Liberia gains in payment for exploring. What we have for commercial oil in, what we have oil in commercial quantity. The Oranto finds oil after drilling. If they find oil in commercial quantity, that's another agreement to decide what the commercial trade will be or contract will be at that point in time. But Oranto comes here or any other company comes here to drill to find out what we have oil. And they pay the country bonus fee, they pay the royalties, they pay the taxes while doing the drilling. They employ some Liberians in their company to go ahead doing the exploration. I mean, we gain as a country and people. If they find oil, we go into a new contract. If they don't find oil, Liberia loses nothing. They pack up and they leave if they want to. If they stay here, they pay the taxes, they pay the employees, they conform to the laws of Liberia, and we'll move on. But they are not going to be exploring forever. It's 7 to 10 years, according to the agreement. That's
Thank
my
you, Senator.
response.
Garguah. Thank you, Senator. Robert, please go ahead, please.
You got it, Professor Kennedy. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me ask my.
Okay. Yes, after thought Rahul would bring the professor in quickly. Rahul, go ahead.
Thank you. Senator,
yes, sir.
too much to talk about, but let me ask you the last question. Oh my gosh. Here's my question to you. I
Rahul,
believe,
can I comment one with you on the show?
please,
Yeah, man.
man. Yes,
I
please.
wanted to be crossfire.
Yeah, oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I can't. Yes.
Yeah.
Don't do it, man. Don't do it.
So, but you can ask your question now.
Yeah, let me
But I
ask this
just
question.
I gave you a heads up. After the new year, let's do 1-1.
Let's do
Crossfire.
it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I love it because I got so many. But listen,
Yeah. I can
I
see
believe.
you really want to.
Yes, I do. But I believe that, Senator, I believe that, and thank you for always making yourself available, by the way. I believe that a person's resume should be a true reflection of one's professional and academic background and not an illusion of it, right? And in November, the country had this fierce debate about transparency, integrity, and standards when it comes to legislative grading of presidential approval. Senator Brown from Maryland County and you did an excellent job, and I didn't expect you to do that. And every time I have conversation with folks in the back, I remain a strong critic of Abraham Darrell DeLong. But I'm beginning to see a little bit of shift here and there. And I gotta admit, I gotta be honest, and I gotta give the man his credit why it's due. You pushed back when other people felt like you wouldn't have pushed back. But yet and still, the Senate confirmed Fatima Sirleaf, even though it was confirmed and she admitted that she lied under oath. Here's my question to you. Do you think the Senate, and I want you to answer this to the best of your ability, do you think the Senate lacks transparency, integrity, and standards when it comes to legislative guiding on presidential approval, especially as it relates to nominees lying under oath? There should be consequences and not reward. Fatima got rewarded. How did that happen?
You also want to know how I voted too, right?
Please disclose that.
Well, you are the presiding officer. You didn't vote.
Oh, okay, very well. Because he didn't say why I voted against so and I voted for Fatima. I was presiding over the Senate. Presiding officers don't vote unless there is a tie. So I didn't vote. I could have voted that day because I was a presiding officer. Fatima came for confirmation hearing, and my own government nominee, I grilled her the most publicly. And she made some statements, and she came back and said she misspoke because she did not thoroughly read her CV that was prepared by her cousin. So we gave Fatima, the Senate gave Fatima a second trial. Her documents show something else, her statement said something else. So the Senate had a second hearing with Fatima. And the Senate decided that they should test it on the floor. I was presiding officers don't vote. I'm not finding an excuse for Fatima's confirmation. If I was sitting there in that seat, I probably would have voted for Fatima. Because when she came back for the second time, she admitted that she misspoke. Her document showed exactly what she actually intended or she was said.
Yeah, but can I push back? But do you believe
Yeah,
that
please
if
push back, yeah.
do you believe that if you graduated with whatever degree, a bachelor's degree, a minor or whatever, you don't need, even if the excuse is that
Yeah.
someone prepared the
Somebody wrote,
document,
yeah, correct,
you
correct.
don't need any preparation from anyone to
Right.
state emphatically and categorically
Agree.
that
Agree.
I obtained this degree.
Agree.
So how can anyone in the right
Agree.
mind believe such an excuse and give her the
Fine.
benefit of the doubt? She lied.
Agree.
She lied.
No. You can give somebody the benefit of the doubt, and then if they prove that what they said for was exactly not the truth, then you can make a decision. I'm saying to you, look, take for instance Zolizo comparison. I will take another 15 minutes because it's interesting. Take for instance Zolizo comparison. Then let Zolizo, please be to the arches. He came for confirmation hearing, and we asked him if he uttered threats to kill people if they looted of his property during protest. And he said he did not say so. And we said, but you said it in a live video on your page. And he said, I did not say so. There is no such video on my page. So we said, we'll go on your page. Of course, we knew what we were doing. We went on his page and knew that he had already deleted the video. What he did not know was that we had already downloaded the video because our member of the Security Committee of the Senate, we had already downloaded the video to ask him questions from the video. All we wanted, look, I'm a young man, people all can talk things. I said it, I didn't mean it. And if he had done that, who would have passed on this though? But he came purposely, deliberately with the intent to mislead. And so, so it's okay when people make comparison with Fatima. I don't agree with that in essence, you know. But then again, you have a lot of senators in there who are from quote-unquote opposition, CDC, and other parties that voted yes for Fatima as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Quick on this issue. Can I just quickly...
They vote for tested before and all of that said yes.
We'll now go to, thank you, Senator. We'll now go to Professor Kennedy. Professor Kennedy, are you there?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, please.
Oh, yeah. I only appear when Senator Dillon appear because you don't see me on the show. So that the only time I come outside when this guy is outside. So,
how did problem only come on the deck?
No, my man, you keep it interesting, my man. So here's the question. And because I don't like, you know, ambush questions, I'm going to post what I'm referring to in the private chat so you can see what I'm reading.
Okay.
So there's a lot of hypocrisy with politicians. You know, the things they used to criticize yesterday, today they're finding justifications for it. In 2018, this is what you wrote, and I just posted a link in the chat so you can see my source, right? You said, and I quote,
which chart you posting? Which chart you posting it? Because I'm not saying it.
You're not seeing it? I'll read it to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, you posted a link on the chat on this link.
Yeah. You wrote, job creation is not when government payroll increases and gets bloated. You said the sound thing to do is to create the enabling environment that attracts investments for jobs and employment opportunities in the private sector. If you have over 70% of government budget committed towards payroll, how will the other sectors such as agriculture, education, health, etc. develop and or grow? How economically sensible is that? My question, do you think the current administration has created that enabling environment to grow the private sector? If you do, what's your source of reference to saying that is what's happening right now? Also, the 2026 budget, over 77% of that is going to recurrent expenditures. And again, what you wrote in 2018, you said how sensible is that, right? When you have a bloated budget. So looking at what you wrote in 2018, do you believe that it still holds true with this current government, or do you think the government created the enabling environment?
Of course. You know, when you inherit something as bad as what was inherited, you take time to get it on course. I still stand by those statements. Bloating the payroll is not job creation, especially government payroll. It's not job creation. That is why even in my own government, I was pushing for denial of work permit for people in the private sector in the labor market for jobs that Liberians are capable of doing and available for them to do in the labor market in the private sector. I stand by those posts that bloating the payroll is not the answer for employment in our country. That is why we're seeking to give Liberia a sweet smell, like President Bouaka said, so as to attract investors to the country. That is why we passed the iron ore contract deal so that the construction of road and the railroad for the transport of iron ore for gaining through Buchanan can also create jobs in the private sector. Oh yeah, stand by those posts that you dug up to read that bloated public payroll for more people to be on government payroll It's not the answer to job creation. It is the enabling environment by having respect for the rule of law, where people can have confidence in your judicial system. I want to go to court, they will get justice. If they came here to do business and they have difficulties, they can go to court and they can recoup their money, they can get justice. Those are the kind of things we talk about. Creating enabling environment, making business, doing business in Liberia even more easy. That's environment, the enabling environment. When you inherit a near collapse state, where even talking to investors to come to Liberia scare them away because of what happened in the last 6 years. It's not going to happen in 2 years. I stand by those folks. We must.
So just to be clear.
Yeah, go ahead.
So just to be clear, so 1 year into Weah administration, you wrote this post. 2 years into President Boyka administration, you're saying things have changed, or you're saying things are the same? Because it was 1 year into Weah's administration.
1 year into Weah's administration, go back to that very history and find out how many persons were on the payroll and how many persons they added on the payroll in 1 year.
So the difference now is, right now, this administration has created the enabling environment.
No, I said we are creating. I have not said here that we have created. I said when you inherit something as bad as what we inherited, it takes time. That is why we are re-imaging Liberia in the international community. We are giving investors confidence to come back to Liberia. We do a lot to recoup ourselves from what we inherited. In 2018, the government wage bill jumped from by more than 20-30% to the point where IMF had to step in and say, you can't go beyond this. You can keep increasing the payroll. More than 20 to 25,000 were added onto payroll in 1 year, in 2018. That is where I wrote that post and said, bloating the government payroll is not job creation, and I stand by it.
All right, thank you.
Why are you sounding angry?
No, I'm not angry.
No, you said Professor dug the post and bring you up. These are public.
No, I said the post we dug up. I wanted to stand by it. I stood by it.
When you post it on other people,
Senator, how many private sector jobs has the current administration created?
The current administration, I could not say how many private sector jobs that have been created. That is why I'm on the neck of the Minister of Labor to give up labor market report quarterly or monthly. We need to know.
All right.
We need to know how many jobs created, how many jobs added, how many jobs lost, and why. I said it here earlier, Sito.
Yeah. That's well, Senator.
Don't you think it would be wise for the even though you say quarterly, but don't you think it would be wise for even though we don't have the technology, but don't you think it would be wise for the government, for the Ministry of Labor to give, a monthly job report?
Right.
The law says quarterly report. The law
quarterly report.
Your former assistant minister.
Yeah. So, and that is why I said the labor minister must conform to what the law says to inform us. We must have the data. We must have the record to say unemployment in the country is by this percentage, and the only place it can come from is from the labor ministry. Who's asking for it? I'm coming, my brother. Who's asking for it in our own government? It is one of us from our own government. No opposition lawmaker has asked for that. No. It takes courage to do that. And that's what we're doing.
Yes, Senator, I've been a little quiet. Yeah, I just wanted to bring you back because we've been having the discussion about the past wage bill in the past administration.
At 12:15, I got to go now.
Yeah,
I really have to go. I get all the time.
Okay.
It's true, the t-shirt I can be too long. Or you make it too long, I can be boring.
Senator, I didn't want to ask a question. I just wanted to clarify.
You get the question from the New Progressive?
I think I have very good knowledge on the labor issue.
You can make that analysis when I leave.
Yeah. I mean,
Quickly. Okay, Senator, now we will have to respect you and respect the fact that it's past 12 midnight in Liberia, 15 past 12. We'll let you. Just want to say thank you for coming on this show tonight, and also we want to say thank you for what you do. And the closing argument is always open to strike the balance for both oppositions and those in the ruling establishment. We want to also say thank you, and we look forward to actually hearing from you. And after having the tete-a-tete with the president, we're hopeful that you come and say to us what honestly the president said to you. And I'm one person that have absolutely no doubt that you're going to come and reveal that to us. If the president forgave them already for the wrong they have done, so go and sin no more. Tell us the president did that and other things. But have a very Merry Christmas, and please, on behalf of the closing item, we want to extend to you and your darling wife a very Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, guys.
Your party's on the phone.
No, I gotta go. The party's in late. Yeah, the party call me or they can get your opinion later. But I actually have to go. I expect a lot of people here tomorrow morning. I need to rest.
Thank you.
Thank you. Season greeting, my brother.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we would basically
Senator Delon.
why the senator is out now. He just retired from the show tonight. We will now move to do Tomalin. I don't think we can do this our year in review today. We will set. I think we can set it for the 28th or the 29th.
Yeah.
Basically 2 days to the year end time will allow us to do proper vetting of our mind and do some analysis as to why we selected this person to be this and selected this person to be that, and so forth, so on and so forth. But we listened to the senator, right? And the reason why today I step aside for not being too much into the question and answer aspect of things. The question aspect, it was I needed you, the rest of the panelists, to come and ask the senator some very important questions, and something that I'm very impressed that we had some very reasonable one. It was good that very reasonable question and very important one also, and it was good that and that's one of the reasons why sometimes when you have the professor don't show face all the time, but when the professor do show face, he strengthened the ground and he allowed the students to relax, and then he would take the heavy lifting and other things. So, and that's part of the reason, again, professors are always the shock absorber. They absorb all the shock on behalf of the students because they impact the knowledge into the students and all those things. So thank you for coming, Professor. It's a good time seeing you again today, and Merry Christmas to you and the family. It's good that we can have you. So we'll give it to the professor to just start with us on the issue. And I know he was following the show before he came on. So Professor Kennedy, what do you have to tell us? Thank you for coming.
You know, the good thing about when you're having discussion with people like Dylan, because Dylan is very smart. He's been in this thing for a very long time. If you come with just opinions, Senator Dylan would dance all around you. You know, he would do that. He would do the Muhammad Ali thing with you. He would bounce off the ropes and he would hit you. He would whack you. So the best thing to do is to have Dylan, Senator Dylan, answer his own questions. So the biggest thing in the country, the job creation, and I heard the conversation the other day when I'm sorry, the guy's name, Onugba, I believe the ambassador, was talking about tourism, and he was spewing out all of these numbers and stuff, trying to figure out like where was he getting it from. Like even now, Senator Dylan's talking about, the enabling environment, the job creation, the number of people on the payroll. Well, they can tell the number of the people on the payroll because based on how much it's been dished out. But in terms of the enabling environment, how much jobs is actually being created in the country, going to Kehleboe's point, they don't have the database. It's not being done. And I know the senator say he's going to, reach out to the Minister of Labor. They want to make sure that it's done on a quarterly basis. But look, if you look across Africa, you look across the world, you will notice that a lot of the countries that are having issues, it all boils down to the economy. It all boils down to job creation. We have a population that is growing at one of the fastest rates in Africa, a little over 2%, which is a little over like 100,000 or so people. Every administration needs to create at least 51,000 jobs in that country. No one over the past several years is doing it. So what you have happening, you have a lot of young people who are entering, who are kind of at the age to enter the workforce, who are graduating from college, graduating from high school, but the jobs is not being created. We're not seeing it. And when you look at the countries who are being destabilized, you know, we have this whole thing with coup d'etat across Africa. It's such a huge risk. It's because of what someone like Jerome Gayman said years ago. He said the number of young people unemployed in Africa creates an environment where anybody cannot come convince them to remove a government, because all they need is just a little bit of payment, and you can put them. So this job creation thing is huge. It is so important. And I remember when President Weah was in the Senate. I'm sorry, President Weah was in the Senate Taylor, and the rest of the United Party people criticized Senator Weah vehemently in terms of, you know, not creating jobs. I mean, I know President Weah didn't do a great job the first few years he was there. In fact, he had stagflation. You had rising number of people being unemployed with rising inflation at the same time. But here comes United Party now with a ton of experienced people. And we're seeing things like the FOIA project. The president saying he was not aware of it, but even if he was aware, he wasn't going to let it happen. But it's still happening right now. It just doesn't add up. It doesn't make any sense. So I don't know if the environment is in place to encourage investors to come in, because here's a situation where something is taking place in the president's backyard. He's not aware of it, or he's aware of it, but he's not doing anything about it. We don't know. We see Liberia keeps doing the same thing. We are a rentier state. We keep renting our resources. You have everybody right now fighting for this thing and that thing, iron ore, railway, all kind of nonsense. No one is fighting to put up factories. So that extractive mindset, come in, extract iron ore, extract rubber, oil, anything you want out of Liberia, get it out. All the while, the 51,000 jobs we need to be creating every year by factories and all these things, it is not happening. It's creating a serious risk in our country. Too many young people are unemployed. Too many young people are falling into drugs. Too many young people are falling into crime. Something needs to be done. So I hope 2026 creates a better environment for the young people in Liberia. I hope it does. So, you know, I appreciate TCA, man. I listen to the show every single day. I never mess up or keep it up with what's happening.
Thank you, Professor. We'll come to Ahmed. He just joined us. So Ahmed will ask you to just come over your intro and just do.
I thought we are making closing statement.
No, we're not making closing 8 o'clock. So if you want to leave because you came because they don't hear. So you want to leave, you can leave. So we're not closing out the 8 o'clock, please.
I came because I didn't go to work. For the record, I came because I didn't go to work today.
No. You can always be. So every day you can't go to work.
I work Monday to Friday.
But today you work Monday to Friday.
I didn't go to work.
You work before, but you used to count the show. You work before. That's not an excuse, please.
Well, people, you don't know my life.
No.
I'm not going please. I do multiple things. I'm a teacher and a student. I'm going to school full time. So I do multiple things.
If everybody would tell you, if I would tell you it's
what
he does, or Ahmed said it, or Professor Kennedy said it, or
right? I mean, you want to recognize someone, that's fine, but you can't say I came because of Dylan. I reject that.
Okay, I was just kidding, man. I was pulling your left people. You know, you got to drum upon blood of you guys.
Oh no, because it's a public record. I have to push by. No, watch it.
The mathematician. The mathematician. All right. You know. I am going to make you can always cover the lecture. You say, "Come in." I'm not go ahead, please.
Well, first, let me just use this moment to extend season greetings to our listeners and to each of you panelists. It's been a wonderful time since I joined the platform, engaging with you guys, and I think your contribution to our country in terms of providing your own view on issue, your contribution is remarkable. And thing. I purposely avoided the show today because my last experience when Dylan was on the show, I thought that the moderator, the CEOs were providing him protection, and as such, he was not being engaged. And then most, especially my questions and my engagement at the time, were being interpreted as one coming from a political perspective, as opposed to a panelist got views and got questions to ask. So I didn't want the show to have taken that dimension today, but I followed the conversation. It was a great conversation. I've been on the show. Issues I would have wanted to ask, some of them were asked, but I would have rather wanted him to have addressed that issue that Sir Joseph raised with regard to the conditions set for the passage of the Avonka deal, which he had thought that there should have been a discussion on the 37 million, the pavement of the road that they intend to use, and the precondition that if in 5 years to 10 years the deal with Guinea is not crossed, and those conditions that came from the joint committee report that was established to evaluate that concession, yet the Senate ignored and passed it. So I would have wanted him to provide insight into that, gave his own perspective considering Sir Joseph Akama. But all in all, I think it was a great show. We look forward to 2026. I'm sure there will be a lot of great things. I look forward to working with you so we could so we can come up with our own rating on the government and people who are served. I think it is my expectation that will be as objective, non-biased, non-friendship wise, and everything towards that end. So I think it was a good show, and I'm sure the speaker issue, I think we should make a conversation as we move along, maybe sometime in one of our segments. We'll afford him the opportunity to come and provide some clarification on some of the things that we have been hearing, because some is suggesting fraud and stuff like that. And if you have the speaker of the country at that point, America, all of the things they do, one area that they don't joke with the issue of the immigration, the passport, enter into the country is a serious concern, So I think that's something worth having a conversation about and digging further, maybe in subsequent sequence. But I don't think we should push it under the carpet from closing argument perspective. Merry Christmas to each of you.
Thank you. And before we can move on quickly, let me come in that line. The closing argument would never, ever intentionally push anything on the carpet in terms of trying to cover anybody. That's a developing story. And we haven't gotten to the full-fledged story of it. We intend to be very balanced. And again, we will not just take anything coming from someone that just says something, then we just want to take and move with it. But we pay some attention. Admin is unfolding, is developing, and we may likely probably touch on some of it today. If we have the time as the panelists, we can all, if we can look into that. But that's an accusation coming from somebody from nowhere, right? Just came out from out of the blue to come with a kind of an accusation because she heard that the speaker is the spouse of Madam Cooper and all those things. So we didn't want to dignify that from that perspective. Just hearing that, we are getting the real story from it. Sometimes there will be some things that will just come out, and if we don't substantiate these things in the wrong way, sometimes it will be some problem. But we don't intend to put it on the carpet, as you said. No, we cannot. We'll never do that on this platform. Other thing, but
I don't think the reason you gave me is a good reason. You can just say
the speaker responded.
The speaker is a public figure.
Kevin, 1 minute, please. We will not talk at the same time. Raul, go ahead. You're saying something.
I was just saying the speaker. Maybe you didn't know. I was just saying the speaker has responded as well. Okay. So I think it's worth talking about. Maybe 5 minutes.
Excellent. And Kehleboe, to your point, I will let you come in. To your point, I was not saying things. I was trying to dismiss it. this is something that I heard someone saying to me, to Tomani, and I normally have this kind of a discussion behind the scene. I heard it from somebody say about on Facebook thing, and I was asking Tomani this morning, and we just briefly talk about it. And it was something that we're preparing to bring on the show on a serious note. I'm not dismissing it. What I'm saying is that we needed to get the side of the speaker or get other line. I agree the speaker is a public figure. We ought to discuss it. I was not saying that we're dismissing it. No, we cannot dismiss it. And I just said before you came in, Kehleboe, that we can discuss it even tonight. We can discuss it even tonight. So, having said that, Seleke, you say you, well, I don't know, you always use the issue about, oh, late year. So go ahead, please. And if you will, Seleke, we're hearing this. Let me bring the foot. Big brother believe that I'm trying to do this. Let me push it to you. We all listen to the senator. I know you briefly talk about the senator before you close, but this is something, and Ravos just said rightly just on that the speaker responded. I didn't listen to the side of the speaker, but there's this accusation hovering over the speaker of our country that he was allegedly engaged.
Oh, Sylvester, I'm sorry. Have we did our post analysis already of Senator?
No, we haven't done that yet.
Exactly. So,
that's why. Yeah.
Okay,
So
we'll hold that.
Then we'll move on.
We'll hold that. Right.
Yeah.
We'll hold that, Seleke, for now, and then just go to the analysis.
I think Seleke wants to just make comment and leave because it's late on his side.
I won't go do my shopping, man. Please, give me a
No, you go do your shopping, please. It's just part. It's
you should do your Christmas shopping.
You 1 minute to close up.
I got money.
So
Thank you for Liberia. It's very low there, you know.
No boss are low there.
It's just see how people shining.
What?
I'm loaded.
I always shine. Always.
You got to blow. I got to blow.
No, Seleke, close 1 minute, please. Then go to money.
Okay, so this will be my closing for the speaker. I don't have anything to say.
Yes, just go to the senator appearance.
Personally, for me, I don't get into people family stuff. You know, that votes, not that votes. For me, I don't find interest in talking about that. Yeah. So here is my point on Senator appearance. My point on Senator Dillon, you know, appearance was a great show once again, but I see Senator Dillon, you know, trying to grandstand and making a lot of excuses for this administration. Because come to think about it, the senator said, when you have the key to a door, you have to use wisdom and all of that. So what that means, he's going to sit with President Bouaka to get more information about the project in Lofa. But this Senator Dillon ever spoke to President Weah when the CDC was in power before speaking about the 4 billion mop-up exercise, before talking about the 14 military, hospitals, and the different issues that he criticized back then? Did he ever ask to sit with President Weah to get first-hand information before coming up, speaking about all the things that he spoke about, during the Weah administration? The answer is no. But today, he's asking to have a conversation, a private conversation with the president, before he can share his own opinion, even though everything that is happening, it is glaring. Everybody is seeing it, But at the end of the day, the audience will be the judge. But I think it was a great show. At the end of the day, as all I see him doing is to continue to make excuses for the executive so that he can continue to for example, somebody asking about the confirmation of Fatima, and he told us Fatima misspoke and she came back, she apologized. The fact there is that Fatima came back, even if somebody didn't read Fatima's resume for her, who will ever lie about her resume? Who will ever misspeak or misspoke about her resume? Something that you acquired through academic performance. You go to the Senate and you lie. And you come back, you say that she misspoke, but Julie, I know the guy from the CDC doing President Weah time, for him, he did it intentionally. How you know that for that guy it was intentional, but Fatima, it was not intentional. But at the end of the day, as I mentioned, it's all ground standing, because at the end of the day, all of them they will agree on the same thing, and they will continue to back one another, just so that he can continue to enjoy the proximity that he's enjoying today with the president. For me, that's my opinion. But other than that, it was a great show. And Merry Christmas to everyone on the show. Wishing you and the family, a happy New Year in advance. Thank you.
Thank you, Siddiqui. Welcome, the Reverend Dr. Terence Peabody. Welcome to you. And we'll quickly move up. Too many, you can move on. Then the final will come to Peabody that just came in, and we'll go around.
Let me say all the panelists. I mean, I think you guys try the best to do. The questions were very, very strong, especially the issue of the FOIA project. We tried many ways to get it, but I think Senator Dillon, instead of meeting with the president, he would say, well, the committee should be calling for an open hearing on that issue. Because as I talk to the UP people, I tell them that project will haunt President Bagga and his administration for the duration of the time in office. Because the president, the remarks he made at LBS, we all know it was the president was trying to defend. There's no way he was not aware of that project and so forth. In fact, the constitution of Liberia was violated too, because the legislature were not even aware. And this president is on record of continuing to violate the constitution. Each time they saying something, the Supreme Court can be, they don't listen. But again, that was the strongest part of the interview, that issue about that FOIA project. But again, let me also remind us that we see in America here, when the Democrats or Republican guys, when Pam Bondi or Cartel come to the hearing, so they can defend him, right? The Republican can build that war, they can defend him. That's what they're doing. Just one of the recent Epstein case I see, they're doing bipartisan stuff now. I think Marjorie Taylor, they should rip them today. Now because they're doing Marjorie bipartisan approach. But don't forget now, Senator Dillon, his party supported the UP, the member of the UP Alliance, and like he said, proximity. So right now, you're expecting to come and undress the government or the president in the public. They will do anything in politics to defend it. So I understand where he comes from, But all the panelists can do, or the media can do, the opposition can do to the press. And then they don't also went on to say, opposition members, most of the vote happening with opposition members, especially from the me of the party, the CDC. They have been enabling these things too. The lawmakers there. The lawmakers are on record enabling most of the stuff that we are talking about. They have been voting yes, and so forth. We see the voting record. You see, so you can have majority opposition there, and then we complain too. So what about opposition people? What are they doing? They are always part of the problem too. So let us also not forget to acknowledge that most of the votes are happening. The majority of them they vote in it along with the ruling establishment. That will be happening. But that's politics though. So they will defend. Like on a serious note, if the opposition was strong, Fatima would have been rejected on the first ballot, but they did reconsideration. Somebody filed a reconsideration for her to appear. That's how can she survive. But she would have been rejected on the first ballot. But again, who enabled the same opposition lawmakers then too. So I thought it was a good show, and I think we did our best to push him. When you were job creation based on Professor Kennedy, it's a serious problem in our country. We gotta have statistics about job creation, of how many jobs are being created in the country every month. That's something that they are lacking. No data for it. It's a serious thing. That's why the Minister of Labor, he said he promised that he will come, but I bet when he watch again, I'm sure he don't want to come. But I problem with them. They always avoid coming. I get their own credit to always come and face the public most of the time. How many of them will do it? Most of them will not do it. So as a result, that's what we are. But Pewee, good show, gentlemen. I love the panelists. The questioning was on point. And the speaker issue will get there. Hopefully we'll get time. But I don't get time for the speaker issue. But the speaker issue, I think we'll make contact with him today in Lofa. But let's see what happens from there.
And did he say anything to you?
The speaker said, in fact, his lawyer is advising how to talk to the media now. But one thing I found out today was that Cecilia is his biological sister from Pa. And they say, I'm gonna quote them. She's a biological sister of the two.
You can't say that.
Man, I'm talking.
Okay, call the name of the person I told you.
I will not do that, brother. You from around.
I come in 1 minute.
And you are trying to prejudice
that. Said that she's the biological
sister of the person too.
I come in. Who's the biological sister?
Cecilia Paul. Cecilia.
The alleged wife. So he's basically saying the alleged wife is a biological sister.
To who now, Raul?
To Con. Richard Cohn.
And what's your source,
Listen.
So Richard Cohn said, Richard Cohn made a post after the alleged wife appearance, and before he spoke, there was this allegation that, in fact, this could have been his sister. And so I didn't get any confirmation from anyone, but he admitted to that through his Facebook today, through his official statement.
I read it. He didn't admit.
That indeed the person discussing as his wife is actually his sister. But this wife have shown document that they got married. So there's this whole thing complication about there's a lot of different things.
This is troubling, and it was. I mean,
troubling.
you said something about it was serious, and I think if it is unfolding, taking this trend now, then I mean it's troubling. I smell some smoke somewhere.
We'll have a whole show on it. We'll have a whole show on it. In fact,
and yeah, that would hopefully be tomorrow. Tomorrow,
tomorrow Christmas, dude.
Oh, tomorrow's Christmas, so we'll do on Friday.
Friday.
We'll do on Friday tomorrow, but I forgot. Yeah, tomorrow's Christmas, so tomorrow. Yeah. I will eat some on Tomalin, bro, from Liberia.
Hey, Pewee, before Doc comes in, let me say something because I have to run. In terms of the FOIA project, let me say why I didn't want to really get into it with Senator Taylor because he had answered it so many times and he said he was going to come back to the show. But let me tell you guys why what is going on in FOIA should be of major concern to Liberians everywhere. Let me tell you why. The former finance minister of Mozambique, Michael Cheng, he did a deal that the country, the legislators weren't all aware of. I know the Liberia project is small compared to what he did, but because what he did symbolized that, and here you have the president of Liberia saying he wasn't aware that this project was taking place. The legislator didn't seem to be aware that this project was taking place. The concern is who is financing the project, right? Is the government financing it? Where is the money coming from? What other projects are there taking place that they may not be aware of? The reason that it's important is because when Michael Cheng did something similar in Mozambique, it led to the IMF suspending funding to Mozambique. It nearly crashed the Mozambican economy. Why was that also important? Because Liberia recently entered the Extended Credit Facility Program, the ECF, of budget support and other things. So the IMF is going to be sitting back saying, wait a second, it's Liberia, because when they're looking to see whether they're going to put you in the ECF and lend you more money, they're also checking to see how much debt you're currently in, your debt risk and all that stuff. So how much money is Liberia borrowing from other people out there that the president may not be aware of, the legislator may not be aware of, which is dangerous because in essence, the IMF can suspend funding of money to the Liberian government until we get some detailed answers on what is going on. The other thing that should be of major concern is the source of that money. Could it be some type of a money laundering? What could it possibly be? Because this was the reason why Michael Cheng, when he was traveling around Christmas time through South Africa, he got picked up because the American government put out a warrant for his arrest. And he was arrested and brought to the Southern District right here in New York, where he was prosecuted for money laundering. Because he took out almost $1 billion to do something that the legislator had no idea. I know the Liberian one is kind of a small scale, 6 million. But it should be of concern that people can borrow money or people can run projects in the president's backyard and no one seems to know, about it. And you're in the ECF program for budget support. What other projects are going on out there that you may not be aware of that the Liberian government may be on the hook for? So that is what I think should be the major concern for Liberians. What else is going on out there? Who is paying for this? Is the Liberian government on hook? Is this going to increase the debt? It might be a small little thing, but bear in mind, it is a major issue in the eyes of the international community. It's a major, major issue. The fact that the president came on air and saying he wasn't aware of it, but if he was aware of it, he was going to stop it, but it is still going on. That, my friends, is a major concern, and the government needs to pay close attention and try to close that gap as quickly as possible. So I wanted to touch on that to, let them know how the IMF may be looking at that particular project as well.
But you think about the fact about MCC map?
The whole MCC thing, see, that's this whole disconnect between what the MCC folks are doing, what the U.S. The State Department is doing. There seems to be a disconnect. The MCC, I don't think it's going to impact it. Not now anyway. Not now anyway, because that train seems to be on track for the MCC. So it seems to be, but I don't think it's going to impact it right now. But the longer, if the MCC funds does not come in and the president doesn't step up and address this thing, the American government will be really concerned, but I don't think it's going to derail the MCC thing right now.
Okay. Thank you, Prof.
Well, Professor,
We're going
thank
to
you.
by
the way,
Dr. Peabody, you just came in, so we'll take that.
Guys, thank you for the show. It's been a great show. And Professor, thank you always. You guys don't know, but Professor is doing an excellent work in the back. If you check out the website is moving strong and healthy. You guys need to get on that website of Closing Acumen. It's very, very strong. A lot of article been published and is there. You guys need to check it out, man. Don't just come here, check the website out. A lot of great story. But let me just say that it was a great show. The senator came, and I think his deliberation was excellent. But let me respond to Seleke. He said that the senator came the last time and we're being protected by the CEO and some members. I think it's very fair enough that when we have guests, is to protect our guests. It's fair enough to protect our guests and not go in a rage with our guests when somebody come up and say, "Oh, the person don't know this person is not smart. He's not." We gotta protect our guests. To have a fair conversation. But other than that, I believe Senator Dillon's deliberation was exemplary, and I think if I would cast a vote for Senator of the Year, I would definitely vote for him as Senator of the Year. I think he did an excellent job. He was brave. I've been to Liberia. I sat in somewhere near the chamber, and I'm listening to some of the questions that he asked some of the nominees there, and it was quite challenging. He didn't bite his tongue in engaging them and asking questions when it came to certain things, especially with the labor minister, very inept minister, who don't understand the dynamics of the Liberian job market and stuff like that, where you're selling 10,000 work permit to foreigners, and you don't even have good 1,000 Liberian that are being hired. So I think it was a great show, Sylvester. Excellent job moderating. Good job. And guys, again, let me thank you, all of you guys who donated your money. We raised $1,643 for the guys in Liberia. Very good. Thank you, all of you guys who donated. And in the next few weeks, we'll have a updated report on the funds and how we distribute it. But I can tell you that some of our reporters from Truth FM, the regular guys on the floor, have already been receiving their Christmas. I've already received it, and I want to thank all of you. And guys, Sylvester, back to you.
Thank you. Before we can go to,
please make clarity. You said Seleke said so. Seleke Fofana.
Truth Inc.
Yeah.
It's not ANC. It's not ANC.
It's very important to me. Like
before we go to Sarah on the phone, Sarah is waiting on the phone. We'll take Raul quickly, then we'll move on to Sarah. Raul, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Sylvester. Oh, by the way, phenomenal job. And I agree with Doc. We have to protect our guests, but we also have to protect our guests. Have to understand that this is our house, and you can't come to people's home and attempt to disrespect them either. Right? Because they're gonna fire back. And it's interesting. Can we mute ourselves, Mr. Sitan? Your nose always coming from you, man. But and it's interesting. I'm one of the firing panelists on this show. I get calls all the time. People that I connected to get calls all the time, and I know people that don't want to come here because they're not afraid of me, but they don't want to be grilled. But Senator Dillon have come here. And from the first time Senator came on the show, Dr. Peabody, I as I am now, I remain a fierce critic of him. But he was very respectful, and we had a fierce, respectful dialogue. And I think that's what this is about. We're not trying to denigrate people. We're not trying to insult people. We can have an intellectual exchange, firing, and also borderline respectful. But when some guests come here and they feel like they can dictate to how we run our show, I think it's fair that all of us have to protect each other and say, no, it's not going to work that way. Because at the end of the day, the closing argument is here to stay, and these folks will come. As we approach 2029, you will see the number of folks who will want to come on the show. You will see they will come. They're not afraid to come because we're going to insult them. They're afraid to come because a lot of times they lack substance, and they don't want to get involved and have a serious engagement on the issues. But I will give credit to Dylan. I disagree with Dylan on a lot of things. But again, part of what we should be doing even in disagreements is to continue to forge dialogue. We need to have these conversations, and these conversations have to be based on substance. And sometimes it will get fierce, but there's a thin line between fierce and disrespect, right? And people cannot take things personal. People can be fierce and disagree without being disrespectful. And a lot of times we have folks that come here and they're very thin-skinned and they don't like criticism, right? They don't like when you say, well, I don't think you have an understanding or an appreciation of the issues. And a lot of you just called the labor minister inept. Imagine if the labor minister would appear on the show. But I don't think inept means that you insulting him. It just means that he has no knowledge of what he's doing. He has proved that. You know what I'm saying? So if the labor minister is watching right now, should he not appear on the show because Doc feels like he's an imp? No, I think he should come and prove to us otherwise that he's not an imp and convince Dr. Peabody and make clarification to Dr. Peabody based on his own opinion of the Doc, based on his performance. This is what this show is about. But for me personally, I am not going to back down. I will have a very fierce engagement. We will disagree where these disagreements are necessary. We'll push back when needed. And I think this is what the show is about. But Dylan has always availed himself. He's not afraid of answering a question. But I will agree with Professor. It's dangerous what we are doing. It's dangerous what we're doing. And the opposition, I hope they're watching. They should not allow this to slide. Dylan can go and speak to the president all day. The president have already told us, Sylvester, what his thought processes are. He said and he admitted that he was unaware of this project. Can you imagine how powerful the presidency is in Liberia? For the president of the Republic of Liberia to be unaware of a $6.1 million project, and I'm not even convinced that this project is $6.1 million because you know why? They have not disclosed the private entities. They have not disclosed the private individuals and their contribution in the amount. They have not disclosed how much money the government's contribution is. This is not budgeted. It's not legislatively approved. These are the legal requirements when it comes to these sort of projects. They have the biggest military bases in the world, in America and in Europe. It's budgeted. The public is aware, right? Committees that are supposed to scrutinize these projects in the budget do their jobs, and they are approved. The people are aware. Taxpayers are aware of it. What the heck is a 500 unit or whatever project in Lofa County? What kind of security implications that you have so much that the president cannot be aware, that the Liberian people are not aware, and that you have refused to seek legislative approval on this project? Is dangerous, and I agree with Prof. And I think they should be on the ballot. They have disrespected the laws on many, many occasions. We cannot let this president slide. But overall, I thought the interview was good. And Sylvester, phenomenal job. Even though you didn't have much time to ask your question, but phenomenal job.
Thank you, Rabo. Tomani, we can now take Sarah, please. Is she on the line?
Is she really working? She's been on the launch for long.
And fake, is that effective? Just you guys, I want you to tell me.
No, but you can't.
Is that using an effective?
No, but you can't call a sitting guest.
Well, the lawyer is not here, so we can't speak to that.
Yeah, but you can't. Well, Sarah, you are.
No, I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, listen, your part is on the show.
You answer me. I know. But is that using effective? Is that considered effective?
No, but you can't call a person fake.
From his perspective.
Yeah,
right, So I mean, as a city panelist, at least let it.
I understand the point, but the word effective is that for me to say the senator is fake or compromise. As that was classified as
Sarah, okay, for the trust of Sarah, okay, Sarah, before you continue with the war, if the war is effective was a strong war, unacceptable to your part, I retract and withdraw that statement. But to use the word someone is compromise without proving. Will you take it likely? Will you take it likely if someone said you are compromise or fake?
But then Pewee, you're not being fair. Pewee, you're not being fair. With dossier and facts. You don't come here with dossier and facts. You don't restrain the show to say.
I think sometimes you need to put that CDC feelings away.
You see.
I don't have a feeling. I don't have a feeling.
You need to put that CDC feelings away and have a professional
conversation. If you have a guest,
Sarah needs to make a comment.
I come in.
Other people need to make their comment. Take over the show.
I'm at 1 minute. Can you hold on? Can you hold on a little bit? Hold on. I will let you come in with a clarification.
With facts before they speak.
Can you just hold on? Can you hold on? And I'll give you the time to talk, please. We don't talk at the same time. It's on the church. What I was trying to say here, and that's why when she said if for this issue of the war effective, I took that back. And let's be very honest here. We will not have a platform. You invite a guest on the platform and you refer to the guest as being fake. You won't let other people come. You don't do that on the show. No responsible show. You don't do that. You don't call a guest that you invited fake or compromise if you can. Listen, so we ought to be very fair here. It's nothing that protecting anybody. You can't invite your guest on your show if there is someone that is calling or participating from the comment section or calling in to say that we don't have control over that person. But we as panelists, we invited him. If you had to come on the show, then we call him. Let's say we invited you on the show, or we invited someone from the CDC on the show and say the CDC people they are bad people. Would that come down well with you? No, the person will reject that statement. So the senator is saying, the way we cannot personally attack the guest. We can disagree with the guest, but to say you fake or you compromise, and that's why the guest. And listen, the reason why we have to say that is to protect the integrity of the show. But Sarah, you call in to just say the war. So I said, yeah, I took that back. So we'll move on to.
I think we need to put.
I mean, Tony, and you said different things. Sarah, so we'll move to Mr. Tito.
I'm not done. You guys.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Go ahead and conclude, please. About the war effective, that's something I took that word back. You can go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so I want to apologize to the senator if I
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Mama.
I apologize for that, but I was disappointed. When the senator said that he has to go and sit down with Barkai to understand the context of what he was saying. That is disappointing. This senator has a power to summon anybody with regards to that project. Why would he want to go and sit down with the president to understand what? That's a compromised position. This is where my frustration was when I said that. But okay. I want to apologize if you felt offended by that, but I want to apologize for that. And I think the show was a great show. And the senator has a very good intention. A lot of his intentions are good, but a lot of
Christmas Eve.
A lot of time he come across very, very
progressive fire brand.
I just want to say I'm sorry, Honorable Taylor, if you are listening. I want to apologize.
Sure, he's listening.
Fair enough. Sarah. And let me say this to you, Sarah. It was good that even you said that, and we have not started the Christmas Eve yet, and so all the things coming within the other sober mind, right? We are very sober for now, but after they come in now, we will start doing some mixture and other things.
I think we should have a late night show, and after this, we come have late night.
You cannot say my observation
Oh,
to you,
Robert,
sir.
let's go ahead.
That's
You cannot say
representative.
my
But I
observation
said,
to
let me
you.
clarify something.
Yeah, you come with observations just now, please.
Who is
Kehleboe, I'm
next?
not
Who
the
is next? We
moderator.
got to try and close the show.
Kehleboe, I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah,
the
we're coming to close
moderator.
the show. But before we can continue, Seleke, go ahead with your observation. We'll go to sit up, please.
You know, like I said, I didn't follow the show. I didn't come on the show probably for similar thing like that. We must protect the guests. We must respect the guests, but the guests must be grilled. The guests must be asked.
Absolutely.
Considering the roles Delon play in the country, the positions he often take, give enough reason why when Delon come on show, people will engage him. And I don't think closing arguments should think Delon or anybody appearing on the show will be doing us a favor. They're doing themselves the favor because the closer providing a platform to articulate positions that they hold and stuff like that. Yeah, maybe if they come out, will bring 1 or 2 rating people will come. But more than anything else, it is they who get that free air time. They get more than 2,000-3,000 people before the day, and you get more than 5,000 to 10,000 people who will listen to you.
And the whole country listens too.
I'm sorry?
I said the whole country is listening too.
Yeah, so it is an opportunity for them, not opportunity for closing argument.
Okay.
So what it is true, we do a prayer now. When you say, if I, for example, if state actor come on your left, for example, if Amara Connect came on this platform, I would tell him that he compromised himself because he took some position through his right out on Facebook, and his voting was contrary to those positions he took.
Why is the position now he took? You see, and see what we
coming away from me.
No. Why if the position he took, there were reason to change his mindset on these things?
So I'm saying to you, probably he would have gone back to status reason. But up to this point, I'm saying if Amara Connor was on the show today, having passed the budget, comparing it to the positions he took all along, I would say there was something that changed. It misled us, believing we were taking this. And now you saying to me, to hold Amara Connor to that extent, as you bring evidence, as you bring facts, we are here as panelists to share our opinion. We don't go do investigation to say this. We share our opinion, our perspective on how we see something. So you can't hold this on a basis of, before you say this, you should bring. So I think what Sarah was saying to Delon, her opinion was that what he projected to the country. For example, if Delon said the budget, the lawmaker's salary should be cut down to 5,000, and that was that capital, he should have voted for that budget because his ultimate desire for the budget was to see a cut in expenditure.
Okay,
but at least to stay on that, he should have voted. If he voted for the budget, in my view, then it means the law was that consistent in his advocacy. Words to describe that inconsistency could be fake. Words to describe that inconsistency could be compromise. Words to describe the inconsistency could be many other things. But for you to say to News Host War, I'm going to bring evidence, I don't think it's fair. If you set that standard, I conclude to say to you, the standard you set for the law, the approach you say we should give, someone will call I guess people to attention, and we have other guests here, and you start to take it. I saw you taking that line with the former, the standard bearer of Linum. You are very tough on him. But for Delon, you say we must protect the guests.
Fair enough. Unfortunately, for the record, I was not even on when the Senator Linum came here. I was on my way. I was airborne coming to the U.S. from Liberia. So that's quite unfortunate.
We are with you to bring the deputy speaker
and
on.
That's one.
We're with you to bring it on.
You see, that's why when I thought about the exam, I'm going to bring somebody. Is that a precondition?
Listen, before we move on, I listen to you
say things,
and I respect your opinion. I respect your opinion. I respect.
Y'all let the moderator speak, man.
I respect your opinion. I respect your opinion on what you said. But unfortunately, on that very fateful day, I was airborne, almost 35,000 feet above sea level.
Come here. Let go ahead.
I was airborne, and I didn't. You just intentionally trying to lie on me, right? So I was drinking wine and taking some other things.
It was on the same day that you asked Tomalin George. It was on the same day that he asked Tomalin George if he knew the role how you call this guy, the Lino play when you were deputy, when you were minister of
it's okay. Your view is respected, right? But let me say here, as panelists, quickly, as panelists, we don't come here with our opinion. We have to be investigative at times, right? So it's not only opinion we will move on with. But collectively, then move to Mr. Caesar quickly, get his view on this, then we'll come to our own mathematician, Kehleboe Gongloe.
Well, thank you very much. I think we had a great show. Delon, he did what he always does best. He can articulate the issues. But I am a little bit disappointed in the fact that he abrogated his responsibility as a sitting lawmaker, as somebody who is in charge of appropriation, and as somebody who is in charge of oversight. It is a known fact that the government of Liberia is building a $10 million project in Foya, Lofa County, even though the government says it's $6.1 million, but information that I've received, it is indeed $10 million. And the person who is constructing that project is a nephew of the president. And the government up to now has been unable to provide the public with the information that the public needs with respect to that. So I would have expected the senator to say, you know what, we'll call for a public hearing. In fact, he shouldn't have even come on this show to even advocate for calling for public hearing. Immediately when the president made a pronouncement that he was unaware of the project, they didn't tell him. If they had told him, he would have stopped it. The Senate, the Liberian Senate, should have immediately called for a public hearing. All those who are responsible for the project, where did the finance come from? Who initiated it? Who is constructing it? Did they go through the PPC procurement process? All of those questions are questions that needs to be answered, and the Liberian people needs to know the fact. That's what I asked the senator, and I said, in the wake of all of these revelations, is the government being honest to the Liberian people? And he said he will not answer the question. So that alone tells you that there is a serious issue with respect to this project. So yes, he did his best, but I think I was disappointed in the fact that he said he will go back to talk to the president. No, you're supposed to call for public hearing so people will know exactly what happened. Now, I'll piggyback on what my good friend, Professor Larry Kennedy stated. We have a country, we don't have a vibrant private sector, and we have a labor department, a labor ministry that is issuing permits to individuals, whether those individuals are Liberians or not. We need to know, the Liberian people need to know how many jobs are being created or how many private sector jobs are being created every month. The government has the money. They can put out the money. They can build the website. They can. My man Kehleboe Gongloe, he's a statistician. He worked at the labor ministry before, even though he himself did math together, but he branched out to statistics. He was assistant minister for labor statistics, and they usually used to crunch those numbers when you're at the Ministry of Labor. He's an expertise. They can call him. He can go back there at the ministry so that they can put out these numbers, because the people need to know how many private sector job is being created on a monthly basis. And that alone would tell the Liberian people whether the Liberian economy is healthy or not.
Okay.
So I think that's something that needs to be done. And again, we had a great show, and I just want to say Merry Christmas to everybody. In this kind of situation, we will all go back and forth, but every one of us here, we should be able to discuss in good faith, because in spite of our backgrounds and our different area of expertise, we all want Liberia to be better. That is
Fair
the
enough.
reason why we come to this show.
Absolutely.
To profit our own ideas and suggestions on how to move the country forward. So
Fair
again, it
enough.
was a good show. Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you. And I think you're trying to push for your comrade to get some contract from the government to run that out. So you're gonna get for it.
Oh yeah, he's a statistician. Kehleboe, I know Kehleboe very well. We did not
That's
forget.
a nice try. But this comrade will never go to Liberia in economic class.
No, Kehleboe, don't say never, man. Don't. No.
With that said, and I mean, you carry away too much of this business class, economic class thing, and all of things. Then listen,
Chief, but I just made a comment.
Chief, this is not. For me personally, this is not. Let me say this for the record. I'm not saying
Sylvester, push the camera back a little bit. It's blocking your face.
Oh, okay. I'm coming. It's only if my tap a little bit.
Yeah.
For the record, let me say this to you.
I'm
okay,
on the show.
You know me for some time now, and that this just me.
I just poke you, Pewee. Let me
Right? It's
talk.
not poking. You've been saying that thing consistently. And if you poke someone, you won't be consistent.
Because
You
you
worry
post
about
on
this.
Facebook.
You are
You
losing sleep. You are losing sleep on this thing. You are not sleeping, and I see how you look a little filled because of that. You're not sleeping. You're not sleeping. Yeah, you honestly not sleeping. This is not the first time, second time, third time, fourth time, fifth, sixth. Some you can count it. So we want to go beyond that. So it's not. It's just me.
Right. I think.
And listen. And I will say this for the record again. There's no government official in the Bwaka government that bought me one or contributed dime to my ticket to go to Liberia to come back from Liberia. No, as a matter of fact, I got my ticket from here round trip before leaving. No government official. So I just want to clarify this. So I don't want you to lose sleep on it again, right? Go ahead and conclude, please, and tell us about your feeling of this tonight.
So okay, I got your clarification, Pew, so I can talk now. So
you can.
It was a great show. I think what Senator Dillon did. Honestly, I will say for the record, those of us who consider ourselves opposition supporters in the by-election that brought Dillon to power, I did support him. I gave him moral support. We did campaign on the Facebook and other platforms. And if you put Dillon today, probably on the ballot, I may as well vote for him. Because you know what? He's still saying and doing probably the same thing he was doing during We Are Town. Okay? He speaks his mind. Whether he votes differently or, and to his credit, he's part of the government. They are the rescue people. So he cannot do the same thing he was doing during We Are Town. If you have the luxury of Natana Magay, Bill Trawe, quote unquote, civilian in name under the about children, if they cannot talk, if they cannot say anything, then the public cannot just hold Dillon alone that he's the only senator that is on salary and he must talk. So I give it to him. And I'm not going to beat him on that. But I just wanted to speak quickly on the issue that we talk about on the labor market issue. The problem the public does not understand, and to some extent, even professionals don't understand this. Unemployment, you can actually Google unemployment for developing countries. In developing countries, unemployment is usually lower because the structure of developing economy is different. It's not like in the United States or in Europe, where when you go out of job, there is welfare, there is unemployment compensation and all that. So when you do labor market survey, Dopoh, there are 6 different criteria that you measure economic activities on. And the predominant one is the 7-day criteria, which is a shorter period. Like if you go in the street in Monrovia today and just ask anyone, in the last 7 days, have you earned $1? The $1 criteria is an international criteria. I bet those who are in the economically active population, those who are looking for work, they will say, yes, I've earned $1. Who would not have earned $1? Okay? You can earn $1 even just by cutting somebody's grass or holding water for somebody, and that would be considered a work. Okay? So we don't talk in labor economics, we don't talk about job, we talk about work, that criterion. So by that criterion, because people are pushed to the margin of the economy and they are forced to do Yanabo job, sell cold water and what have you, in labor.
That's the informal sector.
Yes. So we can come to to categorize those things, right? But they are all work. It's a form of employment. If you send down one side, you earn income. It's a form of employment, Sito. So, but what kind of employment is
But
that?
it's not measurable. That's the problem.
No, you can measure that because you capture that in survey. When you do survey, you capture that. It's measurable. But the thing is, like we did this in 2010, 79% of the economically active population, I think it was 79.3% of that working class or working in the precarious, unsustainable, or informal sector. That was dangerous. In a country that more than 60% of your working population, they are doing all jobs, they are doing like self-employment, that economy is in crisis. And that's a situation today, even in Liberia. What government needs to do is to have a policy to graduate those people, because those people got ideas, the energy, and they want to work. So you need to have a program to bring them into the formal economy. They start to pay income tax and other form of taxes to government. Then you increase your domestic revenue base. That strategy is a strategy that is lacking in Liberia, and it continues to elude government. You know, it eluded Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government, or and now it's eluding Bouakai government. It is that strategy, that link that is missing. But people will do any job to survive. And that anything they need to do to survive, Sito, it's a job. They are working, it's a work. They are earning income. Okay? So unemployment rate in Liberia is actually low, contrary to what politicians would say. High unemployment rate. It's not high. It's just a kind of job. The kind of job they're doing is not sustainable. That's all. So, and I just wanted to take that. And on the work permit issue, the law said if the Minister of Labor denies a particular foreign worker, that denial should be shared with our immigration. Immigration should withdraw that person's residency permit. Because if you don't have a job as a foreigner, you become a risk to society. How do you live? How do you pay your rent? How do you... So you can't get sick, so they have to deport you. Actually, if they deny you a permit, by procedure, you should be deported out of the country. It's just that you come to the United States, you go and they deny you a permit, you can't work.
Thank you.
Okay, so why you're the
Thank
right?
you.
They say I
Thank
heard
you.
that a lot of people get away.
No. Tomlin, ask your question.
Move on.
Yeah,
No, ask your question.
Yeah, let's move on, guys. Because
Thank you.
yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you.
You can't just throw something in the public.
Thank you.
I
Thank
was
you.
not a
Thank you.
minister. I
So,
was not a minister. I didn't
so
have
I
the
mean-
denial power.
I
The
mean-
law
I
said
mean-
only the minister has that power. Not a deputy minister, not even assistant minister.
Your honor, money, Kofi, how you have it?
How honor money Kofi?
Thank
Ask
you.
Kofi. I was Kofi who was chief technician.
Thank you.
asked him
Thank you.
today.
Thank you.
He
That
said
would be a topic for another day.
How will you say
that would be a topic for another day.
No,
Kofi,
but Tomlin can just throw our talks.
Kofi, I know that Kofi days at the Ministry of Labor it was an unfortunate time for human rights lawyer to be Minister of Labor.
Wow.
Because he performed this
and
all those things. So
I mean,
we'll come back.
I think that's a different discussion.
We'll come back quickly to this.
That's a big one.
I don't know what but I thought we needed to do some
indictment there.
I thought we needed to do what I would call a brief a little look into this thing over the speaker. Robert, I don't know. We will start
can
with you.
Can you give me 1 minute? I just wanted to.
Tomorrow's show.
Tomorrow's show. Okay, tomorrow's show.
No, Friday. Friday.
Go ahead. 1 minute, please.
Thank you.
Let manage the time, please. Go
Listen,
ahead.
you can't say that Sylvester didn't give you time. Mr. Seaton and Kehleboe, y'all both had enough time to talk. When Mr. Seaton can talk, then the show is good.
But I
When
have
Mr. Seaton
time
can't, when
to
Mr.
talk.
Seaton can't talk, then the show not good.
Where they
Yeah.
want
But
coming from
I
again?
have time to talk.
Where
You see,
where is this?
Rawa is trying to get justification to talk more. So,
Yeah, I think that's true.
But listen, let
Go
me say
ahead.
this. Let me say this. I wanted to just mention this. I hosted the show yesterday. It wasn't my first time hosting, and I kind of held myself back. Contrary to what you thought, I really kind of held myself back because not only is tourism something that is passionate to me, I like to think that based on my background, my professional background, I'm well versed on the topic, practically and academically, and so I just wanted to take 1 minute to just clarify. Someone said when we were talking about our sister Sarah that I insulted. No, I did not, and I want to clarify this. And I know the people are listening. I said yesterday, based on what I heard come out of the mouth of the presidential envoy on tourism, I did not believe, and I don't believe that he's a technocrat. And let me break this down. I think a lot of us understand. A lot of us understand what a technocrat is. It's very simple. A technocrat is someone who has, experience or is an expert in technical fields, right? And who holds influence by making decisions based on technical knowledge and academic background, right? Instead of political or public opinion. I think the ambassador has been given political favors, right? And he's in the position he's in. I don't think he's a technocrat. It's not an insult to say that I don't think someone is a technocrat in a particular area. But here is why I said that, and here is what was troubling when he mentioned sex tourism. And I want to caution the country and you guys. Let me say this: when you look at the history of the Gambia, I think it's important, not just the Gambia, but the World Organization on the World Tourism Organization. This topic is not a new topic. It's been around for a very long time. And you would think that for a man who is in that position will be well knowledgeable about where this organization stand on sex tourism, which was the reason why I specifically asked him to define what that meant. And he did not define what that meant, right? But when he said that the Gambia have thrived on sex tourism, I objected to that. You know why? Because it wasn't true. The Gambia have, in fact, prostitution is illegal in the Gambia for many years. The ambassador did not know that the Gambia had a trafficking in-person act of 2007 that banned and made illegal human trafficking up to 50 years in prison in the Gambia. They also had the Tourism Offense Act of 2003. In that act, they made it was a legislation that target child sex tourism, imposing penalties on hotel operators who normally had tourists in the hotel and having young girls to come there to exchange sex for money. They also passed a Children Act in 2005, specifically prohibiting prostitution of children and provides substantial punishment for related offenses. How can you not know these things as a envoy on tourism, advising the president to come on this reputable platform and mislead the people and say the Gambia have thrived on sex tourism? It's completely misleading. And so I think it's important when we speak on these issues, it's important to understand what we say. And our audience, we owe it to our audience to provide the facts. And a part of the reason why I was granted the opportunity to host was not to attack the man. I would never attack anyone. I've hosted before, and we invited many guests here. You can say Robert is very fierce, and this is who I am. But I'm very respectful. But you cannot come on this platform
right? And project yourself as an expert in a field and don't understand what certain things are. Sex tourism is not something that comes up when we're having intellectual-based conversation and substantive-based conversation on tourism. It's not, it's definitely not what you want to hear from a guy who represents or advises the president on tourism in a developing country where there's absolutely no foundation. We should be talking about the substance. And so for him to have mentioned that yesterday, I thought was disappointing, but I had to hold myself back because I was the moderator. But telling someone that they are not a technocrat, it's not an insult. That means they do not have the expert opinion or influence or power on the understanding and the workings of this field. That he just does not. It's just a reality. And if I had the opportunity over and over and again, it's very clear who's gonna come on top of this. I don't talk this stuff. I work this stuff. Lastly, Seleke, I think it's important as we criticize the senator, and I've criticized the Senator Dylan always, but I think it's important to ask this question. The senator is a member of the ruling party. He has not hid from that. He has admitted to that on many occasions. We know he's in a very difficult space. We understand that, right? And I've said it. He has not criticized this government as much as he has criticized George Weah administration. If this had happened under George Weah administration, where the project has been built in Foya or in any county, we know the political narrative that would have trended by now. So we get that. But here is why we give this senator credit. At least he has shown up. And so my question as we close, Sylvester, why has the opposition senators not shown up? Where are they? This is their platform. Why are they not showing up to speak on what Dylan is speaking on, to get their own perspective from an opposition perspective? Why? Dylan just said that they voted for Fatima. The very people who were questioning the integrity and the standards of the Senate, the very people behind closed doors are voting for a woman who lied under oath. Why did they vote for her? The very people are voting for budgets that they don't agree with or the party don't agree with. Where do they stand on these issues? So let's criticize Dylan all day, but I would appreciate if the opposition senators and the opposition's representatives can make themselves available and come and engage us, and let's have these substantive debates. Let's talk about what Dylan talked about. They can come and speak on the contrary. They can say, hey, listen, we are in the Senate as well. They're in the Senate. What Dylan know that they don't know, that they can come and talk about. We are not saying them. They are hiding themselves. They are not speaking out. They are publicly, they're on Facebook writing and disagreeing. But when it's time for them to be held accountable, they are nowhere to be seen. So until we see the opposition senators, until we see the opposition representatives, until we see the opposition leaders, I say kudos to those in the ruling party who are not afraid to show up and engage us. Great job.
Thank you. And before you come in quickly,
before you be the last, the brother.
No, I just want to say something before I slip. I want to come to you quickly, just now, Ahmed. He said something, Jordan, that is very important, and I wanted to highlight again. Dylan is not in the position he was in during the Weah administration. He was the loudest during the Weah administration because he was an opposition senator. He was stealing the show, and he did that effectively. You don't expect, and some of the things that I was saying today that he's going to see the president, he did it deliberately. He's not going to openly criticize the president now on this one. He's going to meet him. But those that we expect, that's what Raul says is important. The opposition people should be the one moving, running, and sounding like the way they don't sound that yesterday. They don't not do the job for them. And they expect they don't do that. Listen, they don't will play some role to tell the people that he's somehow independent, but this is his government. He's not going to go, how they call it, ballistic on them. So coming in, I just thought to highlight this. And before you can come in, let me use this to say this so you use that to move on. But we'll stay on the show. Ahmed, why is the CDC lawmaker, opposition lawmaker, are very quiet?
Thank you.
What's happening?
Exactly.
Okay, so attempting to answer.
And there's a major thing. Yourself spoke of it, Ahmed, and I want you to get some time and already say this, right? There's a major thing unfolding. The president admitted there's no budgetary allocation here. Nothing whatsoever. They're using $6.something million. Similar thing happened. We didn't use government money, but those guys ran with it recklessly. Right. So where is it? Why are we not hearing from CDC lawmakers, my dear brother?
But Ahmed is more vocal than any of the elected officials. He's not an elected official. He's a private citizen. But he's more vocal than any of them who are paid by taxpayer. So Ahmed, the show is yours. Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, so I think in an attempt to answer your question, I will borrow from what Senator Snow said the other day on OKFM, that the passion or the energy by which the opposition of 2023 demonstrated towards the citizen government, that passion, that energy seems to be lacking in the current opposition today. It's no secret. And I am as disappointed just as you are, not necessarily because I am an opposition to the government, but because these are leaders of our country who should uphold, and they happen now to be in opposition, to hold the government to account now. And I agree with you. I commend the law ability to engage, whether on this platform or his regular platform page. I think that's a good thing. He tries his best as much as he can to engage to the public. And I do not fault DeLon because he cannot criticize his government. I would think that's not a real way to go. The only thing I'm saying when it comes to the DeLon issue was that, look, you cannot be giving one picture of what your positions are on Facebook, yet it does not reflect the same position you take when you go in the Senate. And that observation is not just on DeLon. I even mentioned Amara Kone. To the extent I responded to them. I said, look, for me, I see all your right out on Facebook as showmanship. For example, you come on Facebook, you criticize the budget beyond all the measure. Only to find out nothing extra change. You voted for the budget. The same thing with Myean and so on. So this would not have been my position to any of them had they not come on Facebook to do that. I just see they just try to play on the intelligence of the Liberian people. By the time they break, you see long pieces from the guy criticizing this other concession, criticizing this other deal, criticizing this deal. And then by the time you hear it goes on the Senate floor, they play that they should really exercise their power. You find out nothing changed. Not in terms of whether, but they just vote for it just as it was. So that's where my frustration comes from. But in terms of the law engagement, to be honest with you, I think I commend the law for even taking the courage to say, at least let us cut our salary. Whether he was faking that, whether he was doing it for showmanship, but the fact that he can say over and again, that is commendable. And I think he put that burden on them to pick it up, at which they have done it. Unfortunately, they did not do it. But I would think if I were pushing it for him, if I put that as my signature value towards the budget, and I did not see that capture, probably I would have not voted for the budget because it did not capture a critical component that I felt strongly about. That's all I was saying. And sometimes to register how serious you think about it, maybe if you took that action, it would have gone on record in that regard. But I do not fault the law alone. With regard to the opposition, I'm telling you the truth. And sometimes when I say, people, Sarah then will say, I need to show where I stand, I need to show where I stand. But the opposition have proven to be a disappointment. I'm telling you. They are proven to be a disappointment. And sometimes when you say these things, look, I've consistently read about these things, like I said in some of my pieces. You cannot pray yourself to 2029. No way. Prayer will not help you. Neither can you battle cry yourself. Nor can you use criticism only to just come and talk. No. You must provide concrete approach that define how you're going to win 2029. But unfortunately, the country has come to the point where I think the most objective person is the person that just sing the song Hallelujah, Hallelujah. I've been around for a while. I cannot just sing Hallelujah song. No, I cannot. So in short, I do not come at the law because I think he's an opposition. And just for the record, on closing argument as a panelist, I do not express my view from an opposition perspective. No. I am not representing the CDC on closing argument. I said that over and again. Because one, I'm not CDC official spokesperson. I do not want for my views to be interpreted as the party's view. So I've always said my view reflect my opinion of understanding of Liberian politics. And so if you brought, for example, if you brought Fala here today on the show, I will engage him and you would think that he's not my friend. If you brought Sir Joseph, who I hope he can come, because Jelon also accused him on that 37 million thing, there are questions I think he needs to answer. If you brought him here, I will ask him, man of friendship. That's how I am. If you brought Molu on the show, I would deal with him the same way if I think there are issues you need to answer. So, my people, we don't engage people on the basis of party. We engage people on the basis of the country. We do so as panelists on this show, void of partisan connection. You don't influence it. Delon and I may disagree sometimes, but we are good friends. I respect his ability to engage, but I just think sometimes he his behavior conflict with his action, and that's all. So that's it.
Fair enough. So we agreed that we'll take into the other thing for the Friday.
Friday.
And then, but it's past. We've gone almost 40 minutes after the regular time, so we'll give just 30 seconds to each also to just wrap up. Tomalin, we'll start with you.
Okay, look, it has been one of the best times of my life. Being on this platform with my brothers and sisters here. We are going through everything we've been through together, and we continue to make this our best, do our best. No one will be sanctioned or censored here. Your views will be respected. We respect our guests. And I wanted to say, a lot of people watch our show tonight, and I think when we come like this strong, people are saying you guys are different. I'm happy when I hear this. You guys are different, and I like how we do it. Everyone can hit everybody. That's why this platform you try to infiltrate it, get one person and forget it. Because if you're trying to get me, Seleke coming with different mind, and then the veteran John is coming with different mind, and Robert forget coming with fire. So you can't say, oh my man, one of the things that make us different. Nobody can control. Tell somebody say, no, you can't do the one. Everybody just that. All we try our best to respect our guests who watch show tonight, and I give them credit. He brought a lot of people watch the show tonight with. That was especially from the government, and we saw, and I'm sure that they are thinking, say, well, let's make an appearance. But I agree with Seleke and Bravo carefully. The opposition guys in the government, they are in the Senate and the House, they are moved, but they see what they're doing. And the politics, like somebody said, you expect them to come and publicly attack the president? No, it's in the call having access to the presidency. We were talking about yesterday. You get access, and that's small thing in our country setting. You won't be able to call the president and talk to him. That was in Liberia. I was in Dedon. I was visiting Dedon with this lady. Man, how to call the ambassador for music for gospel, Myean Cassette. Were there? What other people there? One of the vice president program officer came and said, the vice president wants to see you. There's a man that walk. Now, the folks there who are saying that we supporting CDC, but they cussing on Facebook, most of them are saying that waiting for the 5%, right? I come in, we just went through. You see it? Went through there. They say, I don't say that man be talking against it, but the man
that is the power of the media.
So went through there, so that, and so forth.
You wine and dine with kings and queens.
You go there, and so and people watch our show. I respect us a lot. Gentlemen, they take it serious. They don't take it for a joke. Everybody, like the show from last night. I mean, the kind of calls we got today. They put trying to investigate Robert now. Who is Robert? I said, well, Robert, I was tourism on a man there.
Well, let them investigate. I nothing. What you see is what you get. I'm not going to allow my.
I mean, I like how you control it.
Yeah, they don't know me, eh? What you see is what you get. I don't have no master's degree on my. I know. What you see is what you get.
We're trying to bring a lot of people to come in the year, and people are engaged us. Now, the person who have agreed now, I'll put you on record now. He told me today. He told me, he said, I can't close an argument. The police director. I said, issue for Brian McGay, the issue. He said, I come here, I will address it. He said,
I mean, every day you can come.
I said, I'm waiting for you to come. So we hear that question. He's like, come in there. I'll sit down there and engage you. So we'll look forward to that. But guys, let's keep it up, man. We're doing good. Let's keep it up.
Thank you.
It's not an easy thing, but we gotta keep it going.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Let me just make this point so that we can wrap up. And I think I agree with you guys over the mere fact that we have an opposition that is literally silent on all of the issues that are happening in the country. But how would it not be silent? You are an opposition lawmaker. You guys are in the majority. You see that your responsibility of the majority to the minority, and you're dethrone your own speaker. Who does that? Who does that? You have a speaker of the House of Representatives, the majority speaker. You elected him. All of a sudden, you took the rug from out of honor your speaker, and you're dethrone him for what? For an opposition speaker. So, in essence, what will you say? There's nothing they have to say. They cannot hold the government feet to the fire because you know what? They have ceded, I would say, their birthright to the government. So how would they say they cannot say anything? It is sad. That's the reason you see so say one, so say all. Anything that goes to the national legislature, it pass. Fiak. Anything that goes to the national legislature, it pass. Nobody is holding anybody accountable. And I wanted to comment on the issue, just like it slipped my mind. Fatima, with all due respect, went for confirmation hearing. Now, prior to her being seated, she took an oath. She took an oath, right? She raised her right hand and she said that everything that I say will be true to the best of my knowledge, so help me God. And she lied. She lied on her oath. Then they turn around, they reconfirm her because she came and apologized. After you swear, then you lie, then you come back, then you apologize. So folks in our country are not serious to move the country forward. You understand? We are not serious. If we are serious to move the country forward, we will hold ourselves. Those of us who will hold ourselves accountable before we start holding other people accountable. So the opposition, they can't say anything. And if they think they are waiting for 2029, well, I got news for them. Because 2029, there's a new political dispensation that is going to be coming. A lot of you guys will not be able to go back. I can guarantee you that. Those of you that are up for re-election, a lot of you will not go back. You trust me. Because we will do everything within our power to make sure that we sensitize and educate our people so that they cannot elect you guys again. Because you guys are a disgrace to the Republic of Liberia. I rest my case.
You muted, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Sito. Raul, quickly, please.
Yeah, great show always. I think, Senator, I look forward to my one-on-one with the senator, so we can extensively have some real conversations on national issues. But Tomalin, tell your guys, man. I can't sit on a platform and talk about professional integrity, and then you go find out that Robert didn't get what he said Robert get. No, I come from a decent home. My family and my mom, my dad instilled in us principles. And so my resume is a reflection of my professional background. When they and I told the guy I was an operation manager. I am an operation manager. I'm a certified Marriott luxury trainer on all of the steps of services you can talk about. I hold a culinary degree. And so by definition, I'm a professional chef on international cuisine. I have a bachelor's degree in business management with focus on hospitality and tourism management. And I've worked more than 13 years in the hospitality and tourism sector. I started my first job with Intercontinental Hotel Group when I was 18 years old, right out of high school.
Virginia Avenue in Atlanta. Go there. They know my name there very well. So every single call you make, is a reference that stands out. So there's nothing you can find on me. I'm married to a very beautiful woman, and I don't have no side chick. And even if I had side chick, you won't even find out. You can't get me. So I know the terrain. I know Liberia. I know. I mean,
You
we're
know,
not perfect.
don't say that for on the Saturday comes. I say
Don't mind him. Don't mind him. You just say your
when you
ooh.
start saying
Just
that,
say your ooh and
you
leave
will
that
see.
one there. Leave that one alone. Say your ooh and leave that one alone.
No man will say the guy side chase. So go ahead, please. If you want to go get a very good, you want to get a good Christmas Eve on the web, you want to make what happened today.
No, the weapon might be listening, so don't fear. But let's see. So I know that no, but the terrain is a very untrusted terrain.
Yeah.
That country is dangerous. You know the thing that worry me, that's why my space is so the way it is when I'm in that country. The country is a place where you make small mistakes. I know the terrain. I know. You make small mistakes, you finish. But when it comes to professionalism, what you see is what you get, and that's just it. But it's a great show. We encourage folks to come on. Come on. We would not insult you. We would not give you this whole got you thing. We want a professional, intellectual, substantive based dialogue. I don't know everything. I don't. And if I don't, I would keep quiet. Right? But come on, don't be afraid. Come on, let's have conversations surrounding our country. We may have different opinions about what is good for our country, but like Mr. Seaton said, I think all of us want the best. I don't think all of us want the best because there are people who have been given opportunities over and over and again, right, to help move the needle when it comes to what is needed for us to move forward. They
When
feel
I mean all of us,
consistently.
I mean the panelists on this show.
Yeah. But so most of us may have diverse of opinions on the forward march of our country, but I think we want the best for our country, and we want our country to get better. And so, come on, let's have that conversation and let's do it respectfully.
Robert,
Thank you.
somebody want to ask you whether you know Rod.
Okay, all right.
Barra.
Say that again.
The person asking whether you know Rod and Barra. He works for Marriott.
No, Mary is such a big company.
Extremely big.
Probably.
Thank you, Raul. Thank you. But no, I will not put you on now because you say you what? No, I can't put you on. No. You see, she calling me says I knew Raul 5 years ago. All that thing.
People, you were out to sleep tonight.
Sylvester, so don't mind Sylvester.
You were out to sleep tonight.
No, Sylvester been drinking. Sylvester been drinking.
I was it.
Now liquor talk.
I can respond Raul evening sir. That I lie. Everybody just scream I lie. But on a serious note. No, it's good. It's a good thing. On the most serious note, right? I'm told that you are a very wonderful gentleman. I don't think, and you're married to a beautiful wife, and how it should be actually. And the man and listen, those people that need your ones beside you, Raul, get is closed, completely closed. Raul is off the market. He doesn't want that, so don't send it up. But somebody told me say, "We go for him. I cry in Liberia." So, Mrs. Garguah, please. Don't let Raul go alone in and cry like bro, please. On a serious note, that is the case, right? And we say these things sometimes. The year is about to end, and that's what the Christmas song can say. This is the most wonderful time of the year where we extend best wishes, felicitations to our comrades, our friends, and all of things. But there are a lot of things.
I'm closing now.
But yeah, everybody close. You coming to you now. You coming close. Yeah. That's just coming to say this. I just attempted talking to the speaker. He answered me. We talked briefly, and I'm gonna call him after this. I really want to get this side of things from him. Yeah, we come a long way when he didn't teach me at the University of Liberia. I was in a different department totally. He's a very great accountant. An extraordinarily smart guy. He went to the university himself. He self-graduated with a huge honor from the University of Liberia. So from that time moving on, I respected him. But So the other side of it, when we started the debate about removing the then speaker, the former speaker, I took aside. I thought it was wrong. He had some issues. He said, Bo, you are too high on me. I said, no, Bo, sometimes we have to be clear. And that's the kind of role we should play in society. We want to make things straight for us. Seleke, this directed to you, and I will use this now to push to you to tell you that I don't cover up for people, but I will ask you to close, my dear brother. Merry Christmas to you and your special significant.
Yeah, thank you. But I wasn't really saying that you or close argument or pushing that under the carpet. I just thought, of course, it was difficult to really discuss that issue and discuss DeLon. DeLon is news all by himself, you know. So of course I know that, and I think that's a real approach you are using, giving it due diligence, so that if it should be discussed, then it should be discussed from a more substantive point of view, as opposed to discussing gossip and stuff like that. Because of course, regardless of how we want to put it, he is the speaker of the country, you know. So you want to get some due diligence and bring up a very informative conversation. Right. So, you know, I just think 2026, as we hit it, Pewee, is going to be a defining movement for every side, for the government as well as for the opposition. It may not necessarily tell us who's going to win 2029, but it will give us a picture as to where the country could go. Because if 2026 evolve, and let's say the government has not been able to reach those hanging fruits, as we always say, it finds itself in a difficult position. And if the opposition is not able to direct people to understand that, look, what you are being provided now, there's something better, then of course they themselves do find themselves in a mess. So again, it's up to them. If they will choose that, they will remain in silence and hope that 2029 winning election will just come to the seat. Then let's see how that miracle happens. You know, as somebody said, 2029 election is going to be tough. I would think that the ruling party is gradually and daily consolidating power. They have been able to see gravitation towards them. Key opposition figures have started going towards the ruling party. Well, that is not sufficient, yet that is issues that create momentum. So the opposition now need to start saying, what you need to see is you need to see people who are disenfranchised from the ruling party start to move towards the opposition. That's what the opposition need to try and secure. But beyond that, they need to now define clearly the path they want to take. You know, they little bit spread all out this way and that way. And their role in the Senate is not going to, their role in the legislature is not going to be unnoticed this time. For example, people like Robert, they see politics from the practical textbook approach. They believe that if you are opposition, it should reflect in you when you're in the legislature, even though Liberian politics for years more have never been that way. And so people like Robert to become convinced that the opposition working, they will not wait for you to tell them that on 2029. They will say, but you have opposition lawmakers, you have 5 or 6, 7, 8 of them. What did they do? Robert and many people who are in the email ask those questions, but Magay was there. Magay is today telling us, look, let us not vote for Joseph Parker, but Magay was in the Senate. But CDC had these number of lawmakers. Musa Belete, you are in the legislature. What significant thing did you people do? Did you people come together to stop something, to hold Boaga accountable? Did you people call public hearing, all the kind of different things? So, in short, the opposition cannot wait for 2029 to make their case against the government. They must bring in the lawmakers now to form a strategy and approach. For example, the Republican Party, when they got ready for Obama, you are not hearing everybody talking about those who were in that Senate, and so they engaged Obama to the extent a certain lawmaker told the president and said, you lie. That's how much the guys were so prepared to fight Obama until they wanted him to lose.
Yeah.
So I would think a part of the way to unite the opposition, a part of the way to form direction, it should start with those who are in the legislature. They got more than 11, 12, 15. They got some good number. If the 20 or 50 of them can rally around issue, even if they don't have the number to pull it off, But at least when the Liberian people know they're standing for these things, it could.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you.
That speaker thing, don't forget about that speaker thing. That speaker thing, from all of my investigation, from true in perspective, is going to be a dead point all around because the guys are angry on the basis of finances. You know, they ain't get their money. So those kind of things, when the motivation is inspired by these kind of a material reward, it becomes difficult to be maintained because all the men need to do is to come up with money. So I don't see that thing going anywhere, man. I don't see it going anywhere.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And I agree with you. If there's money, trust me, they're gonna resolve that problem about this issue. Seriously, I know how to praise people. I know who are praising against Sarah about again. but gentlemen, thank you for a very great show. I thought the panelists
because Sarah the apologist.
You guys did a very good
the apologist.
We look forward to tomorrow. And
even go to fire
I was trying to say we look forward to having a very wonderful Christmas individually tomorrow with our individual family.
Yeah.
Raul,
please convey on behalf of me and my family.
Raul, tell my sister, say Merry Christmas. I'm on my feet now, so I'll start traveling again.
Merry Christmas.
Maybe during one of the World Cup games, we'll
to you and your daddy wife. I tell her.
Thank you,
boss.
I
was just pulling your
leg. I know. Yeah, thank you, Sylvester. But with me,
Tomalin, George, thank you, man. I received my packages from Liberia that you brought, and they gave you sent for me. Thank you so much. I received
one from me. Just say, man, please give me a few minutes.
Who?
The former foreign minister just sent this to me. He said, former Liberian President George Manawe has congratulated Reverend Mrs. Seleke Kromah on her record-setting graduation from the Liberian Bible Theological Seminary. He said, on recognize her. There's the voice of the former Foreign Minister Ambassador D. Maxwell Kromah Sr.
Your wife graduated?
Yeah, former President expressed regret for missing the ceremony. President Weah called Mrs. She said, I'm proud of her. May God continue to bless her as she has more wisdom to preach to us, to hear God's word. We are proud of you, madam. Okay, he also talked about the regular relationship between him and the former foreign minister. And so he recognized. And also, President Weah got a new Christmas message today too. It was nice. He arrived today, right? You tend to arrive and Seleke?
Yeah. Yes. The former president came in the country today.
From the US?
Yeah, from Myean.
Yeah, for the US, Ghana, and then Liberia, yeah.
That's good. That's good. May God richly bless the former president and keep him
Merry Christmas to him. And also,
Sylvester, extend my greetings.
Want to express our Merry Christmas to
thank you.
The president, the vice president, the speaker, the deputy speaker, the legislature, and the cabinet, and also the diplomatic corps, the former presidents of Liberia, Presidents Salif and President Weah, and their families, and wishing them the best. And we look forward to engaging them in the coming year. And to all the parties, Mr. Cummings of the ANC, Mr. Billett of the CMC, Mr. Moneyback for the Linu, and where again? Liberia Party, Yombly for the Liberia Party, and also Simeon, what guy need Simeon what? Freeman. I'm not joking. We are bringing a show. The
man said he will turn the executive mansion into a 4-star hotel if you're president.
I'm not doing that. Toss on TNT. He can be going and go dream all day.
Come here, man.
Yeah, sweet talk.
He wears a $400,000 watch.
Yeah, they see.
But Pewee, I still want to pick up boy, my man. I got her Sarah, so your brother warrior down, my man. Then the warrior started trembling. She had to call to apologize. They got it. They keep progressive, but you know, all the way I can see Sarah fighting on Facebook. She got no engaged. That second she's surrounded and all.
Listen. A good.
So Sarah should understand now the thing we can go through when people battle from all sides because of their opinion.
No. Before you continue, please. I have personally sent a best wishes Christmas. Listen, Mr. Comey is one of those very important political figures in our country.
Sure.
We can know today on the show. I thought I did that, and other things you didn't follow.
You are on the show. Why you wish Comey Merry Christmas?
Exactly. That's and sneaky. That's a slap in your own face.
You are on the show. You wish Comey Merry Christmas.
You should have done that on the show, but I did today.
I
did.
They always like to be at 1%. They always like that 1% behavior there. You on the show, you get a platform. You use it to highlight. Then you are bringing Tomalin Joe, who wishing everybody.
But I agree with Sylvester. Mr. Cummings,
y'all don't be squeezing cereal like that.
Mr. Cummings is very, very important. In fact, when I go to my next visit, I will have a meet with him this time. I will sit with him for maybe 30 minutes.
Cummings is a great guy. He's a great guy.
Some discussion, but he's very, very important.
But sometimes people, I think y'all be helping Cummings up too much.
Why you not helping him up too much?
Robert. Sometimes the picture the problem in Liberia is so complicated that the picture you're trying to get, like Comey getting Magic 1 tomorrow morning, you will wave it and change that country. Brother, I respect the man. I respect his achievement.
It's a complicated country. I agree.
I respect his achievement.
It's a complicated country.
Robert, I rather want you to rather get active also to get actively involved in the actual politics of Liberia, Robert. Yeah, there will be days, Robert, you'll go home and cry.
Independent on the side, you got to tip out. No, but Robert, when they do it, 2028.
So when I say get actively involved, I'm not saying choose a political party, sir. Go beyond that. Either you go there, live on the ground for a while, do some business there. Let even your own business people start crooking you, not just
the Robert and Chris always clashing. I know you laying lecture.
No, I will do. Wait.
I come in. You want you to go Liberia, when you go Liberia, at least be a lecturer at least 1 or 2 lecturer at the tourism school at least.
Yeah, but that would not be my loss. That would be his loss because you're talking about that thing. You're talking about next year. By next year, you're talking about business. By next year, I will announce at the appropriate time my first initiative in Liberia. So,
I encourage you. You will be on the ground, Robert. Be on the ground.
Seleke called me a new party, you know. Do you know why he come from the be a partisan?
But B, why you didn't post the picture? We got a meeting.
With Cummings?
Yeah.
But I think I think we should have those photos.
I think we stay on party hopping.
Yeah, we
stay on party hopping. I believe that anyway, as new progressor, you got to talk to all the sides and then eventually make an informed position as to where you
just answer your own.
So it's
all right, guys. But Merry Christmas. Have a great night.
Where is Sarah, the runaway warrior?
No, but Sarah did the right thing though. Sarah said, you know what, let me just call the thing short.
You won't pick Sarah. You want Sarah to come outside to that.
See her on the post there.
Anytime Sarah come to me, I will call you and Delon. Like,
but there's truth to you. True thing. Delon, you know the thing that I told you one time, Delon didn't even speak to me at OKFM. But Delon, I think once there's always a conversation that needs to happen, I believe. Because a lot of the politicians sometimes they take things personal sometimes. And sometimes some of us we take things personal too. We're all human beings. But ever since my first engagement with Delon on the show, I've remained very respectful of critics, but I think it's his understanding of the media and his positioning. He was able to say today, I don't care what happened with Sarah. First, he answered Sarah's question, but he already made up his mind because Sarah called him fake in the comment section. He was not going to answer Sarah's question.
No, but listen, Robert.
I thought Robert,
that's why you don't understand politicians. Delon was not taking anything.
Well, so you come to my time, you call me fake. You call me there.
No.
I will not answer you.
Pewee, Pewee.
I
Tell him you that you are coming on the show. He needed to
Daniel Sender refused to answer my question. Daniel Sender refused to answer my question. But when he came back, But when he came back, no. But you see, I have a whole different strategy. You don't have to answer my question. But when he came back, you saw he had toned it down a little bit. You see the ambassador, Sylvester. When ambassador came, I think the ambassador came yesterday to prove it on a point. Because the first time he was here, they said, "Why you let Robert do this?" So yesterday now he came to say, "Hey, you said you this." So now I will put my foot down. What he didn't understand was I was in a very peculiar situation because I was hosting. If I wasn't hosting, y'all were going to keep me off the show because I was not going to relent.
But myself independently, I did, and yet now yesterday when I came here, I told you something else. The focus of Gambia tourism is ecotourism, and I emphasized that.
He said sex tourism,
and I went back to research today. No, it's not sex tourism. It's an Islamic country.
So sex tourism, Tomalin, is essentially sex trafficking.
Oh, really?
Child trafficking. They only use the word tourism because there are people who go to these countries based on global inequalities to pay for sex, and plus it's cheaper. And you know the advantage? A lot of white men, it's also richer. A lot of white men go to Gambia and they take advantage of those poor young Gambia's black girls. The same thing happened in Asia. The same thing happened in many countries in Asia. But there is no such thing in the space of intellectual tourism conversation. There is no such thing as sex tourism.
But then what's happening in Belgium? You haven't been
there are adult entertainment everywhere. The strip club
it's not Belgium. It's actually in
it's in Germany as well. But
it's a red district in Belgium, bro. You go there with a glass.
But no, it's not Belgium. It's the Netherlands.
Holland, the Netherlands. But it's not the same as what we see happen in these countries. But the point here is, it's not the core of that tourism. It's not. They don't promote that. The tourism sector in these countries do not promote. It's not face value, right? But tourists who go to these countries specifically for these reasons, they understand that. But in Gambia specifically, there are laws against that. Hotels are even the hotels are saying, if you come into my hotel and you are not, and you can't tell me who this person. They ask for IDs. You can't enter the room because the hotels can get sued and get fined.
Yeah, I remember I was in Tanzania and we had that kind of a funny situation, my man.
Yeah, but in Tanzania, but you're going too far. Dominican Republic. Why I said that people go? Let me just say this. My wife would never let me go to the Dominican Republic. I was trying to go there for my bachelor night.
Why?
Dominican Republic. The reason why a lot of folks go to the Dominican Republic, especially from the U.S., is because according to them, it's like sex is way cheaper in Dominican Republic, and the girls are more beautiful in Dominican Republic. They have even gone as far as people going to Dominican Republic to get married and bring girls. Same thing with Africa, but it's closer and it's much more easier, right? And so these things are happening. Adult entertainment are happening. But when anyone mentions sex tourism, they're essentially talking about sex trafficking, child trafficking. And these things in Gambia is illegal in Gambia.
But Robert, I can't go
years imprisonment.
I can't go to Jamaica, Dominican Republic, or anything for vacation. I just believe that places like Jamaica, Haiti, sometimes I don't see them more different from Liberia. So I'm like, okay, if I take money for vacation there, I'd rather spend it in Liberia. So when I want vacation, I'll go to other parts of the world. I'll go to Luxembourg, other kind of place. But these countries like I just always think that I'd rather go to Ghana, I'd rather go to Kenya, I'd rather go to Liberia, man.
You know the best place I ever been, Sylvester? And I will close on this. The best place, I ain't gonna lie to you, that I really want to go back again. The best place I ever been was Cape Town, South Africa. Cape Town, South Africa is a whole different vibe. But I thought it was beautiful. I thought it was really, really beautiful.
You been to Kenya, bro?
I haven't been to Kenya yet.
Bro,
I haven't been to Kenya. I haven't been to Tanzania.
Cape Town is actually great, but you will enjoy, if you really want to enjoy South Africa, from my perspective, I've come to Cape Town Joburg and other part of the area, Pretoria. But Durban is where I really love in South Africa.
Yeah, but Durban is too quiet for me.
Durban is where I love. I
Yeah,
love
Durban is too quiet for me.
thing. Yeah, so but Cape Town is good too.
Yeah, Cape Town is
Joburg
is a black.
Joburg is why? Why you doing? It's
no,
why?
It's very
Joburg is a major is a major city, right?
But
It's why, Robert. It got life.
No,
Yeah,
security. The security, but the problem is security.
Bro. Everybody got security.
Yeah, and then another area I love to travel in the rural part of those areas, the KwaZulu Natal province, those provinces and other things. Yeah. I spent a lot of time going to South Africa and everything, but it's good there. It's good actually.
Yeah. But when we're talking Liberian tourism,
but you love Kenya also. You love Tanzania.
Definitely want to go to Tanzania.
I mean, I fell in love with Tanzania, man. To be honest with you,
love Kenya, you love Tanzania.
Zanzibar,
in Africa. You love Zimbabwe. What I went to Ventura for, you love it.
Yeah.
Have you really spent time in Nigeria too?
No, I'm scared. I haven't gone yet. I was talking to Drew Mason. I was talking to Ambassador Drew Mason.
It's one of the places to really go.
You will spend less money.
But you see, but you gotta know people there though.
And good life.
Don't know you, Robert. You don't have to.
That get Catherine, bro.
Robert, you can get a taxi on. You can get a taxi if you want to. You can get an Uber. The place like you in the States, you can get an Uber. You go to your hotel. You go to the club. It's nice.
We're in Nigeria. We know how I want it. We just said yaba. And said,
that Nigeria you're talking about yaba. That ain't Nigeria today. Nigeria. If you think Ghana is great in terms of services, Nigeria, and the thing about Nigeria is very cheap, bro. They're cheap.
Oh, really?
It's very cheap.
Oh, so it's cheaper than Ghana?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If you go to Nigeria, if you spend time around the Lagos area, where you get some valuable clothes from small money. You know, it's a very huge country, so very huge.
I went to Nigeria on my way to Germany. I went to Nigeria for 3 days. I started my stay. I called my German trip. I started my stay in Nigeria for a week.
I
went to Germany. I came back there. My man, you get your driver. He come for you. You pay small money all in. He come for your money. Take you.
When you think $100 US to buy in the local entertainment in Nigeria.
Oh, really? Wow.
Imagine
you never make it $300.
And people appreciate it. When you get a man less than $5, they appreciate your Odogu. When they start calling you Odogu, you say you get one.
Odogu.
They got to call the guy. What the man need? The man that died. He gave us $10,000. Abiola. We're 10 students from the university students that went there. Were there to make you $10,000 US. That was in 1991, 94. Yes.
And I plenty of money that down.
We were there, man. $10,000 make you. I said, MQ Abiola Crescent in Ikeja. The man.
Ikeja is one of the area also.
I saw cell phone.
Lagos, Ikeja, a big ball living Ikeja.
Yeah.
Big balls living. The homes that you got, Ikeja, a big balls.
The Marriott down there, great, bro.
Yeah, the Marriott is very good. They have some.
Man, a country that got money, they both spend money in that country.
But you know, there are more international hotels.
If you are boss on the same game from Nigeria, you are signed with the embassy there, with the drug enforcement there. Around you same game from. Yeah,
there are more international hotels in Nigeria than in Ghana. We only have one Marriott in Ghana.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, it'll be crazy, man.
Yeah, but it's $300. You see, it's $300 per night.
Yeah.
$300 per night.
I want to drive it the first time, right? After we're driving in Victoria Island. We see that when they say, what's that? They say, oh, they go in shower. I say, they say, oh, so university girls, in the morning on campus, you see children and say, and I saw the children answer. You said they're doing and making the money for them to survive.
Yeah, but they're coming from Kenya, Rwanda. They're in Ghana too. They're in Ghana too. They got all kinds of stuff going on in that place, man.
So Robert, to a party. They're not called sex tourism. It's not existing.
Listen,
ambassador said it's sex tourism.
Yo, you said Gambia thrive on sex tourism. It's essentially sex trafficking, man. It's
official.
But look at the word tourism. the World Tourism Organization have a statement on this already. They condemn it. You know what I'm saying? So I was surprised when he even brought that up in the midst of, and in Liberia when we're talking about, because I was asking him what are plans, what kind of plans do we have to appease to international visitors? Like the Gambia has done that, and then I was surprised when he brought that up. But there's no such thing in the academic space as sex tourism. Of course, sex is so everywhere, but there's no such thing as that.
My brother was born there.
Yeah, there's no such. But if I go to Liberia, you think I care about this kind of people in here? I don't care about Chris. I mean, I don't need anything from him. But if I start my business, and you start to come after me because of my position, I mean, I got high here too. I beg you, I got high here.
Okay,
Rabba, on a serious note, Chris is a cool guy. I didn't follow the conversation.
Maybe we need to sit and talk.
Yeah, I followed the conversation, but he's a cool guy. He's a flexible guy. Maybe, as you said, maybe he came up to show that he's talking, but sometimes you find in government, you got to defend lay territory and stuff like that. But other than that, he's a regular guy. He's a cool guy.
But it's nothing. It's nothing personal. It's nothing. I don't have nothing personal against the guy.
Before we go,
I think the two of you can team up, find a way to collaborate. You can do a great impulsion in the sector forward.
You see, but what Robert said is true. The World Tourism Organization.
No, it's not that. There's no sex. That thing. Robert, that boy, my boy. I respect that boy.
Human rights that conflict.
That Baza boy. They met all of the ball in the cookie building, go lend it, then you want to compare yourself with him.
The practice of traveling to foreign countries, often in the global south, with the intention of engaging in paid sexual activity or relationship. The World Tourism Organization report on condemn. Oh yeah,
okay. It's not what but Sylvester, you saw before you go. I know you gotta go, but we're talking culinary again, and for no reason, I didn't even say this one year. I said, let me just leave it alone. For no reason, the mention through gastronomy there.
Yes.
I said, hey man. So I was thinking, I said, he's trying to prove his authority on the subject matter. But you don't even have the foundation for culinary arts. And you're talking about gastronomy, my brother, again? Like, bro, don't need gastronomy right now. You understand the technical nature of the research and humor and food and culture? You don't need all
President Trump, he said, including a radical left scum that is doing everything possible to destroy our country.
Oh man, yeah, good night, man.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
The great moderator. I think we got a vote. Moderator of the year, Pewee and Jerome.
Don't let Jerome get a fly to come out.
The president, the president took my Jana.
Tony, yes, I said, yes, my wife, recognize my wife. As it is now. And I mean, you wait for President. We are development plan. You go for that. You don't do that. Yes, is it? The Madrasa Kimia.
He's a cool guy.
The most powerful for listen. He's one person that, and I will say this.
He's a go-getter.
He's a go-getter.
Yeah.
He's a go-getter. Now his probably, and that's the style of every human being may have their own style of leadership. They believe in the way of allowing people to be loyal to them. They do certain way to take control of it. That probably his style of leadership. But he's someone that he want to move, and he's like Trump. He demands 100% loyalty. When he suspect some level of thing, then he start. I mean, but that's it. That's life. People want to do things, but he's a go-getter. And he can be effective in doing what he. I mean, that's it.
He's a cool guy.
Yeah.
He's a cool guy. I mean, in terms of when he approaching his goal, he's a cool guy.
Yeah. So this is up there.
Man, yeah. The two pros. Are you going? The two. Wait, agenda.
The what?
The president.
The president did the 2-4 approach. You know, and we have to make use of the lower fruit hanging fruits. Yeah. Yes, that's it. The president, the reform agenda, the president reform agenda. And those are you put out was saying for the president reform agenda, we have to then take you for the way and move. You know, and I mean it. Hey, yes, that's it. It is now. Yes, that's it. Going on.
We are like also. When he really is it, there's a deal.
Anytime you know, anytime the president agenda will be interrupted. You know what I mean? The president, yeah, and I mean. The madrasa king.
Oh, we gotta let go. We gotta go. We gotta
Yeah, man. And another thing, another good side of him also was that he had a very good rating in the media.
Oh yeah,
he had a very good rating in the media. How he did it, you know. So he knows how to get along. And
you know, he's not confrontation. He's not confrontational.
Oh no.
So that's it. Before he came to government, he within LIPA, I think he had a very good relationship with your man Mills Jones. So cool, very cool. Eventually, he Mills Jones.
Yeah, I think that Mills Jones gave him that permanence too.
Oh yeah. Like, the whole thing started from there. LIPA at the time, Mills Jones gave LIPA $5 million.
Huh?
Yeah. $5 million. And the central bank to say and I'm gonna give them to after came out the president of the Liberia Business Association. They had to give it to instead giving loan to people to do business and other things. Yeah, major, yeah. And when they post I stop in major said I will play, start dishing up money. People said no, we gotta do something to stop the guy. They got one to use this country money to be president. Wow. Yeah.
But Belgium gave another aspect of the central bank capacity to also expand and create opportunities. Because while it is true, yes, he might have wanted to be president or so, but he showed us that central bank receive a lot of dividends. So why don't he use it to impact life? I think that's what he was doing. That aspect of
that's what he was doing, but you are wrongly applying that. I mean, listen. You cannot do it. There's not a way for the head of the central bank to dish out money. It was not only reckless, but that was a recipe for chaos in the country. Particularly men that were harboring presidential ambition. Yes, what we're saying. Now, the intent as to that, there would have been policy put in place to apply that mechanism. But the way he went about it, it was intentional and it was reckless, right? The intentional part of it is that he was doing that to believe he would use the money to co-opt people to his side. And that was not the case. Unfortunately, people started seeing that as a means of going to cash out, right? And then, I was in Zozo district. Zozo, the day Mills was coming into Lufa, into Zozo.
Hello?
We were sitting somewhere that day, we're seeing the town from the morning hours from 6 a.m.
Wow.
We just people trooping into Zozo from the satellite town around Zozo. Zozo is the district got 42.
You don't got it wrong.
I think 42, 43 towns. Huge towns, big towns. People started coming in. Imagine people started coming from beyond Zozo. People from neighboring districts started trooping in also into Zozo. The town, the city got back in no time. Before 12 midday, you have more than 50, 60, 70,000 human beings.
For real?
Into Zozo. There, when I went by, I will tell you, Ben Scotty and other thing. I say, hey, Chief, what I saw in Lofa, you don't take time to put all along because other poster go a friend. And when the poster come, you will not hear them saying this. Can he give it? So the men I can share the money are the men we're going to see.
Oh,
yes. Zozo was at this.
I played the power back in 9 when I 1.7 billion.
You do what?
I was
people fell at the time. Mills Jones are going to be the president of Liberia.
You buy away where?
I went to night. The Powerball 1.7 billion. I would buy with the presidency.
1.7 billion.
Yeah,
Why were you? Why will you get 1.7 billion and want to retire yourself to President John?
I want you, my country. I want you to, my man.
So you will use the 1.7 billion into the country?
I'll put all that money there, but I need, but just good.
So do you have to be president to do that?
If you want to buy a boss at 1.7 billion, you're not going to get. Oh, they will cash you out to get.
Let me see what
that's going to be.
I can't win 1.7 billion dollars and say I won't be president.
No, I want to.
No.
Yeah, go sit down and relax, gentlemen.
I can impact the country significantly. We're all being restricted. So you want to use private jet? People want to wear our country money. You want to do the donation pool?
They will know I get the money.
Gentlemen, it was a great show, man.
I'll go for the prayer party then. I'll order people my movement. I beg you. I put it on payroll. I won't do it. I beg you, man. Oh, come.
Money
you put on payroll?
I'll put it on payroll. Hey.
Oh, yeah.
Put it on payroll. I was determined. They'll give up straight.
You employ a man.
Man, I don't mind in your car. I remember saying we don't have good table.
Why be the American? You go Nimba this, but anyway, you are in Nimba. You go to Memphis.
Nah, beg you.
Why you in man? I want good table. Man.
No, my man, beg you,
huh? Man, I've been talking. I've been operating anything.
The menu party now at Sarah Beslow.
Oh, that will be party there.
Oh, that Tomalin, a minister of the year.
Of course, the minister of the year.
We know that a sister for a long time. A CDC days. Chief of Office Star.
The first chief of Office Star, we have fired that guy. You see, they get him enjoy the fire the man.
The fire who?
What will do how they fire the man? I'm gonna go Nyenwolo. Fire is straight, is it? Yeah, man, man, you was not for that. Eventually, now, organize had a good meeting, my man. Correct. Someone you the protocol, man. This all they want. Everybody get a position. Yeah, the meeting now will be chilling now. Is it? Oh, then why you want me? He get to the wall. I'm begging you. They fired the guy to see it. I'm begging you. La gran politics will come one way, man.
Yes, citizen Benedict, yeah. What? Tomalin. But you know what I noticed? I haven't seen any political organization that have been as strong, raise money equal to the way citizen was doing formative stage in America here.
Oh, my man, damn it. What?
People were volunteering chapters to chapter.
When they say, oh, on goes to the chapters, new chapter form. What? Goes to new chapter form. What? Dang it. I said, yeah. What? Everything was there for me. Everyone going fast.
But Tomalin, you thought we could be to this point? It's 20 years, almost 20 years.
Yeah, but we invented I will talk with that man. So leadership there. Also, it's telling everybody getting a force there.
They say when the party ready to get rid of you, you can leave each other.
You know, I just don't want to allow. I know I do what in Florida. In Florida, was working out by the pool there. Yeah. And somebody said, and that's Chairman of CC level. I said, that guy said, yeah. I said, when the man said, relax. On Kamara and I said, good as they go bomb me for the convention. They ran it before ANC strip. So, well, I'm going to be ambassador to Belgium, man.
I think to Italy. Because the Belgium is sending that I know Demi or
Peabody.
I think Solo going to the same to Italy.
We should ask them when they confirm. So they'll be confirmed.
I'm sure, but they may not come back.
I mean, so I confirm with Nova. Also,
God yeah.
Yeah, good year, yeah, yeah. Let's say this. CMC, what is Sonny?
They know the guy son, huh?
Yeah, CMC. What Sonny was singing the song? CMC. I beg you, sing that song.
Who Ben?
Oh, Ben, I sing that song. Ben Sanvee.
Oh, CMC got a son, huh?
I was singing the song. I think before December, we just so happy. Although I explode.
Yeah, what that lady, I know that lady, and I will crazy. I was more on fire too much. She even go the 6 months she changla.
The prayer
They
politics.
think political party that joke. They think that joke.
What did they call it? Jordan, they call her. Jordan said Zico. Zico, that strong chair lady. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Jordan do.
Yes, Jordan do.
Lady Zuma. Oh, Lady Zuma.
I get piece of what? My diva, lady what?
I know who get piece of that new.
I
know what piece of God I don't need them.
No, man. All the AY. Probably I wouldn't do. What is Sarah fighting? I guess Sarah quit. I guess Suzanne fighting. Sarah fighting about
that. No, Sarah she's strong. But yeah, today you battle her, man.
Well, no, that's good about you. The man, he and Sarah, man said, I will not know. It wasn't Sarah, but then, so I said to the man, you know, when you're a guest on a show, the session where they put right in up your air. You know, who are attacking?
Sarah, but Sarah issue was that on the show was in the comment section.
Comment section, I was the lost part there.
You know the man tried to subdue Sarah.
No,
a politician. My man, when the man say I can't answer the woman because he know that Sarah coming with a fire, he said, let me subdue her.
No, but no, man, every friend. I mean, I expect Sarah. So I should have just in a decorum, you know. But I say she hitting and call the man cook and do that.
Sarah, I'm going to ask question.
Yeah. You know, when you mention that, you call it again, I'm customer there. I got another question. I know. CMC, man, I want to see the post on, man. Man, I see something, man. What Ben Sanvee?
But so Pewee, where are position with the CMC now?
Yeah, my man, Pewee now with party back. Yeah, man.
Yeah, that best thing they be with new progressive, understand the culture, and then provide direction for them when the time comes.
You know, man. Now ever since.
Later, you rest, come and eat rest.
Man, I love that man.
I'm eating.
You should be eating salad. Be eating salad, vegetable salad.
I'm eating kumawe.
Let me go drink my salsa tea and my moringa.
Yeah, you lose a lot of weight. You did well.
Yeah, buddy, I do it, buddy.
Are the best thing, bro. Don't let that weight.
I think about doing a brownie. When not easy as coming in a beach shouting. I don't want to be killing yourself.
Killing themselves.
Hey, drop yourself.
Tomalin, I was 240 today at 160.
I mean, I saw you. I said, hey. Somebody, your doctor Seleke. I said, what am I doing this so? Hey. You want to now, right? That's good. You well, my man. I'll go 190. I'll go. Excuse me, Ambassador calling you. Ambassador, how are you? I'm live.
So you're two what?
Around 220, yeah.
Well, at one point in time, when I realized I was 280 something, I said, "What I give?" I said, "What?" My daughter said, "You enjoy it, children?" I said, "I cutting now." But the biggest thing I see everything is that walking every day. Just do something. 30-minute walk.
I do an hour.
The way they go PANELISTS, I can eat that time. Anytime.
I can't even try.
My time I pass. While I eat now, I eat salad or I drink a tea.
I mean, that last time you were on the stage, no,
in la bro, man, la bro, or nose guy, man. But I can't continue to have it.
I told my kids, why would all the show I was waiting outside the mall, I turned to the mall, they were shopping. So I was waiting since today when since 2 o'clock today. We just go back, came out, say on the show.
Thank God my children understand that they do what they call sheen, what they do to call sheen. I think they do that shopping wrong. They go along order and they take pass the country.
Even that the children will say won't go to the mall to Sunday, so I have to go to Christian mall today.
I tell one lie, man. But I think I do when I'm going to buy, I just buy a move for that. That's surely. I think people begin walking around looking at the price in there, they get a coupon and I say, I beg you back. Coupon for what? I go, they are gone.
So see, you ain't going to the country?
Well, 2026, I hope to pay a trip there. No clear date up yet, but yeah, I intend going this coming up.
So you still remember a stand?
I'm a funny member.
Folks are saying that the CDC, when's the CDC next convention? You got to be practical and democratic.
I hear you don't remember.
Well, actually, Jangako has a tenure for close to 5, 6, maybe around 5 years more. But there has been called for some mini convention. There's some sector of the party who think the party should go to convention. Personally,
and what's the former president saying?
I don't know his view on that, but my view is that I think we should go to one. You cannot come from an election of that magnitude and with all the different haul and pull in a party that you don't go to mini convention. Mini convention set the agenda. It may change people, maybe it may evaluate, individual roles, but more than anything else, it helps you guys to brainstorm and then come up with a new direction. Also of that, all the knee-jerk things don't provide the way it should go. I think a mini convention is a way forward.
Hello, if you also want to tell me, they say Georgie Labro or the Ojion Labro were really strong. That for your project, they would need the president. See what they put doing the Trump right now with the Epstein file, the bipartisan thing they're doing. Hey, well, Labro, but the post standing by the threatening to impeach the attorney general.
We spoke about earlier on. He would have been able to keep himself on side.
Yeah. But Labro, I think that they will get away. People will get away. Labro, we don't have. They don't get fine, man. Fact. Well, I was going to film my Gayman shopping, yeah.
And his first thought that about moving away from him.
Merry Christmas. Oh, Seleke, you know the lady here?
Whoa.
Oh, yeah. That's so.
What wrong?
You know her?
I'm not seeing her clearly, but what's wrong?
She know you.
Oh, okay. What she say?
She know you. She know you. Oh.
I'm sure I know her, but just our picture here is so small.
Check it. Yeah. I think they call. I think it's her name more.
What I'm more?
I'm not going to say that. What I'm more than you on this. So.
From I know Texas or what?
No, more in
Atlanta.
Atlanta.
But you know plenty of female. I think.
You want to know more female than me. I beg you. More for me than me. You laughing? If I talk crappy, I would deal with you.
No, I say, you know, no, but my man, you see over our platform, you know, plenty of people, you know.
And you see over into yeah. You get whole one there, you get whole media empire. Is it what?
It is a political organization, it's a political platform.
Yeah. Funny. I mean, I'm gonna go finish my grandma shopping. Yeah.
But one, you going to one more?
I'm going to Bashar Mall.
You're a children?
The trainer, yo.
But who you going shopping for?
Oh, man, come on, man. I'm going shopping for my cat, Luna, and my dog, Rocky.
But Tomalin, okay, my cat is becoming a little hostile.
Your cat?
Yeah.
Yeah, but all I hate. I mean, I hate my sheep, but the shots all of the day, right?
Yeah, all the shots of the day, but yeah, it's still becoming a little frisky.
Your carrying I heard.
I him.
I think they're getting to the groomer.
Well, since no, I'm carrying. You know, the cat just a baby. Yeah, I'm a big now.
Get in there. In there. On the door, you know, it's so small, Rocky. I put it away. What do they want? Run outside. Car will pick you one day, be running outside that. How wrong you? I love cat and dog, man. I love them. I can't anybody can say I love them.
They're very
affectionate, man.
Yeah, they're affectionate, you know.
Yeah. Well, our man being before married guy. The guy got I think alligator as a pet in Liberia. Pet as a pet. Living alligator as a pet.
Wow.
I said, man, I'm brave. And man get as a pet in Liberia. I said, I'm gonna forget it. Alligator. Eating actually, very dimensional. He's joking. He's doing the true justice.
I said, I didn't come with.
I love how we.
I bought come with.
I love how we. I got Benesi Kennedy here. Benesi Kennedy. Benesi Kennedy. I got Polo. I got Kanye. And Lebanese bread, man. Hey, my man. Hey, I wish Christmas back in the days, man. Christmas time, what Christmas Eve we do? I was Christmas carol, man. Going around with our candle, white gown, our candle singing Christmas carols in the neighborhood. It's correct. We go out our Christmas cantata. And life has changed over the years, man. What? Oh, today. Oh, mommy get birthday. Mommy probably not pie. Not pie. They're watching birthday today. Okay.
I'm a man, Ben Sanvee.
Yeah, Ben preparing Ghana trip, getting ready for Ghana trip, people.
Ben myself got some connect in Ghana there.
That's my stuff along. Veronique Kudu. How are you, man? Merry Christmas, Vero.
Well, I know Tel Aviv or Tel Aviv or Tel Aviv.
I reach out to tell him I have for long. Merry Christmas, Vero. Peace on earth and good towards all mankind. Come on with it, man. Man, chew. Come on with it.
Oh, you get where you went? That's why we.
That's why.
You get Tito.
Yeah, I remember during after the war, I was doing an NGO in Buchanan. Yeah, my papa. You're not yo. One of the papa was thinking, yo, want to go to Buchanan. When see Franklin, want to go there, papa. One time I see me, give my voice. You are blind. He said, by and by, long when the morning comes. Oh, I said, hey, my papa, listen, my papa don't die.
Oh, you want Buchanan on a trip?
Oh, yeah, I want Buchanan.
How the place look to you?
Yeah, I was disappointed. The place in darkness. I was disappointed in darkness. How can you have a solid metasty right there and Buchanan in darkness? Only the loop, they want to loop, they want to get right, man, unacceptable. See, there's a step up. Oh, that what I like my girl for my super my girl Mimi never is like that. Never like that.
And she doing well in Nima, eh?
Well, very well. Well. I'll do my Christmas shopping and see you.
All right, man. Good night, gentlemen.
Yeah, when he said we didn't have Boga government, it's 2 hours. Be catastrophic. What is it? Catastrophic to the money.
Who?
Watch it. Yeah, watch it. Watch it one. Watch it.
But listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to country, because many times you notice that
if Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, A government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small road, B road, all kinds of things. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.